right, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to the HoN Awakening Tournament #1 here in this new year. 2025 is here, and PK Heroes of Newerth. We got a whole new set of tournaments coming at you. Looking forward to having some fun. Getting things kicked off with day #1. I am Breaky CPK. Going to be kicking it off as a solo cast for today. As we mentioned, this is day #1 of this tournament. Upwards of 3 days that'll be taking place. We got today, tomorrow, and then Saturday of next week. And ultimately, to find out which team is your champion of HoN Awakening Tournament #1 on that $2,000 prize pool. And, of course, sprinkling in some gold coins on top of that. But no, I am hyped to be here. Obviously, really looking forward to watching some Heroes of Newerth. Playing it later, of course, myself, but watching Heroes of Newerth and seeing what we got in front of us. The first match we are going to be kicking off for today is going to be Team B Pro going up against Noah Newgen. Now, this is one of these situations that normally I would have a co-caster that's providing a bit more stronger insight, especially who the players are. Obviously you recognize some player names throughout time here. B Pro, of course, on the Hellborn side, Noah Newgen on the Legion side. Frankly, I'm expecting a pretty good matchup, though, and from what I'm being told from others, we should have a good matchup here. With that said, this is just a best of one. This is the winner bracket quarterfinals. The winner moves on to the semifinals of the winner bracket, the loser down to the lower bracket. But best of one here, so you got to take care of business in this one match. And the draft is underway. By the way, we are live on HoNcast and many other channels, for that matter, both on YouTube and Twitch. We're in different languages here for this event. It's awesome. I mean, it's cool. Like, I'm having a moment here, I guess. It's like we're back. At least so early on in the process, but we're back, obviously, with PK HoN. Of course, the announcement of HoN Reborn that took place recently. I'm excited to be a part of that project, and I can't wait to have more and more development updates on that and eventual beta and so on with that. But we're not necessarily here to talk about that, at least for this match. Obviously, we're focusing on what we got in front of us. Anyways, let's start talking about the draft and seeing what we got. It was a first pick, Sir Bensington. You had the Kinesis Icar Response, and then Prophet Scrap coming out on the side of B Pro. As far as the bans were, you had Tundra, Engineer Pebbles, Chipper, Geomancer, and Calamity. Now, again, when it comes to PK HoN in the meta, I can't necessarily say I'm the most up-to-date. Obviously, as we start doing these tournaments here, certainly getting more and more insight. But Sir Bensington first pick. It's a very versatile hero, one that, can definitely be played in multiple roles. Could even be your position one, could be your off lane, could be your mid. So we'll see where he ends up on the side of B Pro, but a strong, strong pick. And, of course, brings that global presence that you always like to see. We'll see if there's more synergy that comes with that. Something like, the Thunderbringer obviously always comes to mind, and then 4 global teleport, etc. But they have Prophet already, so probably going to be their go-to support, if I had to guess. And then Scrap, another fun hero to watch with that boomerang of his and sending out Vorax to do his bidding. Icar and Kinesis on the other side. I'm personally a fan of playing Icar as a support hero. I have heard that this hero is starting to become more and more dominant even in the competitive scene. A hero that obviously can, take care of debuffs for his team and also be a great support for a carry of choice, which we'll see who that ends up being as the next tier of bans take place. We had Kane, Soul Reaper, Amun-Ra, Oogie, Deadwood, and Swiftblade. So pretty heavy when it comes to the bans there on the carry side for the next tier. But now into the last 5 picks to come. Of course, starting on the side of NH over there. Kraken. I see NH. I have to remind myself who the name is. Noah Newgen. Noah Newgen is actually what their team name is there. Kraken going to be coming out with their 3rd hero of choice. So, again, potential for mid or even an off lane, if I had to guess. They're ghosting that Demented Shaman as another potential pick. Yeah, if they Icar Demented Shaman, that's very, very defensive when it comes to their supporting duo. But perhaps a strategy that they're going to be looking for. Okay, they go Vindicator. I mean, obviously, it brings a little bit more offensive capabilities. And, of course, that global silence. So, speaking of the global potential of something like a Sir Bensington coming in, you see him using that Nightfall. You can pop that global silence, disrupt things, and just in general, an annoying hero to play against. So, They go the silencing route of Vindicator instead for this pick. So, yeah, but no, again, excited to be here. This is just day number 1 of this tournament. Many good matches to come, and obviously get a good idea. It's been a little bit since we've had a PK event. I believe the last one, if I'm not mistaken, was in December. So really, it's been about three plus months since we've had a competitive Project Congo tournament with the Newerth. So again, when it comes to the meta and whatnot, things that are ever evolving. And I know there was a bigger patch, if I'm not mistaken, in the December timeframe that took place that definitely had a lot of fair amount of balance changes. So, perhaps starting to see that more and more take place when it comes to this event here as well. It's almost like we're getting reborn, if I dare say. Yeah, that was too much. All right, anyways, Berserker. I'm a fan of Berserker. Love to see it on the side of B Pro over here. So, and again, I want to stress too that this is a best out of 1. So, knowing that when it comes to your draft, obviously you're always really invested in your draft. I want to make sure you pick accordingly and you're very confident in it. But a best out of 1 is just on a different level, I feel like, than a best out of 3. Of course, when it comes to strategy, the idea that it is just the one game. You don't need to worry about adjustments being made going to game 2. So the potential for the terminology of cheese strategy being brought out is always there, of course. So don't know if that's necessarily the case here, but I gotta say, especially as the delay is catching up on HoNcast, I obviously got it open on my other streamer, monitor right here. Seeing all the first-time chatters, especially in chat, and just seeing the hype all around it again. The fact that HoNcast is back live, I don't know, it really is a special moment that we're having here. Okay, anyways, focus. We got the game. So yeah, Apex, the final pickup here. Not much time used to decide ultimately to go with that Madman as their carry of choice on the Legion. So that's going to be our lineup now. Noah Nugent going with the Madman. That's who. They're going to have Iker supporting, of course, the Vindicator as well. We'll see where Kinesis and Kraken ultimately end up. If I had to guess, I would think maybe more Kraken even in the mid lane, and then Kinesis off lane. But honestly, they could do more of a Vindicator core as well. So, yeah, we'll see what they end up running here. But we are loading in to our first game of the tournament. Obviously, going to be a pause to kick things off. I say obviously because some things never change. Some things never change when it comes to competitive HoN. And I mean, other MOBAs definitely suffer this as well, but got to get that pause in there off the bat. Got to get that quick potty break. The anticipation has to be teased a little bit longer. So, yeah, I see people in chat as a delay is catching up. Obviously, chat, you're my co-caster this match. Being on a 6-minute delay makes it a little more difficult, but we'll certainly do my best to reference any good points that are brought up. But yeah, players like Novi Pie being brought up, great players that we certainly have in this game. So yeah, so even though it's a winner bracket quarterfinal, certainly still expecting some good competition here. This event overall, again, if I'm not mistaken, there was 20 plus teams. I want to say like around 25 teams that ended up signing up for it. I mean, that's definitely a good chunk of teams. 26 teams, according to the tournament page, is what we ultimately had sign up, ready to participate in this event. I mean, that's awesome. I love to see that. Not only seeing something like that, but then we have the numbers within the Project Congo client. Actually, I'm being told now it's actually 33 teams that even signed up in total. So, I mean, yeah, that's amazing to hear. But we had a new concurrent high on Project Congo when it came to concurrent players of just over 11,000. I mean, I thought this game was supposed to be dead, guys. Well, what is going on? What are we doing here? We're not conforming to the messaging that this game's supposed to be dead. I fucking love to see it, man. All right. Anyways, looks like we're going to be resuming now when it comes to our first game of the tournament. So here we go. Items being purchased, and into the lanes we go. So Vindicator does buy the Orb of Zamos. So yeah, guaranteed, of course, he is going to be the support role. Kraken shaping up middle, and Kinesis going top. So looks like I was actually fairly accurate, surprisingly, on Icar's actually going to go top. Interesting. So Vindicator will be supporting the Madman at the bottom lane instead. So that's the one slight adjustment that I did not see coming here. Yeah, for those that may be asking, again, they're seeing HoNcast live, like, wait, what is going on? This is Project Congour, guys. So to be very clear, Project Congour, in fact, we really should get a chat command for this. We'll work on that in my, exclamation PK. I don't think it's going to work yet, but essentially, you search Project Congour HoN on Google, and you'll be able to find information for it. It does, okay, I mean, it does work. So exclamation point PK. And it also apparently is in the panels below. So you can check out how to play Project Congour. By doing so, go to the link and then download it yourself. So this is HoN as you knew it up until I'm doing air quotes here, up until the end of when these servers officially went down. This is a community efforts-led project that's kind of kept the game alive these last couple of years that you still have the ability to play. And then, of course, the announcement of HoN Reborn that took place about a month ago now, a little over a month ago, where Heroes of Newerth officially is being, revamped, remade, etc. And really excited for that project. It's in the earlier design process, but also can check that out as well with Heroes of Newerth Reborn. But that's still in early design, so this is Project Congour HoN. Really like to make that point clear. All right, anyways, we got Apex doing a pull here off the bat. Looks like Vindicator might cut him off here. A spot there's some cheeky lane pulling. It's going to be a duo mid. This is a possibility too. Scrap, sure enough, setting up as a support in mid against the Kraken. So the Legion team going to have to find themselves adjusting to what they want to do to this. Berserker taking a ton of damage at the top lane thanks to Kinesis. That's what he can do, but will survive. But showing that he's not just going to let him do his thing. All three lanes, very interesting. So the 2v1 mid lane, Kraken, Midwinter, the one playing it, having to deal with this, and it seems like pretty content that they're just simply going to have to deal with it as it is here. Iker going to attempt a pull at the top side. But yeah, the bottom lane, Apex got the early pull. He actually hit level 2 as a result of the early creep pull. That's pretty big for him. And is going to find himself running into Vindicator, though, and it's not a fight he's willing to take. So certainly doing his best to play in that very difficult role of the 2v1 lane at the bottom. Another quick pause here by B-Pro. How are we looking so far, though, when it comes to creep score? Obviously still very early on, only a minute and a half, but Kraken's 4-0. Kraken's managed 4 last hits despite this 2-versus-1 matchup, so I think it's safe to say he's doing all right. He got 7-3, though, on the Sir Bensington. So Toljvors. Some of these names I'm certainly going to mispronounce. He's the one on Sir Bensington, and he's, of course, looking very strong. So perhaps the idea is get an early advantage for Sir Bensington, then probably going to be seeing Scrap do some rotations. Perhaps make his way to the bottom lane. We'll see. Yeah, I see people bringing up, like, checking out their follow age. I'm actually curious on mine. I want to join the trend. Oh, somebody else just stood in front of me.
Let's get it on.
10 years? Oh, man. I'm only 10 years. I'm actually lower than other people, man. I guess I was too busy. I was too busy creating a podcast to be following it on my main account. I love to see it, man. It's been a while. Kraken, charge on Sir Bensington. Going to do some good damage, but definitely not going for any type of kill. Just letting him know that he's not going to be bullied here in this mid lane matchup. This top lane continues to be interesting. The only 2-versus-2 lane as Prophet, he's trying to get away. Kinesis, you saw the stolen ability there of the chains. Trying to get in range of Prophet for the kill, but now Kinesis the one that's in trouble. Using the apple, staying alive for the time being, and it looks like he might just have enough distance to do so. The chain, Berserker is able to get it off, cut off by Scrap, actually, and Berserker credit for the Bloodlust. There you go. So a big start now for B-Pro, especially the fact that Berserker able to get that kill onto the Kinesis. So, big start for them. Oh, that was mid lane. Down goes Sir Bensington. Kraken, I went away for a second doing my classic camera moment. Hopefully the main camera caught that. Either way, Sir Bensington managed to get charged down and taken out. That's a huge kill for Kraken. Okay, and we see Ecker. He's just going to deny himself to the Ancients and make a free teleport back to base, essentially. Make his way back to the top lane, I'm sure. But that is massive for Kraken. The fact he's able to get a hero kill, especially on the opposition carry in that mid lane. So as big as that was for the Bloodlust for Berserker, I feel like overall, still not too bad of a game state for the Legion team either. Apex, meanwhile, does manage to hit level 3. Only 9-0 creep score, but really levels is the important thing in staying alive for him. Madman, of course, he is having a free farm. He's top GPM on his side, about 360 gold per minute. Looking at about 23 in a creep farm. So we'll see what direction Madman decides to go this game. He does have the early red boots, went that iron shield. Curious to see his farming item of choice. Are we going to see that Rune Cleaver? Will it be a different direction? More of a battle style build, perhaps. With the lineup, it feels like I could see certainly that Rune Cleaver style coming out. Not afraid to just sit back and farm, but keep an eye on that. Kraken hits level 5, coming back to the mid lane. Waddling back in as the creep wave is at the tower. Berserker proven to be the top GPM right now, though. Not only having some great CS, but of course having that Bloodlust, 460 gold per minute. He's got early power supply, and he has Prophet doing some good support. Pulling the creep wave once again. Apex and Madman going at it, but doesn't look like any kill opportunity necessarily going to be taking place. Looks like Berserker going the makings of the Blood Chalice. So really investing into quite a bit of utility early on. Wanting to make sure that he is ready to fight between the Blood Chalice, the power supply. Even has that protective talisman to make him that much stronger in the lane. Oh, we got a TP to the top lane behind the tree. But it looks like Berserker and Prophet very aware that something's going on, trying to get away. The chains on Berserker. Kinesis using his own ability against the Kraken, coming to release the Kraken. Perfect placement. He's going to get the charge angle on Berserker. Not able to charge initially, though. And Berserker gets to the tree. So Kraken being very timid to use a charge right there. He definitely wanted the Prophet, it seems like, but in the end, Prophet very defensive. That was a hell of a getaway for Berserker. A little surprised that he was able to survive so well. Apex bottom lane, thanks to that mana battery, will stay alive himself, just barely, but no kill taking place. So definitely seeing a bit of the skills coming out between these two teams and staying alive, if anything, so well played. Kraken waddling down to the rune, but it's picked up instead by Apex. Yes, he did a good job of controlling that. However, it might come at a cost. Vindicator cutting him off, puts the totem down. Madman's charging in, but too much distance. Well played by Apex right there. And he's going to start healing on up, thanks to that Burning Ember. Yeah, definitely a difficult hero to effectively gank. Proven to be that. Mid lane Kraken is now joined by Iker. Again, level 6, but still on cooldown with that release of Kraken. I'm sure the Hellborn side is aware of that as well. Although, we'll be coming off cooldown shortly. Okay, Madman purchasing a Blood Chalice, and also has the Fleet Feet, perhaps to finish the Steam Boots eventually. So not too much insight given away just yet in terms of eventual items to come for both of these carries on either side. Putting a lot of investment into these earlier items of showcasing that they're willing to fight. So I'm excited for that. I would much prefer that, of course. Oh, bottom lane, ultimate activated by Apex. Doing some great damage there to Madman, but Madman's able to walk it off. But yeah, the Armageddon coming out. I saw the animation of it at the last second on my side, but Madman having to respect it. Vindicator was busy doing some pulling, so I don't know if that was miscommunication or what, but either way. Both sides staying alive once again. Feel like I'm saying that quite a bit. Sir Bensington, he's teleporting somewhere. He's teleporting bottom with an invis rune. He has Nightfall. They want this kill on Madman. They might have to settle for Vindicator. I mean, either way, a kill's a kill. You'll take it, but certainly they would have loved to have that Madman. But Pew Pew gets taken out on the Vindy, doing some polling. But obviously, they're very aware that Sir Bensington is now bottom. Madman was busy doing some rune control. Happened to bottle up the illusion rune. Sir Bensington trying to do the stack farm, but with the rotation over of both Iker and Madman, having to respect that, and Madman will finish the job into the jungle camp there. Berserker currently just free farming during all this, by the way, the power play. Iker got on by Bensington. They turn on to the Sir Bensington. Apex doing what he can. Not a whole lot right now. Sir Bensington having to just walk it off, but now Apex in trouble, and Apex will end up falling. So that's a case of Apex is like, what are you doing, man? He did what he could to save his teammate, and well, ends up costing him his own life in the process. So perhaps not the happiest. But of course, now you have to worry about Sir Bensington going back to base, going to put some reaching on. He has that Nightfall. Will they look to use it somewhere? It's not really an obvious target just yet. You don't want to waste too much time. Steam Boots finished on Madman. Mystic Vestment even invested by Berserker. Man, I really got to say again. Oh, actually, big fight on the mid lane. Sir Bensington, he did come in with a Nightfall. They go on to Iker as well as the Kinesis. Iker's going to end up falling for sure, and so does Kinesis. So even with the link, it doesn't matter. 4 heroes coming together on the Hellborn side of B-Pro, and they managed to take out the 2. So doubling their kills just like that. And you see that net worth starting to grow a little bit, upwards of about a 1,300 gold lead now in their favor. So, yeah, making use. Actually, no Nightfall. Excuse me. I just assumed it was a Nightfall, but no, he just simply teleported in. He still has Nightfall ready to go. He also has plenty of stacks in his own jungle, thanks to some teammates. Does Sir Bensington, and is going to get plenty of farm out of that. But look who's lurking in. Kraken with the smoke, exposed by Scrap. Again, a case of not the kill they were looking for, but it will be a kill on Scrap nonetheless. And Kraken just walks away shortly after. So gets the kill. 1,600 gold saved up on Kraken. Guessing we're going to see that portal key, of course, coming out for him. And we'll have even more of an initiation presence to work with now. Or once he has that, that is. Top lane, SRP on Kinesis. They're just diving the tower. Welcome to Berserker, baby, especially with a Prophet teammate. That is a lot of damage. And I go back to the way Berserker's building this game. It is just every single item has a great purpose right now. Blood Chalice vestments, power supply, the protective talisman. I mean, he really is going all in to just, I want to fight early. And Berserker, a hero that certainly can do that well. So love to see it. And expect to see this Hellborn team be more and more active. On the other hand, Madman, he does end up getting a sustainer. So again, that goes back to, sure, he's built some earlier items, but I fall in. See your first one of the game. Apex Armageddon. Oh my god, that damage. Vindicator just cut down as well. Great execution. And that's a taste of things to come by B-Pro right there. Beautiful combo. The Nightfall Armageddon. Madman did not stand a single chance. So he has stats early, but not enough to keep him alive. Scrap, meanwhile, avoiding death in the mid lane as it gets back to the secondary tower. They didn't want to give up this. B-Pro is not giving up this tower easily. They're not only going to be here to deny it, but now they're going to get a kill on the Emperor as a result, too. Legion side respecting it, and they get the top tower push naturally, thanks to the creep wave. So B-Pro, I feel like I blinked, and we're now upwards of a 5,000 gold lead, just like that. It's only been a couple minutes since we last looked at it. It's got up 4,000 or 5,000. So we're doing some rune battling. Sir Bensington, the rune battle, not worth it. He ends up getting taken out immediately, and they're also going to get the kill onto Apex. I mean, that's massive for the Legion side. Just as we're talking about B-Pro getting some big momentum, they take out both Bensington and the Apex. And Kraken is certainly starting to go off now, and they really need it here on this Legion team for NNG to be able to keep up in this game, especially now with that portal key. And again, when your carry is starting to build more of the farming style, wants to invest more time into taking out the jungle, killing stacks, and is not necessarily going to be the most active in fights. You need that crack to be big. Iker basically accepting death right there as trying to finish off the mid tower. Ends up being denied though, so don't know how worth it that was. Kraken going to teleport back to base, or more so run back to base with that PK. Going to get some regen, and my guess he's going to teleport somewhere, and we're going to see some coordination coming out from the Legion side, trying to make a play elsewhere. Bottom lane, Madman and Vindicator getting a bit aggressive. Madman needs to be careful, though, as he'll see that. Madman is 451 gold per minute. Kraken's 470, so they are both farming very well. Berserker is slightly ahead at that 480 mark. And he actually just finished his Insanitarius, it looks like. I got to expect, especially now with the Insanitarius, this B-Pro side is likely going to really start ramping it up that much more. Specifically from the Berserker. Apex. He's done a great job this game. This is a suicide at Apex here in the Alpha Lane 1 versus 2. And for him to see him upwards of 350 gold per minute at 14 minutes in, 3-2-2. Stat line, that's pretty impressive. You see Kinesis picking up the Soul Trap. Really just top lane, though. So, yeah, a little... dare I say even disappointed by the Legion side. They had Kraken go back, get some regen, figure they might try to make a play somewhere with that portal key. They did, you know, protecting the Madman at the bottom lane, allow him to push the tower. Obviously, B-Pro not putting any bit of a fight up. The top lane Kinesis, he will get just easily dealt with. Yeah, he was able to finish that Dreamcatcher, though, just before. So, clearly some priority being put into this Dreamcatcher. You got a Soul Trap also purchased now by Iker on the Legion side. Of course, you got heroes like Berserker, like Apex, these heals coming out. Certainly a powerful tool that you can use to help you address that issue. "15 minutes into this game." A reminder, this is a best out of 1. Kraken setting up in the mid lane. Berserker smoked nearby, though. Mentioned with Insanitarius, he's going to be looking to pick fights now, and it looks like that fight is to be picked in the mid lane. Berserker charging in. They're going to find Kraken. Well, eventually. They say hello. Oh, that's awkward. Kraken actually goes in. Vindicator silence. What is happening? Out comes the ultimate for Profit. The Ring of Death is down, and down goes Kraken. B-Pro absolutely annihilated the Legion side right now. Berserker will stay alive when it's all said and done. A 4-0 in favor of B-Pro. Oh, man, that was just one of those really awkward initiations. Kraken going in at the same second that B-Pro was also initiating, and it was just kind of chaos from there. Clearly one that B-Pro was more than happy to fight in the end. The Nightfall, obviously an advantage there from Sir Bensington. And this goes back to Madman is not a core right now that's looking to fight. This is the biggest difference. Very well played on B-Pro's part to spot that and obviously keep that in mind. Understanding the game situation and being willing to take the bigger fight there. So once again, B-Pro captures a slightly bigger lead here in this one and only game of the series now. Madman, though, now it's the ball's in his court. He is the top GPM, not surprisingly. 540 gold per minute currently. He's got the Rune Cleaver. Already has the Hungry Spirit. In fact, there's the Elder Parasite. So getting to a point now where certainly can find himself involved or willing to fight if necessary. I also saw Kraken, though, pick up Alchemist Bones. So wants to get a farming tool himself to keep scaling throughout the game.
Yeah.
Looks like they're interested in Kongor on the Legion side. Madman wants to do this Ancient stack first. I mean, with Madman, you think, you know, some definitely good potential to do Kongor here. I don't think there's any vision I can see that B-Pro would be able to spot this. So we are going to see Conqueror being done, taking advantage of Icar's aura as well, of his ultimate. Hellborn side, very unaware, and that will be a free Conqueror kill for the Legion. So a way to help get them back in, and they immediately go to try to pick fight. The haste rune, oh, just picked up by Berserker right in front of Madman. So good job with the rune control, setting priority right there. Man, it's just snag it just in front of him. Continue to remain about that 5,000 gold lead, though, in favor of the Hellborn. Berserker, 2,600 gold saved up, so intrigued to see where he goes next. Obviously, he's at a point now that's going to have to sell one of those items. That's the downside of getting so many early items. Using a fight with. Inventory eventually. I would assume it's the protective talisman, but... Madman now purchasing the Mighty Blade, leading to believe we're going to see a BKB in the works, Shrunken Head. Both teams pretty content right now, though, in avoiding fights for the time being. Berserker getting really low. Oh, God. Always gets a little scary seeing that Insanitarius shift going on in the jungle by himself, but obviously comfortable, knows what he's doing. 3,000 gold now saved up, so still putting some decision into what he wants to go here. Of course, Shrunken Head is always going to be an option.
Rampaging.
I'll say this Madman knows how to farm, though. Colic on the Madman, nearly 600 gold per minute now. The BKB, I believe he has the Warhammer, so just needs the recipe. It is just about finished. We are going to see Vorax march down the top lane. Try to help protect the top tower, if anything. Going to deal with that pretty quickly, though. With a nice gold bounty for Colic, and also the tower kill. Bottom tower pushed by Apex, meanwhile. Apex does have his own portal key, of course. We're seeing a lot of gold being pulled up on this Hellborn side, especially. We got Apex with 2,100, Sir Pennington 1,700, 4,000 on Berserker, and there we go. Berserker does right-click a BKB, or the Shrunken Head. Interested in Conqueror, perhaps, now on the Hellborn side. You can tell there's some communication going on about that. There's the Shrunken, meanwhile, finished on Madman, so the timings are nearly identical there for that item. A Team Smoke is going to be the play. Don't see any vision around, so pretty good Team Smoke here from B-Pro. Obviously on the opposite side of the map, though, and nobody's currently showing, so it's the game of they didn't see them smoke, but they're probably suspicious. Kraken's going to hide in the trees, hoping to expose something, and is very likely... there we go. They see him. Oh, he blinks away right before. Well played by Kraken. That's a beautiful spot to hide in. Break this mode, say. It's very well played. You can tell that NN and G here on the Legion side was ready for that. Icar. Yeah, Icar could be a sacrificial lamb here, is my guess. Definitely going to be. It's one of those, hey, you know what? Not too bad. if you're the Legion team, it's a worthy sacrifice. Everyone else gets out, and you will gladly take that, considering the time investment there. And all the resources that we're using, including the Nightfall from Sir Bensington. So not having to worry about that now for a bit longer. It looks like the cores, all three cores, are going to be going that Shrunken Head. You got both Bensington and Apex with the Mighty Blade in their inventory. And 2,000 gold plus saved up. So that'll certainly be an issue item. Obviously that negates Vindicator quite a bit. And good amount of damage in general coming out from this Legion side. Of course, Madman not as concerned about it, but Oh, Armageddon. Great use. Kraken's caught. Kraken's dead. Even Congra's like, let me help. Man, they just blew up the Kraken right there. So that will set up a free Congra now for the Hellborn side. B-Pro. Gonna make it even. Gladly take their boosts as a result. I always love seeing what buffs people decide to get. Between the stats, some damage. Did I go movement? I mainly see stats from what I'm looking at here. Okay, Berserker went movement. So there's one. He might be the only one. Mainly stats, though. A little bit of damage here and there. Anywho, Berserker being babysat by Prophet just continues to march out the bottom lane. Yeah, and this is a global event, by the way, too. I didn't necessarily mention that off the bat here. But this is an event that's, teams all around the world, including a lot of Southeast Asian teams. Love to see it getting involved in this event, specifically from Thailand, of course. If I'm not mistaken, both of these two teams are from the European region. Not 100% sure on that. We'll try to get confirmation on that. But either way, there's a lot of global competition in this event, which, from a technical standpoint, can be a little bit tricky sometimes, but the servers have definitely gotten a lot better to where it's kind of opened up opportunity to allow for such competitions to take place. So. Kraken setting up at the top lane, hiding there. Waiting to see if anyone jumps the Madman, but we're doing a lot of avoiding right now between the two teams. Apex, as I say this, smoking over, scouting it out. He is eventually going to be exposed. And we'll quickly run out. Oh, or not. He goes in. Armageddon, BKB. They get Iker, and Iker's going to just die. I mean, but again, a sacrificial lamb. Although Nightfall further in, Madman gets caught. He's at half-life already. A lot of damage on Kinesis. Madman able to BKB and TP, though. But more damage done by B-Pro. They just really are showing their gotcha potential. And even with the Vindicator silence, it did not matter. Again, the Shrunken Head's clearly a very powerful tool. A reason why all three carries made priority to go for it earlier on in this game. Secondary tower. That's going to go down in favor of B-Pro, so that lead, again, slightly continuing to expand. It's sitting here. I mean, Madman's got a Brutalizer now. He is definitely becoming deadly in his own right. They need to get the jump themselves, though. It's simple. I know it's a lot easier said than done, but without being able to initiate themselves, it doesn't feel like they have a great chance in these fights. The jump on this B-Pro side is just so powerful. They're pretty much going to eliminate one hero immediately off the bat if they're able to get that jump, as they have been so far. Attempted Kongor, but they end up not going for it on side of B-Pro. You look at this team smoke, this could be big. Speaking of getting the jump, this is what we're talking about. Kinesis leading the way. Kraken's nearby with the PK. Oh, smoked by Berserker. Awkward timing right there. Jump on his grab, but no, Berserker's also going to be collapsed on Madman, putting the damage into him. Down to no life. The sanitary switch not going to work. Down goes Berserker. Iker provided that aura, but now Kraken releases Kraken on a Prophet actually in the backline. The Kinesis blow up as well, and they take out Apex, and now Prophet's in trouble. He goes down. That's exactly what I was talking about. Hat trick coming out for Kulik. If you get the jump, then you are definitely going to have the advantage. In this case, the Legion team does that. Beautiful team smoke results in a game comeback fight. And now they're going to push the secondary tower on top of that. Not much can be done. They pop invulnerability, but that'll be an easy tower kill in the end. And this Berserker, 4,000 plus gold saved up. And we saw the damage he put out that last fight. If he's able to just sit on that target, of course, with that with the lockdown from his teammates. And you can expect much more damage to come with his next item purchase here. Which, you know, obviously he's putting some thought into this. Are we going to see maybe more something like a wing bow? Upgrade of the Berserker, perhaps? Or the Brutalizer, I should say. Not Berserker. Into the Oblivion Hammer.
Vorax is on the loose.
Both Conquerors are not up yet. The Legion Conqueror is up. The Hellborn Conqueror is still awaiting resurrection. But that GPM, 700 gold per minute now for this madman. That is definitely not something you can overlook. I don't know. I mean, I feel like obviously the Hellborn side is still technically ahead in gold, but it definitely seems like that last fight certainly shifted momentum. Vindicator Ultimate is ready. Here comes a Team Smoke from B-Pro, but ooh, Madman is a prime target. They see him, but he's just a little too far away. Oh, that was a chance there. But Madman, having too much distance, manages to stay alive. Well, it's definitely an item that could help you against an over-farmed carrier on the other side. The barbed armor just purchased by Berserker. So wants to go to use that if Madman happens to jump him again. Oh, mid lane. That's a Shrunken activated by Kraken. So Apex toying with him a little bit. Might have bit off a little bit too much more than he could chew. He's doing the heal. Is it enough? Oh my god, it is enough. The Burning Embers keeping him alive. And Apex will PK away. Kraken kept thinking he had the kill, but he did not. And with Scrap being there, he couldn't really commit, bro. He wasn't really sure who else was coming, so that was a hell of a job by Apex to live that one. It is the wing bow route from Madman. It definitely makes sense. I mean, evasion's going to be a great tool in general this game, and obviously it's still also a great offensive power boost for him as well. More speed to work with. Did sell the bottle to get this, but very worth it. Ooh, might find Apex here. Never mind. Apex with the smoke. Invis Kraken, though. Oh, it is going to be broken now. Apex, a little bit awkward spot. Kraken's in hot pursuit. Look at Madman. He's just going to go for the solo Hellborn Conqueror, and he may very likely do it because the Hellborn's scared. I mean, you could tell. They are playing very defensive themselves. They're actually on the Legion side. They're going to go for the Legion Conqueror, so the team's going for each other's Conqueror. And looks like going to be pretty content on settling with that. All right, so both teams get a little bit more of a buff. GPM 715 now for Madman. Continues to be so impressive. Bottom lane, Kraken leading the way. Another teleport coming in. Who do they catch? That's Berserker. He's got that playmail, remember, but will it matter? Healing on up. He has to fight this. You're not running, Berserker. What are you doing? Live up to your name, buddy. There was no getting away from that. Him and Prophet fall, and the chase continues. Scrap. He might survive at least, but yeah, the rest just scatter away on the side of B-Pro. Another great catch by NNG here on the Legion side, and this Madman especially is just proven to be too much of an issue now. Obviously, the Kraken initiation also helping. And just in general, team support, I mean, it goes back to you're dealing with an Icar support that's clearly, as a spectator, maybe difficult to see really, you know, what he's doing in these fights, but guarantee you he's also providing plenty, not only his ultimate aura, but the constant debuff removal and swapping, etc. This is going to be a tier 3 mid-tower push. You got scrap push in the top lane during this, but how much can you really defend this if you're B-Pro? They're going to definitely give up the tier 3 tower. Will they go for the racks? Resurrections are happening. Berserker's up in 5. Refresher just purchased by Vindicator. He doesn't have it yet. Okay, he does just get it, actually. Down goes the melee racks. BKB's activated as initiated from Apex. There's a global silence, though. Coming out by Vindicator. Madman, he needs to get away. He does not have his BKB current. Oh, he's going to activate it, actually. And goes on to Serpensington. Serpensington trying to joust away. Will do so for the time being. Able to take out Icar. They're going for Kraken now. Madman, realizing this is a lost fight, says, I'm going to see you later. And Kraken does manage to escape as well. So, I mean, they got the melee racks. They lose essentially a couple supports. Kinesis and Icar. Hellborn wants to take advantage of this, though. They march down the mid lane. Kinesis does not have a buyback. So, Icar does. But numbers-wise, it would be to their advantage. They also know Madman's BKB's on cooldown. Granted, all of their own Shrunken Heads are also on cooldown. But certainly can't blame B-Pro. This does feel like an open opportunity. Still about 20 more seconds on Kinesis. Got to make a play with this some way, somehow. The Shrunken, still about 20 seconds remaining now for Madman. So it is going to be a tier 3 tower kill. And that's where they will stop, understandably. Spike Bola, by the way, purchased by Apex. I think he had that in the last fight, and that likely was a very powerful tool as well. That, of course, that's a great counter tool to have to an over-farmed melee physical damage carry on the other side. It bypasses magic immunity, so even with the Shrunken Head, it don't matter. So yeah, having that disarm is massive. You got one in Apex. I wouldn't be surprised if they get multiple. Doesn't look like they have that yet, but potentially could be something to come. Madman did just right-click a similar rage, though, by the way, so it's even that much tankier and a lot more of a reset capability in these fights now. They just team smoke. They just march to the range racks. Madman is not afraid. Going right in. Again, this is the winner bracket quarterfinals. Best of one. Oh, the charge just missing right there from Kraken. Ooh, Berserker. It's like, what the hell just happened? Felt that draft. Kraken, 2,300 gold saved up. We saw that blade mail purchase for the barbed armor. Ooh, it's going to bottle up a double damage. You got to think they're calling Madman over and be like, hey, pick this up. I have to imagine he's going to let Madman activate that if they look to take a fight. But currently it is bottled up on Kraken. Obviously may not have that opportunity. We'll see. Bottom team smoke. Kraken's in a tough spot. Kraken's in trouble. Kraken's dead. Oh, he's got a Shrunken, so maybe not so dead as I thought. TP support, they did not want to let him die. Berserker going for the finish, but here comes that support Nightfall in. Oh, Kraken PK's away. Kinesis ended up TPing in. He's now on the run, though. I cannot believe Kraken survived that. Madman, he's like, are we fighting this? Oh, Kinesis says, yeah, let's go. Madman to the backlines immediately, going for the scrap. There's the disarm, though, so now he has to be careful with that. Out comes the Prophet Circle. In comes the aura from Icar as well as the heals. And the beat down on Apex. Apex living, though. Madman cannot sit on a single target. Finally, Prophet's going to be the target of choice. Will get him killed off, but the run is real from B-Pro, and it's not enough. It seemed like Madman was having trouble there initially, standing on target, but eventually more support came in, including the Kraken, who reset, came back into that fight. and we saw the damage done. So Vorax is doing some damage to the mid-tier 3 tower, but Madman will quickly even clear that up and now march down the mid lane himself with that creep wave. Ooh. Interesting fight there. I mean, the fact that they did not kill Kraken, pretty significant. I mean, he may have had a buyback, but either way, he was able to reset and rejoin that fight and clearly played a role there. Again, best of 1. You win this, you move on to the winter bracket semifinals. You lose this, you drop down to the lower. And right now it's looking like NNG is in control. They take out the melee rack bottom and get the range as well. It's just not enough firepower to deal with this Madman. It's what we're coming to in the end. Berserker can't even kill the Icar. I mean, Icar's definitely not an easy kill. This is a support hero that's arguably probably the tankiest in the game, I would think, especially with how he's building. He's got a defensive Soul's Bulwark, Soul Trap, and the Grave Locket as well. Just being in general. So yeah, we're seeing tools like these spiked Bola again. It was clearly useful in the last fight, but still not enough. Savage Mace purchased by Sir Bensington, so definitely some more offensive firepower that it feels like this Hellborn team is lacking now in this game. What did Mehmet? Oh yeah, he's got the Nullstone now. I was like, he definitely bought something. And there we go. It's Nullstone. So he did sell his boots to do this, but of course it is Madman. He's constantly stalking. You can tell when he's normally walking, he's definitely fairly slow. But when the fight breaks out, I mean, with the constant stalking and bashing people, he's not too concerned about no boots on him. Nullstone, a great item to have. It's, of course, going to be a great counter to things like the Spiked Bola. Conqueror third being attempted by the Hellborn team. Pro. They got to try something here to come back into this game, but look at the Legion setting up Apex. He'll break the smoke, but here we go. It's initiation time. Armageddon. Icar, though, standing his ground, has the aura active, and now Madman shows up. Bensington just melts. That Savage Mace ain't doing a damn thing if you can't attack. And this could be the final fight in favor of NNG. Are they going to catch the teleport out? No, but it's just Berserker and Scrap to defend. I don't think, do they have okay, the Apex does have a buyback, as does Prophet. Bensington does not, though, and he's a lot of their offensive firepower, so without Bensington, not sure if there's much hope here to hold him off. Going for that tier 3 tower. B-Pro in this spot of, well, we gotta try something. This is it anyways. Won't be Mega Creep. Oh, yeah, it would be. The middle rack did go down as well. So this is going to be the official spawn of Mega Creeps now as well. Legion team, they can kind of just play it safe. They don't have to die by any means. But this one's all but over, it feels like. B-Pro just going to have to go for just one last all-in of sorts. I mean, Bensington's up at 10. Maybe a team smoke, try to catch somebody independently, get a blow up. But this is going to be the Hellborn Conqueror taken now by the Legion, and I want to be surprised if they go for their own as well to get the token. Yeah, that Vorax has continued to be a nuisance. It's the tier 3 top tower is down, but yeah, not necessarily the biggest deal for the Legion side to deal with. And yeah, they're going to go for their own Conqueror now. So it feels like the opportunity for B-Pro, if any. They are going to smoke up. They're running on over. They're definitely aware that something's going on. You got to try something here. Obviously, Bensington, he can nightfall in when the fight breaks out. Here we go. You got to go for this. Waiting for the timing. This is it. Armageddon off the bat. Here comes the Nightfall. Down goes Kongor. And the release of Kraken, though, used immediately. The turnaround is there for the Legion. The opportunity, they took it for B-Pro. You got to try something. But it is just too much firepower to handle from the side of NNG. Benzington also going to fall, and that really should all but do it. There's the vote to concede. GG, well played. NNG, Noah Nugent. They're moving on to the winner bracket semifinals. B-Pro still alive, but they'll have to do it throughout the lower bracket now. So congratulations to NNG right there. That was a hell of a game. Our first game of the day coverage-wise, and what a way to kick it off. So hopefully guys were entertained by that one there. But yeah, no, that was a fun match to watch. I mean, both teams definitely providing some good action. That Madman, though, Kolek, obviously it's one of those cases. Yes, he played super well himself. His farming was phenomenal. Great team support cast around him, though. The Kraken early mid-game dominance of sorts certainly gave the room needed, enough room needed, I should say, to allow for that farm to take place and do what he could. So excited to see them further on in the tournament. But again, B-Pro still alive, just having to do in the lower side. All right, we're going to take a break, though. This whole event is really just getting started. We do got a best out of 3 that we're going to be covering next year for the HoN Awakening Tournament #1 for the Paradise League. Stay tuned. Once again, I'm Break CBK. Should be joined by a co-caster in the next one. We're going to go on a short break, though. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to the winner bracket semifinals. Now, we have Team Lunar going up against NNG. The same team, of course, we just got to watch their NNG now on the Hellborn side, Lunar on the Legion side. Both these teams are from the great country of Thailand, I'm being informed. So very excited to see that. I actually wasn't sure if that watching the previous game, but yeah, I am really, really excited to see more and more of the Southeast Asia representation, and can't wait to see what we got here in this now best out of 3 with the winner bracket semifinals for the HoN Awakening Tournament number 1. I'm Breaking CBK, and I am going to be joined by a co-caster this time, thank God. Dutch Ownage is here to help out and provide actual smart things to say, unlike myself. So, Dutch, how's it going, man?
It's good. Yeah, it's good. I'm happy to be here. So I'm here to save you from your own rambling and I'll try to provide some insightful comments, but I didn't catch like most of last game, so maybe you can take me a little bit through like how last game went.
Really, it was interesting. B-Pro, they had a great lead early on. I mean, they had a 5,000, 6,000 goal lead by like 20 minutes into the game. They were looking like a possible runaway. They had 3 cores that were all doing really good. But the Madman played by Kulik on the other side, he was just quietly farming enough. They had some great mid-play from Midwinter on Kraken that kind of set the tone and allowed Madman to create some space. And before you know it, all of a sudden Madman got a shrunken head, and they had one big team fight with a team smoke that then turned their favors in their tide. I mean, it really showed how HoN is a game of, one fight could definitely set up things for coming back, and they took advantage of it. So that's kind of the TLDR, I guess, but it was fun to watch, especially Kulik on the Madman.
Yeah, I'm looking at the game right now. That's an 800 GPM Madman. That is scary.
It's good.
Yeah, Madman really got hurts right now with the this 160 attack speed on the ultimate.
Rhapsody.
He just shreds through anything, especially if you have something like a Berserker. That just cannot really compete, right? Because Berserker is good against when you want to CC him or something, but Madman, he has a bash, of course, but he doesn't really care about CCing you. He just is kind of shred through you.
My life is for
Yeah, no, and we definitely saw that. He followed up with a basher eventually, and then it's just from there on out, it's too much damage to handle. Great team support all around, of course, and one of those supports was the Iker, who is also now picked up again by the side of NNG. They go with the Rhapsody support on top of that. But on the other side, we got the good old classic NG Magnus combo with a Wild Soul throwing in there as well. So what's your take so far on both these lineups?
So we see the entire supporting cast being picked up by the Hellborn side already. So that gives away a lot of that. And we see that because they already have their supporting cast picked up, they are prioritizing banning some supports right now, as we see the Pearl, the Martyr, and the Monarch all being banned. So that makes sense so far. Like the Pearl, the Martyr, and the Monarch are just the I would say the stronger supports right now. They're the defensive supports, especially the Pearl, can be very nasty. But the Iker is a hero that has seen a lot more play lately, I would say. Even in by some EU teams, and that hero just doesn't die. He's so tanky, especially early on. He has 26 strength, level 1.
And we saw that last game quite a bit too. And I was even bringing that up towards the end. It's ridiculous. This hero, it's normally a support hero. You can feel confident jumping and getting a kill if they're maybe isolated. Eker's not one of those heroes. Nope. You're kind of let him do his thing, try to crowd control him, I guess, but you kind of almost have to accept that he's going to be a nuisance in those fights, and it's understandable why NNG wants to go with such a support hero once again.
Yeah. The Rhapsody, however, is something that we have basically only seen much from the Thai teams, because I don't think you cast a lot last tournament, right?
No.
Okay, so last tournament we actually saw one of the Thai teams claw is way back to from the loser bracket. They actually lost in the first in the first round.
Oh, wow.
And they managed to actually make it all the way up to champions. So that was very impressive. And a couple of heroes that were like very much picked up by the Thai players and not seen in the NA/EU scene at all. That was both Rhapsody and the Bubbles. They really like those heroes specifically. So I'm not surprised to see them picked up here as well. And actually the Tundra was something that they seemed to favor a lot.
Yeah. Interesting. Is Tundra banned?
Yeah, Tundra is banned right now.
Yeah, it was banned early on. Yeah.
I mean,
that's what I'm like. I love seeing that this is like, obviously it always kind of was a global esport to an extent, but nowadays, especially even online, the ability to have these tournaments be more global based and so much representation in Southeast Asia and Thailand, and I'm really hyped to see more and more of that scene, especially. And as you're making a point, we're seeing here both these teams from Thailand, so interested to see how they play with the Bubbles, and apparently now Lord Salforus they're going up against on the other side though.
Yeah, so what you're saying is definitely true. The NA scene, the NA/EU scene, and the Thai teams have historically been very segregated, right? They haven't really intermingled much because you don't really meet each other in TMM. It's like NA and EU meet each other, but the Thai teams have their separate, little safe space, basically, right?
Yeah.
And so they kind of like developed alongside each other, you know?
Yeah.
And it is indeed very interesting to see like how differently they play from what you and me are probably used to. One thing that like caught me off guard a lot last tournament was how aggressively they played. Actually, they seem to favor just pressuring over just chilling and farming. And it's of course like a very small sample size. I've only seen like a couple of Thai teams play. It's no way indicative for the entire Thai scene, of course.
Right.
But it is definitely a playstyle that is very fun to watch.
Yeah. No, I definitely saw glimpses of that last game as well. I know, eventually they got to a point where, Madman had to farm, and understandable, but it's they were playing very active off the bat themselves with their lineup. And again, like I said, Midwinter on that Kraken was he did a great job, and especially so last game too. They actually ran 2 versus 1 against the Kraken mid lane. He was dealing with a scrap Bensington, I think it was. He managed to still do very well. In fact, he got a kill on the Sir Bensington.
Oh, wow.
In that mid lane by himself. So, yeah, he played it very well, and I think he's kind of the tone setter for the team, as a mid player sometimes usually is. And to see him again on the Kraken here, I definitely expect more big plays out of him.
Yeah.
In the mid lane.
Like, Scrap is a strong laner, but it's doesn't really do that much in terms of boxing out something like a Kraken, right? Because Kraken just Scrap just doesn't really have that reliable lockdown. For example, if you were to middle with like a Glacius, Glacius provides that 1.5 second lockdown that is just so secure that you can just combo really easily with the Bensington. Mm-hmm. And a Scrap is just always a little bit awkward with the Mousetrap. It does have, of course, a lot of damage on the Q, and I think in the long lane it is actually very strong, but in the mid lane situation, I am not too sold on it. Right. I am really curious how they're going to play this Wild Soul, though.
Yep. I was just about to ask. I mean, so Wild Soul, he is going to go... Interesting. He's going bottom lane initially, so... Yeah, where's Swift play going to end? Is Swift play long? Oh, wait, that's on the other side. What am I saying? So he is going to go bottom. Lord Salforus mid. Or maybe it's been Magnus mid, actually. No, it looks like Magnus will be mid.
They could run a dual middle again with something like Magnus Engineer. Magnus Engineer is a lot stronger than something like a Scrap Bensington. Because, Magnus stun is just a lot longer than Bensington stun early on. Bensington stun scales from 1.25 up to 2 seconds, I believe, from the top of my head. And after the magma stun, of course, you get the NG keg and then the turrets, and you just get like pushed so far out of position.
Yeah.
And they're actually gonna lane Bubbles plus Iker bottom lane.
They they did Kinesis Iker last game was the long lane for them. So
Yeah, I could see Kinesis. Like, so I'm not sure how familiar you are with Iker as a hero.
kind of.
Yeah, but like you, generally speaking, want to play around his Q a lot. So what I mean with that is, every time you do damage, like any source of damage,
Right.
on the target that has life leech on it, you heal basically for quite a bit. So if you have something like a torture that does like a lot of small instances of damage, you're gonna heal like a shit ton.
Right, yeah.
Kinesis has, of course, the trees that he can throw, you know, as small instances of damage. Bubbles has that a lot less. So it's a bit less. Oh,
Like,
Paradise paused, yeah.
I guess I'm sure there's a good reason for that.
We actually see some Forest being harassed a little bit in the top lane.
Yeah, I was looking at that actually. He's trying to make his way up here. Of course, in a very unfavorable spot though, in 1 versus 2. And Rhapsody great at doing so with that staccato stun.
Yeah,
No attack in general.
he's gonna be fine. He has the W, of course. But the problem with the Sephoris here in this situation is that Sephoris wants to snowball. He wants to scale. He wants to get level 7, take stacks, and just kind of move on from there. Oh, actually, even Beckman's stunned in the mid lane.
Oh, yeah, that's really awkward timing. Okay, there's the stun. There's the keg. I think it's fine, of course, but just going to do some early damage with their level 1 abilities.
Yeah.
And as you were saying, I mean, this is definitely a much stronger dual lane now against the Kraken. So he had success last game in that Bensington scrap lane up against him, but it's definitely going to be another level up against the Magnus Energy.
Yeah, just look at like the difference in stuns, right? Engineer stun level 1 is 1.6 second stun compared to something like a mousetrap. It's like a real difference. Oh, bottom lane.
That's a kill? Yeah, that's a kill. That's Bloodlust, baby. SRP on the Bubbles. Yep. Credit for the kill. And Aluna just has to kind of walk it off. I didn't catch the beginning of that, but I mean, level 1, Iker and Bubbles. Like, how does that happen?
Like the Iker Q lasts for 5 seconds. And that's 5 seconds, 30% slow. So I'm guessing they just like slowed and auto-attacked.
Yeah. That's feels like that definitely should not happen, especially with a support there. But I mean, it did somehow, and well, Thirsty's back in the lane, has the bear resummoned after a couple more seconds. But
yeah,
clearly, immediately that life leech comes out as you were talking about. That's annoying that Thirsty's gonna have to deal with it throughout the laning phase.
It's like after he uses it, you just cannot really man up at all, like because he's just gonna heal so much from it, and Iker does not have a weak auto attack to start with, you know. And Iker can afford to play this aggressively because, well, he has the most HP out of anyone at the moment. Yeah. Oh, bottom lane again. They're going
aggressive with that transfusion. Thirsty in trouble. But now Iker is the one that has to be a little careful. But you mentioned the life leech healing somewhat. Aluna already stunning and keeping it alive. Boo Boo resummoned, and Iker now, he wants the kill though, so he's gonna go for it. He gets the kill, and he stays alive. Actually, I thought for sure it was gonna be a trade at least, but no. Again, welcome to Iker. He just manages to barely live, and Aluna is just sitting there with his head in his hands, like, come on, what more can I do?
I auto attacked him for like 5 minutes straight, and he wasn't dying. Yeah.
Oh, there you go. He's like, free trip back to base.
Yep. Yeah, like that's the main selling feature of the Iker, right? Because he has more HP than basically any other hero in the game at level 1, I believe. It's honestly very dirty. Like, one way you can potentially deal with him is the Q. When you apply it, it's debuff, and that debuff can get removed. If you have something like an accursed, and you just like instantly remove the debuff every time it's being applied, at least they don't heal from it.
Right.
But they still do a decent bit of damage.
Yeah.
So
It's still a nuke in the end, yeah.
yeah. And it means that you have to apply the shield after the damage is already done.
So it's understandable, a lot of focus on the bottom lane, but there are other lanes taking place. So let's take a glance here, see what's going on. And something else I've been noticing, look at where Lord Salforce is.
Yeah.
He's still level, okay, he just hit level 2, but obviously he's pretty much given up on the top lane. He's like, yeah, I ain't going up there, I don't want to die. He's just going to start jungling now, so that they're allowing Swiftblade to just have absolute free farm. Does this make sense
bottom
to you?
lane?
That's another kill. Yep. Right as happened to jump to him, Thirsty. That's a third death on Wild Soul. Ouch.
Yeah, Wild Soul is just not really a hero that can ever compete with an Iker here. And Luna isn't really the most defensive support either. So right now they're like trying to rotate the engineer here. But this just means that like Kraken gets some chances now again. Because Kraken just hit level 5 and he's just pushing out the mid lane, getting speeder. And what he has been doing actually very well this game is he has been stacking and pulling the small camp, stacking and pulling the medium and the small camp, and just farming it with the splash. He actually...
He's dead again. Oh. I mean, this burst damage is absurd. Of course, Bubbles now with level 6. Didn't even use a Kelfield there, though. Luna manages to barely live, so they don't get the double kill, but... I don't... This is just one of those situations you start to feel a little bit like... What do you do? Like, you can't just keep going back to this bottom lane. That clearly, but what else can you do?
And yeah, that's another one.
That's another dive, yeah. So now Luna's dead as well. 5-0 start. That's lead, almost 4,000 gold lead already for this Hellborn team. A free farming Swiftblade. This is just one of these, sometimes it happens. Even in the winter bracket semifinals, one team is just dominating in the laning phase.
Yeah, it's honestly, I could just going quickly back to base, I guess.
Yeah, those are the only 2 deaths so far on the Hellborn side, just purposeful deaths by high.
Yeah, it's. I think they just picked a little bit too greedily on the Legion side, because the Lords of top lane. I think that Swiftblade had ultimate there.
Yeah, choosing not to. Swiftblade's level 7. Holy crap. Kraken's also got an ultimate. He's out. Release the Kraken on Engineer. Not going to be enough for the kill, though. Magnus coming over, hitting his stun on top of the Keck stun and buying time to get away. So,
yeah, but look at the Kraken farm. 370 GPM. Again, he was dual lane.
Wait, Kraken? Kraken's only...
Yeah. Oh, sorry, I was looking at XPM. I'm done.
Oh, I was going to say, I mean, that's insanely impressive, so, but another death on Thirsty. But yeah, even so, I mean, Kraken, he's level 7 now. He's still farming 270 GPM, which is very respectable.
Yeah. And like after you get that level 7, level 4E, you can start taking stacks like really quickly, as you can kind of see here. All he needs to do is like kind of stack the camps and just slowly farm it with his E. Because you can basically take no damage as long as there's not a lot of range creeps. So yeah, he has been... Sorry, go.
Well, they're setting up bottom lane. The Legion team is. Lunar Tier is like, yeah, we got to make a play here. You have a level 6 Magnus, but you see the reaction. They know Magnus is missing. I don't know if they saw the smoke, but they do have a pretty aggressive ward in their jungle. They clearly saw something happening, so not going to be any chance, and Magnus will go back to the mid lane. So, yeah, understandable. You got to make some fairly riskier plays early on when you're this far behind and unable to get it much out of it. So.
Even if they got the Iker there, I'm not sure they could have killed him. He has 900 HP, or 1000 actually. It's like difficult.
So what you're saying is Iker is not going to be seen in game 2.
Maybe he is. I don't know. I can imagine if he's going to be seen in game 2, they're going to have a plan for him.
Right.
As Wild Soul is going to farm the jungle here, but 2 people smoking up to gank him.
Yeah, I mean, he's like, are you kidding me? Come on, let me just do my thing. You're bowling me out of the lane, so I went to the jungle finally, and now you're just going to kill me here? What's the deal? 0-6-0 on Wild Soul. Kraken with an Invis Rune also joining up with the squad. And they're looking for somebody else they can find. They find some stacks. You know what? They'll gladly take this. Kraken's
Yeah.
like, thank you very much.
Kraken ultimate. This is what I'm talking about, like with the aggressive gameplay, right? So the Hellborn jungle is completely empty. No one is there. But that's fine because they can just force the enemies out of that side of the map. Oh, actually got a kill. But that's really good for them.
Yeah, their very first kill. They managed to take out Kraken in the mid lane, so it was a nice dive on top of the eruption, of course, coming out from Magnus. The Engie was there. I mean, this is always going to be a potent combo,
Yep.
even with some decent farm here for the Hellborn team. So,
Iker.
played. Another kill. There you go.
He died!
He was at half life, so that's one way to do it.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised, like if that he doesn't choose to go at least 1 point in the E, because it's a lot of the like a lot of damage reduction in general, even like 1 point.
Well, eventually we'll get there, but yeah, for now it's just going the 3Q, 4W, not even level up the ultimate yet, no point. Quietly though, by the way, Swiftblade's top farm in the game. He's 500 gold per minute. Again, it's understandable. He has had, it's not like the most difficult game for Colic. He's basically playing against the computer here. And he's doing a good job of it. Just like last game, like I said, he clearly knows how to farm, did a great job on Madman. And I think a lot of it too is you see what Rhapsody's doing right here. Rhapsody supports, stacking camps for him like crazy. Great team effort. Bottom lane, that's going to be a jump on Iker. This is a support that they're having to commit all these tools to. But you know what? They kill him. That's what matters. So another kill for the Legion, at least to slow things down while all this is going on.
I also want to point out that he actually has 1200 HP right now, the Iker.
It's just, we should have like an HP tracker on the screen somewhere that's just like constantly highlighting his. This is a support to remind you. 10.5 minutes into the game, 1200 life.
It's like basically, like it just devour HP, but just tankier because he can also escape. He can heal. It feels a bit like an Armadon almost. But yeah, he's like Iker. He's not undealable, or he's not like unbeatable, but. If you have something like, or something as weak as a Wild Soul, yeah, they are going to abuse that. And, like, credit to the Hellborn team, right? They took full advantage of the greedy picks by the Legion side. And they pressured.
So, you know what, Dutch? It's obviously... Got to start really focusing, like, how does this Legion team start coming back? And I think one way... is they got a PK on Magnus. He is Kikurunan. Yeah, anyways. He's farming very well on the Magnus, and obviously that's kind of the key
mid lane?
right now. He's going to go to the mid lane because there's initiation. Oh, release the Kraken coming out. Great stun though for Magnus. You have a Luna also joining the party, but Iker clearly not a hero once again that you want to be fighting necessarily or committing too much to. Lord Self-Force is like, I'm going to do what I can. But now with Bubbles also showing up, he's got Kelfield ready. Here comes Swiftblade spinning on in. Eruption there. The stun back in. They do kill Iker, but it comes at a cost likely. Down goes Self-Force as well as Magnus. And you see Wildsoul showing up later on, but by now, in fact, Wildsoul might be in trouble himself. Are they going? No. Yeah, no more Kelfield to use, so Wildsoul survives. But yeah, quite the clash in the middle lane. Does end up in favor of the Hellborn, though.
Yeah. And the Swiftblade just finished his cleaver a little while ago. He took some stacks. And the Swiftblade has been staying out of the jungle quite a bit to basically give the Kraken a lot of like space to recover. So I really do like that. He basically stayed top lane a lot instead of like rotating to the jungle earlier. Which I think is definitely the correct play. Like especially before Magnus had his PK, Swiftblade really wasn't in that much danger ever. But for now, I'm kind of curious what item the Wild Soul's gonna go. Like, I'm not too familiar with... Oh, actually, Iker being jumped again?
Yeah, just kill him! No, he's able to connect to his teammate. Bubbles, never mind. The power throw will finish him off. Magnus running further after Bubbles, but a shell surf away will give him the distance. So, okay, Wild Soul showing that. Yeah, he's level 10. I mean, I gotta say, I don't know about you, but I'm impressed by Thirsty being 300 gold per minute right now at level 10. considering he started with 6 deaths in the first like 8 minutes.
Yep. And he didn't even get like any recover kills or anything like that.
Yeah.
He's on still at 0, 6, and 1, but the Legion team has actually been stacking a lot for him. Both the Luna, like I think at some point the Luna just kind of left the lane because he figured like, there's nothing I can do here.
Right.
If I stay beside the Wild Soul, I'm just gonna feed together with him. So he just tried to get some stacks up and try to play the recovery game plan. And arguably that's kind of worked. But yeah, it's difficult because basically like the not suicide, the long lane bubbles is about the same farm as like your mid lane and your carry.
Yeah.
So it appears that the Wild Soul is actually going for a cleaver, I would think, right?
Yeah, makes sense.
Warhammer is just like mana tube. I don't
It's
see
a
that.
different way to build it, but
Yeah.
it's you know, he just figured that you needed that damage earlier on. Now he's got the mana too, so yeah, it would make sense.
Yeah, you don't really need the region as like a Wild Soul. Oh, mid lane? No. So the micro stun in, but
Meanwhile, Swiftblade doing an ancient stack right here. God, he's already 660 gold per minute. We're not even 15 minutes into this game. That is absurd. He's got his rune cleaver. He's got a firebrand now.
Yeah, Kraken picked up a PK and actually missed his charge in the top lane on the Sulfuras.
Oh.
It's a bit unfortunate. But this is like a Kraken that got dual lane. I want to stress that. This is... I can imagine this is how last game also kind of went.
Pretty much, yeah. No, like I said, he's an impressive player. Midwinter, clearly comfortable, knows what he's doing. Even if they try to shut him down early on, he still has great impact. And he's going to go again maybe on the Forest. He's thinking about it.
Yeah.
It's not going to get the chance just yet, but...
I also actually do want to say that Forest has been playing quite well. Because Forest has been put in like a very difficult lane. And he really has been creating a lot of space for his team, like by pushing out the top lane and specifically like not dying. So yeah, it's good. It's good, like the way that he's playing here. But the more PKs that the enemy is getting, the more difficult it's going to be for him to do stuff. So Wild Soul finished on, Cleaver finished on the Wild Soul right now.
Yep.
Um,
He almost got a little too greedy at the bottom lane, but he gets away right before Kraken gets there with a double damage rune. And he's back in his jungle. So, yeah, I mean, he's almost 400 gold per minute now with that rune cleaver.
Yeah, I would like to see like the Hellborn side kind of just, you know, pressure right now. Although, you could argue, you know, if you group up right now and try to take a tower, you have the possibility of walking into a Magma's ultimate, which is of course always a danger. Like Magma's ultimate is a lot more difficult to use offensively rather than defensively. So actually Swiftblade's gonna pour it out in top lane. I don't know if they saw this Magma smoke up here. They may have, because the wards at the Kongor, actually it's just in between the two ref wards.
Yeah. Well placed.
Oh, that's dirty. That's actually a really dirty spot because you always place the ref wards like on the two cliffs.
Yeah.
And that is like right in between.
Smart. And they stole the Ancients there as well, so against Swiftblade keeping that farm up. He's doing more stacks in his jungle. He's almost that 700 gold per minute mark. Absolutely insane. I think, does he have a Geos bang being completed right here? Yeah, of course he does. So there's a full Geometers as well. Bottom lane, Bubbles does push the tower with that light brand in hand, and of course the PK to go with it. But it feels like a fight could be brewing again soon, the way things are moving right here. Well, maybe not. Legion team, it's Lunar tier is going to quickly start falling back, and Wild Soul will head back to the bottom lane and continue down there. Mid lane, there's a catch, release the Kraken. That's a Dead Lord South Forest, so the fight does kind of break out, and not really. It really is just a solo kill there, Midwinter. Finding a target. And another double damage rune that he's going to pick up here, so that's pretty nice.
They once again try to block the Ancients, but that should still be actually in the range of the ref ward there. I also just noticed that Icar has not yet bought boots.
Yeah, you don't need boots. Who's on Magnus, though? He uses them to jump in with the PK as well to get the 1 kill. Now the energy field. Edgar, though, in the midst of it. He's still staying alive. And what's played here, you gotta respect that. Wild Soul's running on over. Magnus done a 1 more second. He is going to be able to stun out in time and survive. Wild Soul sends in Boo Boo. But Wild Soul himself, again, he's still pretty fragile, so keeping his distance right there. Using some harassment. There's a nice charge up from Kraken. South Force, he resurrected. He comes, but he's like, I'm here, I'm dead. Luna, you're also dead. Not much more you can do to stand his ground. But Wild Soul still, you know, getting a little curious here because Omnislash ends up stopping pretty quickly, but Magnus goes down, and so does Wild Soul. That was a little too greedy, it feels like, by the Legion team. Lunar Tears and, well, NNG is, thank you very much. They're going to get the mid tower on top of that. Yeah, it's just hanging around a little too long, it felt like.
Yeah, they played that initial fight like quite well because they went in. The Iger popped like most of his abilities, and they managed to kind of disengage afterwards. So a lot of the abilities from the Hellborn side kind of whiffed at that point. But the supports are just so, and even the Sephoras are just so, like, such easy pickings for the players of the Hellborn team here. You know, the Kraken, the Bubbles, or the Swiftblades can basically just, if they catch them, they're just dead. There's no surviving that. I mean, it's like a difference between a 200 GPM hero and a 400 to 500 GPM hero. Just, it's difficult to fight this uphill, you know?
I'm not even sure when it happened, but Bubbles did actually buy back sometime in this game, so it's down to 1 buyback.
Oh, yeah, he did last team fight, actually.
Was it last team fight? Okay. Well, he's down 1 buyback, but not necessarily the biggest deal, of course. He's second top farm in the game behind his teammate Swiftblade, obviously, and what he's been able to accomplish. Swiftblade has to have something else coming. He definitely bought something else here. We'll see what it is in a second. Didn't catch it initially, but he's going to have another big item.
I can imagine it's for him just going like a wing bow right now. It's always really nice to be able to stack up your illusions with the wing bow and the Geobane.
I thought that was his career, so never mind. I guess nothing just yet, but either way, at near 700 gold per minute remains. Obviously, the bottom lane, the Legion side, is doing what they can, setting up for defense if necessary. So far, though, NNG is just going to take over the jungle and play it somewhat cautious. Conqueror is still up, obviously, both of them. But looking at the tier 2 tower instead first, Iker is scouting.
Iker's frontlining.
So, there it is, the Kraken initiation, the blow up on Wild Soul and Magnus. They got the vision, and that's it. The immediate CC and leave. You can't blame them. I mean, this one's obviously been over for a while. And I think you could argue this is. You were hinting at it, Dutch. This was an outdraft.
Yeah, it's like outdraft and also potentially outlaned. Like they saw the greedy picks from the Legion side and they just capitalized on that. Yeah. So very smart play by the Hellborn side, if nothing else, right?
I gotta think Iker is being banned, but we'll see. That's definitely one of the keys, certainly. But also, yeah, maybe not as greedy of a draft, perhaps in the works. But either way, very well played. Certainly can't take away from NNG. And yeah, their performance for the laning phase and throughout, very dominating. So congrats to them. This is best out of 3, though. So Dutch, that's the good news. We got a game number 2. Adjustments to be made. We'll see what happens for the HoN Awakening Tournament number 1 winner bracket semifinals. I'm Breaky, CPK, joined by Dutch owners. Stay tuned. Game number 2 coming up next. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to what's going to be game number 2 of the HoN Awakening Tournament number 1 Paradise League, the winner bracket semifinals. This is a best out of 3, of course. So I'm Breaking CBK, joined by Dutch Ownage again. Gotta say, Dutch, you know what year is it, man? No, and obviously I mean that in a good way. Here's 2025. We're casting Heroes in Newerth. We're casting a tournament. I'm looking at the concurrent player. You know, over 10,000 people now logged into the game right now. This is just fun to see. This is awesome. Having a moment there once again. But anyways, welcome back. We got game number 2. What do you think, Dutch?
Yeah, I'm very excited to see if the Hellborn team or the Legion. Wait,
they swap sides. It looks like so.
Yes,
now Lunar's on the Hellborn. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with the name. So sorry. The Hellborn team. Yeah, Hellborn team was the one that lost here.
Correct.
I'm very curious to see if they. Yeah, if they picked up on anything they want to change, basically.
Yeah. I mean, it starts with the bans, right? Like the Iker.
Yeah. Then they're not banning it yet. So maybe they have planned for it. I do just remember that after the initial bans, right?
Mm-hmm.
The back then the Hellborn team, so that was Luther, right? Or
I'm sorry.
No, so the other side. No, actually, they picked up the Rhapsody and the Iker.
Yeah, so it was Rhapsody, Iker, the first 2 picks. Yeah, and then G, who's now on the Legion side.
Yeah, exactly. But afterwards, they actually banned all the defensive supports.
Okay.
So they banned like Pearl, they banned Monarch, they banned Prophet, I believe. So, or Demanded Shaman was maybe banned. Like all the defensive supports were just like selectively banned by that team, and I think maybe that also caught the Legion team then off guard a little bit, where they were forced to pick a Luna, which is not really a good defensive support, and we go to Wild Soul again.
God, they love their Wild Soul. They will go Rhapsody to go with it, so.
Grinix is an interesting pick, though. Not really something you expect to see.
I was looking at the initial bans too. There it is. We saw it coming. I mean, but the initial bans, no bans as a result of the last game. We mentioned Iker, but maybe something, but no, nothing. It was just all similar. But yeah, the Grinix first pick and Iker follow up. Okay, but I'll let you. So what about Grinix here?
Grinix did actually receive a couple of buffs recently. So notably, he does actually have like a little bit of unstackable minus 0.4 armor debuff every time he hits from Invis at the moment.
Oh, okay.
So it's going to be like every time you pop your W, you can basically get 2 or 3 hits in. So it's like it's basically, you could see it as like a minus 3 or 4 armor debuff, which for a Grinix, which is all like physical damage, is very significant, of course. And also notably, they actually increased the stun from the Grinix by a lot. Okay. It's 1.6 seconds, level 1, scaling up to 2.2 seconds now. So, honestly, not that bad. It's good single target stun.
And this kind of goes back. I know it's been a little bit now since that patch. There was a bigger patch, though, right? Like, I think it was in the December timeframe. For PK HoN, where a lot of balance changes just happened. I mean, we saw Magnus last game. I know he got some decent, buffs. Heroes like Soul Reaper, Jeraziah come to mind. I remember going over that patch, and here we are. It's like 3 months later, but players have had time to get more comfortable with the changes. And now this really is kind of the first bigger event since then that we're now getting to witness. People and how they've reacted to it. So I think that's where, as you're mentioning with Grinix, is one of these examples where it's maybe we didn't used to see it the most, but first pick Grinix, clearly they're confident. They like the changes.
Yeah, Deadwood is like another one of those heroes that got like quite a bit of changes, with the Rotten Graphs being significantly faster, and also the Uproot being faster. At least the animation and the delay of the Q being faster is quite significant as well. And they actually did ban it this game, so actually it was the first ban. So might be a respect ban.
So
I just don't want to face it.
Let's talk about Well, obviously there's Forsaken Archers, but I want to talk about Wild Soul, man. I mean, there's no if and buts around it. Obviously, a horrible stat line there, the 6 deaths early on. I mean, again, to his credit, Thirsty did a great job of coming back in that game and finding farm eventually.
Yeah.
But I mean, clearly they're confident. Like, he loves his hero. I'm guessing it's going to end up in his hands again. But what do you think about them going Wild Soul again?
So they have a more defensive support right now with Rhapsody. Rhapsody, of course, like providing a little bit more healing. But if they are laning like Grenex plus Iker, that is not a weak lane. Like, Grenex has a lot of attack damage early on. And Grenex usually just is kind of like afraid of dying. But you don't have to be afraid of dying if you have a Grenex, or if you have an Iker right beside you. Because that hero just like kind of keeps you alive. So I don't really know. They could choose to tri-lane this Wild Soul, but Wild Soul kind of wants to get levels
Witch Slayer.
to, you know, be able to get like level 7 and start clearing stacks, get a cleaver, and then snowball. It's difficult to do that if you're tri-laning, because the level 7 just gets delayed by so much. Meanwhile, you are playing against an Forsaken Archer that is basically the same hero, but it's like a lot more dangerous once Forsaken Archer gets that Nullfire Blade. Because Nullfire Blade together with Split Fire is, of course, like very dangerous.
Pretty good.
Yep.
Pretty good. Witch Slayer Electrician is going to be the next 2 picks for the Hellborn side for Lunar Tier. Yeah, a lot of crowd control, of course, that Witch Slayer brings to the table. A bit more offensive capability. And Electrician, though. Is this a specific Electrician game? You think the Purge is going to be very useful this game? That's why they're going that route, or?
You can purge like the Q from the Iker, but I don't really think there's like a specific debuff that you want to purge. The meta shaman debuffs are actually quite notable to purge, but
Okay.
unless they were like really 5-heading that one,
Right.
they could not have known that. And the last pick, Moraxis. Moraxis also just being quite a strong hero. It's this might be something like a middle Moraxis.
Midwinter's on it right now, so yeah, that'd be my guess.
Like, it's the same idea as the Kraken. You just pick something that's tanky, that can survive the mid lane, even if they dual lane it, and still kind of do fine. Because Moraxis can, you know, just throw the axes and kind of get some last hit still, even if they dual lane it, which they might with something like Witch Slayer Electrician, and then have Cthulhu Fan Suicide. It's kind of awkward though, because Witch Slayer is not really that aggressive. Like, it's Witch Slayer is very good against a suicide hero, because Witch Slayer, what it provides is a lot of lockdown. So if you have like a high damage dealer, you know, something like a Swift Blade, something like an FA, something like you know, any kind of high damage dealer, Witch Slayer is a hero you can really easily kill a single target with.
Right.
But in a dual mid lane, you would much rather have something like an Engineer that just provides a lot more damage. And if they were to send the Witch Slayer together with the Wild Soul in the top lane, you're going to run into the same issue as you did last game, where you don't have a defensive support to help the Wild Soul, and the Wild Soul is just going to get run over. So I don't really like the Witch Slayer pick, if I'm going to be honest.
That's interesting. I am trying to, obviously we'll find out here eventually, but I'm trying to remember who played what. Obviously Thirsty's on the Wild Soul again. Who their mid player was the last game. It wasn't Kiku, so it's not going to be Electrician. Was it Kiku?
I have it here. So the Kikurone was on the Magmus.
Oh, so he was mid. Okay, so
yeah.
on there. Okay, so
Pathetic
so
was the Engineer. Mipple was the Aluna, and Kirei was the Self Force.
The Self Force, yeah. Okay, so that does make sense. So Electrician, yeah, it's going to end up middle most likely.
Yeah.
Here in this case, and then offlane Cthulhu Fun. Yeah, that's something. Obviously, there's other discussion to be had on this whole draft, but it kind of just quietly comes in there as the last pick. The elephant is our last pick for Lunar Tier.
You want to say he's the elephant in the room?
Yeah, it's.
Sorry.
I'm gonna let that one simmer for a while. Let you go with that one there. Awkward applause.
I'm enjoying this way too much. No, but they
fun,
could. Actually, Wildsall porting to get a ward there, and Rhapsody porting to the secondary tower. I don't know if they saw each other, but I'm going to guess this is going to be like an Iker top lane. So if I were to lane this as Hellborn / Legion. Legion side definitely has a lot more options of laning this. Because Legion side can run like dual lanes with Iker plus Grenex and the Shaman FA. But I like the option of running a tri-lane is also like naturally there for the Legion side. Because Forsaken Archer is a really powerful tri-lane hero. Forsaken Archer has a Q with 800 range. So it's a really good initiation tool, which is one of the powerful things about the FA, that like you can initiate with the crippling volley from a very long distance away, while not really being in danger yourself as the FA.
Yeah.
And of course, then you have two like defensive supports to back you up in that case. But I think you kind of want the Wild Soul in a 1v1 lane. That's the only way I can kind of see that working out. Because I can see Wild Soul in the 1v1 lane kind of winning. But their tri-lanes aren't really that great either. Because Witchlay in the tri-lane doesn't really do that much either. It's like too little damage, too much solo focused crowd control.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's difficult, for sure.
Well, going to be out of the pause here soon. Obviously, we'll see what they ultimately end up doing. I mean, you mentioned Iker is definitely headed towards the top lane, at least currently.
Yeah.
To pair up with the Grenex. Who, again, a reminder, Grenex was that first pick. SRP going to be playing here for NNG on the Legion side. They're up 1-0. A very dominating game number one. Obviously, certainly a big part of that too, but they played it really well. So,
and like one of the powerful things about the Grenex for sure is just that base damage. Like, look at it. It's 60 to 64 now with the synchronizer.
Right.
Compared that to actually they're running Wild Soul mid lane and Electrician in top lane. That's probably better. I'd say that's definitely better than the alternative.
Yeah.
And then they're running the Rhapsody Cthulhu Fant lane.
I gotta think there's gonna be a lot of seeing what the other team is doing, right? Like once the lanes actually show, then I'm sure we're gonna see maybe some kind of swap.
Yeah, I'm not sure like which support you would rather have against an Iker, either Witchlayer or Rhapsody. I would say probably Rhapsody because the Disco Inferno doesn't really get like transferred or dealt with really. So when Shaman actually in fair. Oh, Cthulhu missing stun in the bottom lane. Oh.
Forsaken may live because of that.
2 seconds, 1 second.
No, he's good. Oh, he wants this. Get through the ball. Wants this. Gonna get the angle. He's gonna walk up. There's the stun. Rhapsody will finish the job, but at what cost for him? Rhapsody is certainly in trouble now and is gonna die for it. But you know what? They got the bloodlust. They kill Forsaken. You could say worth it.
Yep. The Wild Soul actually stalled the bottom lane with his bear.
Oh,
so
okay.
that's why the creeps weren't there. Or at least I'm assuming he did, because the creeps weren't coming for quite a while there. But yeah, that's actually like good for blood. That's definitely what they needed.
I love a Slow start, feeling pretty good. Forsaken's already back to the bottom lane, but yeah, that's with Wild Soul. Again, much different setup this time. He's got a solo mid lane, so Thirsty feeling good about that. This top lane, though, there's been a lot of back and forth. Iker is low, but now Electrician. It's time for him to get a little bit lower, pulling out the static grip and buying some distance from Grinix, but expecting a lot of clashing at that top lane. I'm sure our next kill is likely going to happen up there.
Yeah, Iker and Grinix have both been playing very aggressively, but they have used a lot of their mana and just region in general. And Grinix definitely needs like levels. Level 3 is where Grinix becomes dangerous, because then you get like 1 point in the E and 1 point in the Q potentially. But like level 1 with just the W, he's really not that dangerous. Oh, actually Iker rotating mid lane.
Yeah, he's...
Oh, Enderman Shaman.
So much for Thirsty having a 1v1 lane, right? It's like, wait a second, we can't let this happen. We're going to try lane it. So, yeah, he just immediately goes to the jungle while also realizing what's going on. Of course, the 2-minute rune control was part of that as well. But, yeah, clearly, I mean, that's respect right there, if anything, right? That NNG is where that... Obviously, these are both Thailand teams. I'm sure they are very much more familiar with one another, and they understand that Thirsty Wild Soul's something you got to respect. So they certainly are both of these games.
Yeah, it seems like they really do want to lock down the Wild Soul. And actually, bottom lane.
Oh, that might be another kill. Forsaken? Well, maybe not. Enough support there for bi-dimension Shaman even. Yep. But clearly some very aggressive play continuing to happen by the Cthulhu Font and Rhapsody. The lane is pushed up, of course, in their favor as well. But
Iker rotating
coming over. I don't think he's seen throughout all of this, at least yet, but clearly something given away. Cthulhu Font and Rhapsody are keeping the distance. They know Iker's missing, so they're playing defensive.
Yeah, and he's also not middle anymore. And like, there's always there's a lot of information you can pick up from the links, because if you see like the Somas, or what's it called, the synchronizer, if you see that like timeout from the mid lane, and they're calling that out, you can basically know that like where the Iker is located, because the moment like that it starts timing out, that means that the Iker is like, what is it, 3,000 gold or 3,000 range away from the link partner, right? So there's like only a couple of places there where he can actually be at that point, if you understand what I mean.
Yeah, you know, it makes sense. Again, that's definitely one of those higher level things. These players certainly, you know, could be looking out for something like that as well. Information, so some kind of information was there, whether there's that or you know, something else. Of course, all comes together.
Although, of course, like if you know that the enemy is picking up on that, you can intentionally turn off your link to try and bait the enemies to make them think that you're not sitting behind them.
Freaking chess match, man.
Yeah, no, it is. It is actually really some fun, interesting gameplay, because generally speaking, you want to be linked up to your lane partner, because otherwise, like, you're losing out on gold and XP. But it gives away that you are actually sitting beside them, because the link is above. Actually, Iker running into the Wild Soul here, maybe.
Got this information. Now, what will they do with it?
Moraxis is running over.
Is level 6. Matrax is ready. Here we go. Wild Soul. There's a collapse. Any TP support? Nothing just yet. Trying to keep his well play with Boo Boo right there. You can tell, again, this guy knows what he's doing on Wild Soul. And now the turn might be. You got Witchslayer coming in. Can he get the Graveyard stun? Oh, just out of range. Only level 2 stun, so Moraxis is gonna be fine, but in the end, Wild Soul stays alive. Another slow by Bobo. They go back in, does the Legion team. They want Wild Soul still, but at what cost now? Matrax gonna be active. Somebody maybe tying here. Who's it gonna be? Wild Soul. The explosion goes off. Yes, the final auto attack to get the kill and take him out, but now it's time to pay. Iker is gonna get taken out, and now Moraxis hexed up. You got the chase more from Rhapsody. Staccato stuns maybe? No, he's just far enough, and well played by Grinix coming at the last second to push them away and keep Moraxis alive. So first kind of really big clash in this game, and I mean, they end up killing the Wild Soul.
Yep, but like it comes at least some costs, and they haven't really taken any stacks or something from the Wild Soul. So, like, all in all, I think this laning phase is going about as well as you would like for the helper side. Because like they got a kill on the FA in the early game.
Yeah.
They are getting basically free farm on the top lane, on the electrician. The Iker lane lost, quote unquote. At least the Iker like left his lane.
Right.
I'm not sure that was the correct decision, but you know, hindsight 2020.
I mean, absolutely, this Hellboy team, Lunar Tier is feeling a lot better in comparison to game number 1, and that was just a disaster for them, of course. So, top lane, Electrician. I think he should be fine.
He's fine.
Difficult kill for sure.
Oh, wow. Electrician not choosing to get any points in the electric shield.
Oh, yeah. Passing that energy absorption.
That is something.
2 in grip, yeah. Yeah, so the extra point in grip, obviously a little bit longer of a crowd control, but especially by himself, that is curious. She's gonna go that.
Yeah, because like
W.
your electric shield is also your farming tool, because like it's just the 60 damage per second that you want to have activated. Oh, sorry, is Rexus going?
Arcane Shield is going to be activated. No, well played. Not to activate it. Matrax is up. Iker with the link, but here comes the elephant, and it's time to run for the Legion. Iker, he cannot do so. Where Axis stomps the ground, trying to buy some distance. He has a couple of axes still, but a great graveyard stun. And Thirsty is like, hey, remember me? I brought the whole team. They take out Moraxis, and back to the jungle goes the Wild. So well played by the Hellboy. I mean, that was a team coming together, as they all 5 do, and get a couple of kills.
Yeah, and the Moraxis and the Iker are just overextending a little bit too far there. They're tanky, but they don't have an escape. So they kind of just get run down. And they want to shut down this Wild Soul, but they cannot do it as just 2. They need to basically also have the Demented Shaman rotate. Maybe even the Grenex rotate. And then they can, you know, actually get stuff done.
Yeah.
Because Moraxis is like not the same hero as something like a Kraken is. Like, Kraken is like just a lot more aggressive as like a hero early on than Moraxis.
Yeah, and Kraken's ultimate is a bit more threatening too, for sure.
Yeah.
The crowd control. Matrax is good, but it's obviously a wind-up for a wombo combo potential. Bottom lane, which they're striding on in and clearly going to be seen, so Forsaken will remain alive. But yeah, we cannot overlook Forsaken Archer, and that continued successful farm, about 465 gold per minute. Continue to be in, this is the 3rd game in a row, happen to be covering this guy, obviously, from the previous series as well, that Madman in the previous series. I mean, he knows what he's doing, like I said, when it comes to farming. And playing it very well, and that GPM continues to reflect that. So, what do you think the impact's going to be of Forsaken Archer this game with such farm? You expecting to start making some plays here sooner than later, or kind of still sit more in the lane in the jungle?
Well, FA, I would not be afraid to go late game with FA against. Actually, FA might be in a bit of trouble here. Is this the caster curse that we're talking about?
Right. It's like just we're talking praising him, all of a sudden the death. No, not this time. It's coming though.
Okay. No, but like I'm not afraid to go late game with an FA against the Wild Soul, because like FA just with that split fire, especially if you get like a high level null fire blades. Null fire blades right now, another one of those changes of the last patch. Null fire blades basically drains more mana with every hit. Up to I think almost double. At like the max at like level 3 null fire, it's 90 per second or 90 mana per second or per hit, sorry. And like that's just really good against Electrician. And like even the Cthulhu Fan, because like a couple of hits and both of those guys are going to be out of mana, and Cthulhu Fans and Electrician that's out of mana are just not very scary. The only thing you have to deal with then is a Wild Soul, and I mean you have an Iker, you have the Demented Shaman, and you have an Rexus to stun. They have a lot of lockdown to just deal with it.
Yeah. The Grenex like was on the chase there, but he's fine.
Yeah. The FA is just like a better farmer, I think, or like a better carry as well. The issue often, like with an FA, is that he's gankable and squishy. Right. But it's why you very often... Oh, actually mid lane.
Going. TP's coming in. Matrax. It's... oh, actually, me as Grinix actually trying to get away, but he cannot do so. He unable to escape out of it. Again, we see this is the second time really this team just coming together. They are quick to react and defend. Pathetic. The silver bullet snipe. He will take out Icor, catches it, being a little too greedy, sticking around. So they end up getting 2 kills when it's all said and done. And yeah, back to the lanes they go. I gotta say, again, especially this really shows you how just one game to the next can shift so much in terms of play style and everything. Obviously, drafts matter, the laning phase, etc. But the point is, this Lunar tier team is completely different look than what we saw in game number 1, and you can definitely see that this is a team that's very capable of forcing a game 3.
But like any game is just like 10 times more difficult if you lose early game like really badly. So they made sure that they didn't lose like early game too badly this time. They got a lot done in the bottom lane. The Wild Soul got his 1v1 lane that he wanted.
Right.
And the Wild Soul is just kind of popping off still. But it's going to be like a resource control battle. So we see, for example, that I think the Ancients were actually blocked from the Hellborn side. And we see the Forsaken Archer now take their triple Ancients. Mm-hmm. And those, if you manage to like get that consistently, you just kind of start pulling ahead. Also, like last game, they really did not prioritize Kongor like at all, which was surprising to me. Oh, mid lane.
Bottom lane, but yeah, mid lane. That is going to be a catch on Electrician, making use of
that haste
Link. Oh, unable to get away.
Nope.
So that's a good catch there on Electrician, but the bottom tier 1 tower is going to be heavily pressured by the rest of Lunar tier, and don't know if NNG is interested in defending that one. Doesn't look like it for the time being. They're going to counter push the mid lane, and we'll see where that goes. But yeah, you talked about Forsaken Archer. I mean, you saw a massive stack. He just farmed as well in the jungle and the Ancient. He has the aura by Victor that's also doing plenty as they push this mid tower here. But he's got a nullifier. He's got the nullifier level 1. Another 500 gold now saved out. Going to be close to 1,000 after this tower kill. But yeah, the GPM nearly 600 gold per minute. But Wild Soul continues to keep close as top lane. Meraxis is going to be able to run away and be fine. But yeah, the Rune Cleaver in hand from Wild Soul clearly showing off. And we are going to see what this thirsty Wild Soul is all about for sure, because he's got the farm that he was looking for out of the laning phase now.
Yeah, so they took the bottom of the tower, right? I'm kind of disappointed from the Hellborn side here, is that they did not take that opportunity to also clear the enemy jungle. Because there were actually quite a lot of stacks, like 2 double stacks and more stacks on the left side as well, that the FA is now clearing, that they could have potentially taken from the FA. Because, like, as I said, this is a resource battle. This is like a battle about which team can control or deny the other side their jungle or their Ancients.
Right.
And, you know, just taking the enemy jungle and then rotating to your own jungle is a good way to deny them a lot of resources.
Well, those resources coming in hand for Forsaken. He just got a level 3 nullifier now and still plenty more gold saved up. Yeah,
because he's just like 650 GPM right now, and he's just not being locked down. Until they get like a Witch Slayer PK, which he is not getting close to yet. I don't really see them like easily catching this Forsaken Archer, because the Demented Shaman is just like glued to this Forsaken Archer.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, when it comes to initiation, this Hellborn team is definitely lacking right now. Outside, of course, the Portal Key, but Witch Slayer, Cthulhu Font would be the other candidate, and he goes to the Dreamcatcher first, at least for the time being. So, yeah, this is not a team that's really looking to take a fight right now, but this is similar to the previous series, like I said, with NNG, where they had the Madman. They were behind earlier on, but Colic on the Madman in that case was still just farm, and we just saw the eventual takeover. You know, you kind of, obviously a completely different game here with the teams and even the lineups, but a similar theme, though, is almost feels like it's somewhat brewing with Colic and on the Forsaken Archer this time around, as upwards getting close to that 700 GPM mark himself. But again, I got Wild Soul, very respectable 600 GPM, obviously, as well. He gets the Shrunken Head. To me, that's usually an item that's like, okay, I got a shrunken. Let's maybe look to fight now. So let's see what they do.
Yeah, like a shrunken is also an item that allows you to push and farm more creepily.
Electrician's dead. So the great catch.
Ooh.
Obviously, that Nullifier doing great work against somebody like Electrician too, but the fight continues. Oh, the Hellborn team does not want to let that kid to death go without some vengeance. Branix, though, just tears through the Witch there. Protected Melody going to be used. Saving Wild Soul. Initially, the BKB is activated. Dimension Shaman falling in the midst of it. He's going to be terrorized. The KPM keeping him alive, but everyone's dead. Everyone's just all dead on the side of Lunar here. A quad kill for Colic. Oh my god, I mean, you see Colic getting nearly dead himself. It's just so much damage started happening all of a sudden both ways. But when it's all said and done, a little too much coming out for Forsaken Archer and Dutch. Just like that, it's a 5,000 gold swing in favor of NNG.
Yeah, like that is just like the Electrician just got picked off. They still chose to take that team fight, or they wanted something in return for losing the Electrician there. But like you're losing your frontliner, and the Wild Soul did not get a shrunken off before the Meraxus got his stun off on the Wild Soul there. Rhapsody did manage to like prevent a lot of damage with his ultimate, but yeah, what you saw there was just like the Shaman ultimate ticked up all the way on FA and like the rest, and just FA like shredding through the enemy there. Because that Nullfire, it will hurt.
Yeah, the two things you kind of touched on it there. I mean, what they were thinking, kind of committing after the electricity got picked off, is definitely
smoking, by the way.
Not even hindsight, maybe not the best decision. But yeah, I'll get to that in a second because this smoke is happening, and this could be more kills up here with the lead to the perfect fight. Forsaken going to be sheeped off the bat, so good start actually from Hellborn, but Witchslayer is picked off, and now Wild Soul's like, get me out of here. BKB, it runs off, Shrunken Edge worn off, and now Critics, he jumps on him. He has to fight his ground as Wild Soul. The crippling ball that is right there. GP coming in, the buyback as mentioned. Forsaken Archer in a bad spot, actually, but there he goes, a silver bullet. Slams him down to the ground. Well played by Witchslayer with a buyback, making use of it, absolutely. Icarus also going to end up falling most likely. Yes, Transfusion not going to save him there, and now Meraxus likely to be the next victim. So, okay, holding their ground does Lunar Tier. That was a fight that clearly could have really just set the tone this game if the Legion team was able to get the kills they were looking for, but no, says Lunar Tier. They fight back, and they will stall things for now.
Yep, that was like this is a different fight because Rage quit now. The Wild Soul just got a shrunken off there before like the Meraxus got his stun off. So very well played by the Wild Soul. Good timing there. And because he got his shrunken off, it meant that like he actually managed to walk out of there, Witchslayer buy back, and suddenly like they can turn the fight because the lead inside missed a couple of spells. I think they missed the Forsaken Archer Q and they missed the Grinix stun. And the Hellborn team managed to capitalize on that. Even though they are quite a bit behind still, that is a good way to come back. Killing 700 damage or 700 GPM FA is definitely a good way to come back now.
Josh, I got to get your thoughts on this as I have a little bit of a break now. I noticed that Forsaken just prior to that fight. First off, they obviously go Kongor, so they had that slight buff there. But the Sinner's Inscription, this is a newer item within PK. What do you think about picking it up by Forsaken?
So Forsaken Archer already had the what's it called, the Ring of Teacher early on. Like you just picked it up because it's a really efficient item. It just kind of sustains your mana. And the nice thing about these Sinners and the Abyssal Skull, of course, the Abyssal Skull, as you mentioned, Abyssal Skull now also works on ranged heroes. It still is like less efficient on ranged heroes, but it does work now. So it's actually like worth picking up. And because you already have the Ring of the Teacher, picking the Abyssal Skull from that point is like really just quite nice. Because it's not that much of a gold investment. And afterwards, like these Sinners just becomes also a really natural pickup. And it's just a really good team item. Because what it gives to the team is 3.5 armor, 20% base damage, 10 attack speed, some lifesteal. It's just really good for the team. So I like it a lot. I don't know if I would have personally prioritized it over the Shrunken. because I think the Shrunken this game is probably higher priority. But I definitely don't think it's a bad pickup.
Well, to that point, I mean, he is obviously going to go Shrunken next, it looks like, has the Mighty Blade, so ideally before another fight should be in hand. But Hellborn Kongor, obviously they did what they did in the top lane, they kind of stalled things a bit, now they're going to go for Kongor, and it looks like they should be able to finish it pretty freely. There you go.
So, one thing that does surprise me, however, is Electrician going for Helmet Black Legion.
Oh, yeah.
I don't understand it. I saw him pick it up a while ago. Like, I believe that you still always want to go for Staff to Master on Electrician. It's like Staff to Master, it makes the W passive, so we don't have to activate it anymore for the damage absorption to start working. And it becomes like a really convenient farming tool as well, because it's basically like a small radius mock. It does deal 60 damage per second passively at that point. So he went for puzzle box, which I don't think is bad, of course. But I think like staff into Shrunken or something, so you don't get mana drained anymore, it would be my preferred item build, at least.
For sure, yeah. I mean, You gotta think maybe it's gonna develop into the Ultors. I don't know if that changes your mind at all, but
no, the problem is still the mana drain, right? Because like let's say like you're being drained like 90 mana per hit,
right?
Like 10 hits and you're out of mana. And an electrician that's out of mana is not very useful.
No, not the best.
It's the same thing with the Cthulhu fans.
Yeah,
like,
he is going staff himself. It looks like, by the way, he got barbed armor currently, but staff on the elephant is coming.
Yeah, I did actually pick up a barbed. Yeah, that is of course like good with the ultimate, but hitting the ultimate without a staff is of course still quite difficult on the Cthulhu fans, because he's
They want to make
that's
play.
a lot of smokes.
Icarus like, hey, I found them. Okay, maybe not the best target, but that Critics pops the Shrunken, and he jumps to the backline. Look at that Icarus surviving. We've said that once or twice before, but in the backline for second Archer. For second Archer, gonna blow it up, but the support comes in, isn't enough. The ultimate, oh my god, he's gonna live. Are you kidding me? Some way, somehow, he survived, kills Boo Boo. Down goes Wild Soul, and Rhapsody is also dead. A what? Colic with the hat trick, but that was every bit the team support that kept him alive some way, somehow. I can't believe he lived there.
I think that was the Witch Slayer jumping in. Witch Slayer picked up a PK. I didn't even notice. And they caught like the Forsaken Archer off guard there, I guess. But I think it was the Demanded Shaman with the cape or something kept him alive there. At the end, it was definitely the Iker ultimate, like healing a lot, because Iker ultimate just heals like everyone inside of the ultimate whenever it deals damage to anyone. So that starts like piling up really hard, and that team fight started by the enemy, like the Hellborn side using everything on the Iker, and Iker just walking out of it.
Yeah, another fight commencing here. Rhapsody is dead. Grinix with another shrunken head, really doing work. Cthulhu fought. Like, wait a second, where's my life going? Trample out, but Electrician cannot do that. I mean, that's GG. It just happens all of a sudden. Clearly, Lunar Tier is like, yeah, this is just too much now, especially after the last fight. There's no coming back from that. NNG, Noah Newgen, they are going to the winner bracket finals. Congratulations to them. They'll be done for now, but impressive team. I mean, yes, Colic, their carry player, obviously played yet again very well that game, but gotta say again, this team support, especially in that last fight, this is a team that's here to not only advance in this tournament but win it all, and they're definitely on their way to potentially doing just that. Still work to be done, but again, winner bracket finals, hell of a place to be.
Yep, and like we have to keep in mind, like if Forsaken Archer survived like 2 times or something with like 100 HP. If he doesn't survive there because of the team support, suddenly that's like a different team fight there. Because FA just doesn't get to do the damage that he did then. So yeah, well played. Well played by both sides, but Noah taking the victory. Or what was the team name?
Noah Newgen. Yeah, we better start learning this name, right? Because it's like it's a team that's clearly pretty good right now, and I'm gonna see more obviously in the Winter Bracket Finals already. But yeah, and G is what I go with. But yeah, Noah Newgen. I'm not exactly sure what it even stands for, but point is that's her name.
I think New Generation.
Well, Newgen, yeah, probably Noah. Player name, I'm not sure. Either way, that's their name. And we definitely need to respect it, of course, because they are fun to watch. But, well, this series is coming to an end, and I think our coverage is officially going to be coming to an end today as a result of that. So, Dutch, I want to give you the chance. I know it ended up being a pretty somewhat shorter series because NNG just a little too dominant. But final thoughts on what we saw here?
Yeah, so it's just very good team support from the Legion side there. Although I do definitely want to say I favored the Legion side based on the lanes, and the Helport side actually managed to come out of the laning phase like a lot better than I expected.
Mm-hmm.
With the Wild Soul in the 1v1 situation, doing quite well for himself, and they actually I think were even a bit ahead like at some point there, and they managed to get like a first blood on the FA. The top lane was doing quite well as well with the electrician free farming. But I think the team fights were just a little bit better like coordinated and executed by the Legion side. So yeah, well played.
So to clarify, coverage for at least myself, I don't know if you're going to be casting still, but the actual tournament coverage will continue. It is going to be a break here, but another match should be happening here in the near future. On these streams that you're watching. So there is still day one coverage to come. I know myself, though, I'm going to be stepping out. Do you know if you're casting more, Dutch, or are you done?
Yeah, I think I'm casting with Coach the next game, so that should be fun.
Cool. Well, look forward to that as well. But I myself will be taken out. But again, congratulations big time to NNG. I look forward to seeing more of them. I believe tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken, looking at here, yeah, we are going to be casting them tomorrow. I plan to be back for that. So the Winter Bracket Finals, that should be a good time there as well. But there is more coverage to come, so going to be on another break here, guys. Stay tuned. More coverage here for the HoN Awakening Tournament number 1, the Paradise League, the Winter Bracket Semifinals. The other side going to be happening. Stay tuned. We'll be back with more action.
not.
Oh, sorry. I didn't see that we got let in. I'm sorry. I got distracted. My dog came to my room. I apologize. Hello, everyone. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. My name is Coach, and I'm here with Dutch. We're bringing you some extra content today because we're waiting for our next games to get set up. So we're going to be here with Team BB and Team TP. Sorry about that. I didn't see the countdown, Dutch. My dog walked in my room, and I got distracted. I like my dog.
You're so easily distracted. It's like a toddler, like with a candy. It's like we're all ready. We're all set. The countdown is coming, and it's like ooh, something else. Ooh, a bird outside the window.
My ball.
Ooh, Piscani.
Sorry about that. All right,
Yeah.
Dutch. So we're getting a little quick filling game here with BB and TP. So we have Opie, who likes to play him 4. We got John, Easy Full Clan on his Gauntlet. We got Rhapsody Bot on Demented Shaman. Kane is great playing that Defiler mid. And Poyo Boy playing the Ravenor and the carry role. Just trying to get some farm, hit some creeps. And then on the other side, we got Nopodon. He is playing the Blitz. Winsy playing the Mid Calamity. Rough 5-1 right now. He's actually playing really good, 400 GPM. Playing pretty good game. He was playing against Defiler. Got a free lane there. Miyabi playing the Rhapsody. No Fight People playing the AM or the Mage Bane. And Jared's playing Soul Reaper. Take a look, bot. We had see No Fight People getting in a right-click battle. Poyo Boy TPing on top of Poyo. Just trying to throw out volleyballs, trying to trade. Just a 1v1 smack. Opie hiding in the trees, trying to get a nice angle. Oh, and a dive on the side of... TP.
They're just like kind of sitting on the end. Okay, so like one thing I really like here is that they're playing very aggressively around the Calamity. And actually the mid lane.
Winsy's actually throwing down a vault to get the kill on top of Kane. Kane taking another death, and Rhapsody Bot getting spun on, and not going to pick that kill up. Winsy's playing a really good game right now on the Calamity. He actually also, I didn't realize, he already has a Dreamcatcher. So that dot stacked on top of his dot is a lot of damage up front. You're looking at around, I think, because I know it's 300 magic damage over 10 seconds, plus Calamity dot is, I don't remember.
Calamity doesn't have a dot.
I thought she had a dot.
No. It's just like a debuff.
Oh.
But like, it's just like a lot of damage. And the nice thing about the Dreamcatcher is that the enemy cannot bottle up, right? Anyway, they're going bottom actually. But there are 4 people here from the Hellborn side, from the Leech side I mean.
Yep, Rhapsody popping R, just getting a little Disco Inferno dance floor down. Rhapsody trying to go for the Demented, trying to get autos on top of Miyabi, and Miyabi's just going to disengage. This is really a really weird thing, Dutch. We have a Demented, right, who can just cape people, right?
Yeah.
He can give them a little cape, say, you're a hero now, run in there and fight. And then we have the Rhapsody, who has Protective Melody. So we have 2 forms to keep people alive. This is very interesting. I think that's going to be fun fights. Now, if we look at the Soul Reaper is actually going Radiance or Mock. So he's just going to have that AoE dot damage while he's throwing out the heals. He's not going for like a gnome or anything defensive. He's going super aggressive. How do you feel about that?
It's just a farming tool, right? And like, he has a good start, so I'd say like, why not? Actually, the Rhapsody might be in a bit of trouble here.
Rhapsody getting caught up by Kane. Kane trying to get in on top of him with the throws, but the beach ball is missed by Poyo Boy, so they can't get the pull. John trying to throw a hook for the fog, actually pulls Jared to the back, hooks him down, kidnaps him in the river, but there's no follow-up. Rhapsody just trying to hide. Oh, Nuffadon running in blitz. He's sprinting at him. That was spooky.
Like, what I wanted to talk about before, like, one of the changes that they gave to Calamity is that every time an enemy dies now with the debuff attached, basically, with the debuff on him, he gets 1 stack on his E, and that gives him 1 agility. And that's like why I like playing aggressively around the Calamity a lot, because it just scales him naturally. And you see, he already has 10 agility right now. Going to be 11 maybe.
Yeah, it's not even close.
Yeah.
Every single vault that he's used so far has been really, really good. Thunder's
Yeah.
vault has been really good getting his agility stacking. The thing about, I think, Calamity that I think is weird is I think Calamity is one of those here. Oh my god. This map is getting crazy. Don't fight people diving under tower to try and get on top of Poyo. Poyo just trying to volleyball to get out. But off and on throwing through trying to get another stun, slowing him down. Poyo still getting just slammed on. Late TPs, no fight people, just burns off Mana Rift to get the kill. Also, the one thing I just realized is he has plated Greaves and Mystics and a Protective. He's very tanky. We're getting mass TPs bot, but Calamity's sieging top still with Rhapsody. John's gonna try and get a hook under tower, misses. But as I was saying, the thing about Calamity is I think Calamity is one of those specialty heroes that you have to be really, really good at when it comes to playing. And the reason why I say that is because, you know, kiting in and out with dragons to get maximum damage and knowing your distance and knowing your spell rotations, I think that takes a lot of time. It's not just something that you can pick up and play.
Nope. It's like, it's for sure difficult, because it's about like maintaining that 600 or 500 distance from your enemies at all time, so your dragons can actually do some damage, because the dragons will do a lot of damage if you allow them to. It's just that the distance that you need to be is quite difficult often. But yeah, so another thing that you can actually get on Calamity that I really like is Staff to Master. He's actually going for the Sinners, which I also do like. But Staff to Master gives the ultimate 60 seconds
Take a look,
cooldown.
while late Dutch. A stun coming through on top of Poyo Boy. Poyo getting slammed down. No fight people trying to get on top of him, but a volleyball coming through the creep would actually get it. But Poyo Boy, Easy Clan hooks in, gets a shot on top of the Rhapsody. Rhapsody can't get the media, but it doesn't matter. Thunder's Vault coming through, just ripping up at the Abyssal Skull. And Kane Great on the side trying to drain and throw a wave. Gets Rhapsody on the back, but Winsy pulled into Spear 6 to extra melee damage. The Tablet forward trying to push forward. Let's see if we can get Kane, and the spins of the Dragons coming through. But Poyo Boy's gonna push up on him trying to get it. The spin, the spin, the spin. A volleyball 1. Let's see if he volleyballs 2. No, I think Poyo Boy's a little scared. He knows that Winsy has crazy damage right now. That fight was a little scrappy, and they got the ult on top of the Rhapsody, not put down the protective melody, but Winsy just showed up and chewed everything apart.
Yep. Like, the Mage Bane is very difficult to kill for the Revenor, because Revenor only deals magic damage, and Mage Bane, of course, has that Master of the Mantra, the E, which makes him take a lot less magic damage passively. And they just have to do, like, they have to use so much resources to actually kill that Mage Bane. Actually, Revenor running into the Soul Reaper here, and Mage Bane.
Oh no, Poyo Boy, you're in the wrong neighborhood. Run, little buddy. I don't think Miyabi could catch him first stun, but Rhapsody Bot's actually going to take the kill. Shaman throwing down the cape, trying to get through, but it doesn't matter. He actually didn't get the cast cape down. He just instantly dies and falls over.
Yeah.
Oh no, Kane TPing in aggressively. He's getting rained on. No fight people putting him back line, trying to go after Opie. Poyo Boy with a volleyball from the fog. Trying to stop no fight, but it doesn't matter. Jarrett's throwing a heal out, trying to push down to the tier 3. PKing under the tier 3 tower with Mana Blade. Gets a kill. And Opie might also be dead here. Blitz trying to catch up with the movement speed buff. He's running. He's sprinting quick and trying to get through. No W slow. No fight people bouncing on a tower. He throws down pod. He's like, dive me. Come on. I dare you. This is getting really scrappy. BB playing very, very aggressive. And like we were saying before, with Flash of Anti-Magic, just being able to get in and out of fights, but the fact that he has plated greaves and a Mystic Vestment, he's just in there. He has no problems with going in and just throwing out a little bit of damage. He might not do the most damage right now, but the fact that he's tanky, willing to engage and slow everything so people can get spells is super, super important.
Yeah, he's just basically, as you said, indeed, like slowing them and just being annoying. And there's a significant lack of catch on the latent side, and that's where the Mage Bane comes in. I really think this is a very well executed draft here, with the Soul Reaper and the Calamity for the late game. Two heroes that you don't really want to pick in a solo situation as a carry, because they kind of are more like both semi carries in a way. So picking them together with like the Mage Bane as a frontliner initiator is, I like it a lot. I do also like the Legion side with the Dement Shaman and the Defiler together specifically. But the Defiler just did not have the game or like the lead that he kind of needs, because Defiler can be very scary, but Defiler just does not have enough armor or magic armor to tank enough. Like, compared to the armor from the Defiler at 7 and 5 to something like the Calamity with like 22 and 10. And that's the power of the Sinners as well. Like, Sinners just a really powerful team item at the moment.
Yeah, and they cross over on awards. They knew that they were their Conqueror and they're willing to sacrifice it. But you saw in that process that the Nymph Opie decided to walk up and ward their Conqueror. The enemy Conqueror, so they understand, so they're going to try and make a fight here. Let's see if John tries to get a little snipe from the fog. Easy full clutch trying to go up. He's going through. Winsy walking down Illusion. A shot coming through on top of Winsy. He's stunned down Winsy. Winsy also gets pulled on the Miyabi. Miyabi trying to run away with the fight, but Dance Move's coming down. This fight here comes the second fall. Easy Clan actually pulling Winsy out, not killing him because they're protective Melody, and they just get wiped. Oh no, Dutch. It was almost good. So if you saw there, John, oh, they called GG. Easy Folkland actually pushed Winsy back to pull him off. He lived with 1 HP and ended up getting vault down. And that's all it was.
Yeah, that was a 3-man Gauntlet ultimate, then a 3-man Enforcer stun, a 3-man Silence by the Defiler, and like a 2-man Ravenor stun. But it just wasn't enough. They're just so tanky. And yeah, the Rhapsody actually ultimating there just delayed everything by like a couple of seconds, which allowed them to get away there with like 10 HP or something and just get the spells off. And if they didn't do that, that was a completely different fight. But yeah, well played. They were just a bit too far ahead, I guess.
Yeah, they're a little bit too far ahead. I mean, having, 18k to 23k net worth up and Winsy having such a good game and having all the items they need to succeed there, it's just really hard. I mean, Easy Folkland's level 9, right? He's not having the best game. Kane doesn't have all the items that he necessarily needs yet to start doing damage. So you're basically trying to throw everything together for a quick scrap, right? That's a desperation play, if anything. However, if they get the kill on Winsy there or they get the kill on the Nymphora, I feel like the fight is manageable, but at the same time, I don't know if it still dictates winning the game because they still were super far behind. But sometimes when you're behind, you got to throw caution to the wind and try and make plays. So there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I like the last effort last effort YOLO play. It's better than just giving up. So yeah, we should be almost ready for another game, right?
I think our schedule says 11 and it seems like it's 11.
I think, yeah, so Vinnicus won from Phantom Lan. So we should see Vinnicus against basically the winners of the last game that you just saw, which is Blue Eyes, if I'm not mistaken?
Yeah, BB.
Yeah.
So we're looking at Vinnicus versus BB. Okay, let's
Blue
see
Eyes,
here.
Yeah. So Vinnicus, I think, is Kevin's team. So that is Kevin, Kianko, Max, Menele. One missing. Sigma? I think, on the top of my head. So that should be fun. There's definitely some familiar faces. And yeah, so the Thai team is definitely very capable, as we just saw. I was very impressed with their draft, actually. It's a little bit like not very standard draft, but it worked really well. So they clearly know what they're doing here. So I'm excited to see them in the next game. But
so Dutch, just to touch up on that, Captain Huggy, Yunko, Mech Kek X, Menele, Sigma, and Sunk Bob. That's their team lineup. That's what we're looking at right now.
Okay, yeah, that should be exciting for next game. But I think we will be right back until we get the game started, right?
Alrighty. Hang around, everyone. We're going to take a quick break, get the team lobby set up, and we will be sent right back your way. Stay tuned. Thanks for tuning in. See you guys soon. welcome back to Paradise League. Thank you for joining us and spending your time with us today. It's me, Coach. I'm back with Dutch, and we have another game coming up for you guys. We have Vinicus versus Blue Eyes. BB, the team that you just saw, beat TP, the Turtle Power, coming up for the quarterfinals with my buddy Dutch. How you feeling, Dutch? You excited for this game?
Yeah, of course. We just saw a very convincing victory, of course, from Blue Eyes. And in the leading side here, we have a very familiar team, of course, with Captain Huggy, or Kevin, as we also know him, at the captain role, Sigma, Genko, Menley, and I think that is Sangpop, probably. So, of course, like some familiar players, good players that are also very familiar with each other. So, I'm curious to see, like, if they picked up on what like the Thai teams like to play, and we do see like a notable deviation from what I would say the standard is, with the Iker ban as the first ban. The Soul Reaper and the Tundra as well, actually. Three heroes that are very popular within the Thai scene. So definitely
we just saw Soul Reaper game too. Don't forget.
Yeah.
So they definitely were doing the studies. How do you feel about the Grinix ban, and how do you feel about the Tundra ban? Because I understand the Icor ban, right? The auras it builds, the ability to just, reduce damage, purge stuff off, be annoying, just huck toy spitting at you. I understand the Icor ban. But, coming through with the Soul Reaper ban, Soul Reaper makes sense. We just saw it last game, super strong, offers a lot of utility, he's basically a mana battery as long as he's killing creeps, offers, AoE heals, specifically with the items that you can build too, just building good auras like Gnomes and Barrier. You can go Astrolabe if you want extra healing up top. You can go the best item in the game, Starscream Boots, I'm just saying. And then the Tundra ban. The Tundra ban I don't understand. Why do you think they banned the Tundra?
I do know that like Menelay specifically is very good on the Tundra. The Legion side you picked Tundra. No, the Tundra is just a hero that is picked up by the Thai players a lot. And Tundra is notably, it's a difficult hero to play because the Shiver, the bird, you need to keep it at the edge of the vision basically, because if he dies, he's gone for like a minute before he respawns. So it's a lot of micromanagement that you need to do with your bird, but if you do that properly, like having a good Tundra is such a valuable asset. Because you just always know what the enemy is up to. It's so good. So it makes sense that they're banning it, because it's just like Tundra is just a very powerful hero in organized gameplay.
For sure. Specifically if you're good at microing and understanding what your bird wants to do. So on the side of Vinicus, we have a first pick Empath, so we see a support. And on the Team BB side, I was actually going to bring this up. I didn't see a Calamity ban. There's no respect ban on Calamity. And we're getting another Calamity pick followed by a Blitz pick, which that was the support and carry combination that they got last game. So they're going to the old fountain of youth, it seems, buddy, because they just picked up the same lane pair duo, which honestly I don't necessarily mind. I think the one thing that Blitz offers that is super, super huge is with pilfering right now, the ability, the revealing is super nice. Whatever. That's not really, it is what it is. But the fact that you steal their movement speed, and, it's 225 movement speed plus 180 match damage over 5 seconds. That allows Calamity, to get at least 1 to 2 dragon spins into them while they're running away. So that's super good. Again, it breaks if you're over 250 yards, but they're 250 units away. Sorry, I said yards. Units away from the max cast range. That really shouldn't be a problem. If Blitz is going to use a spell on you, you're probably going to eat the whole 5 seconds. On the side of Vinicus, we're seeing a Pharaoh pickup. How do you feel about Pharaoh in this patch and currently in the drafting?
So I also want to touch up on the Empath. Empath is not really like the strongest support, I would say, at the moment. So I'm surprised to see it like picked up this early, really, especially with like Pearl and Monarch, maybe even the Managed Shaman, like what I would consider the stronger supports being like here. But so Blitz is very powerful against certain heroes. heroes like Predator, that's only have a slow. Heroes like what other heroes just only have a slow? Like even Calamity, right? There's no like hard lockdown that those heroes provide. And Blitz is very good against that. What Blitz does not excel against is something like a Pharaoh, which can just mummy wall you. So picking up Blitz early definitely allows the enemy to deal with the Blitz quite easily. I think Blitz is more of a response pick or a counter pick than anything else. So I'm surprised to see them pick up this early. And also the Calamity, as you said. Calamity early on is really squishy, and it doesn't have an escape tool. So Calamity in the mid lane is almost a bit like something like a Soul Stealer. If you just sit on it, if you just like gank it a couple of times, he's gonna be like under immense pressure. Like there's no surviving that because he's so slow. He doesn't have an escape mechanism. He's not tanky like early on.
Monarch.
It's gonna be difficult if they choose to deal with it. And right now they have like a Magmus that could potentially be like a dual mid lineup, or even if they choose to run the Empath to the dual mid lane. Calamity ever like oversteps, you just like wall off the Calamity, and that's probably a dead Calamity. And they actually are going with a draft that is very similar to last game, right?
Yeah, we have 3 of the 5 picks right now, and Monarch pickup. Monarch is not a bad support at all. It's just annoying to play against. I do know that Miyabi personally, if I remember correctly, is pretty sure they're mostly a Rhapsody player. If I remember correctly. Yeah, they have 34% on Rhapsody over like 600 games. So they enjoy the Rhapsody. So the Rhapsody getting banned out is kind of whatever. Okay, so we got a Lord Soft Force pickup for Sigma, which is the signature Sigma hero. This is very much a signature Sigma hero. He plays it all the time in mid, all the time when he streams. He loves his Sigma. And then we got a Swiftblade for Kevin, which I don't necessarily mind Swiftblade this game. I think Spin's probably going to be pretty big to be able to try and dodge some spells and everything. On the side of BB, we have the Monarch pick, like we said, in Magebane. So probably what we're going to do is we're probably going to get a no-fight people Magebane again, going that tank build, trying to fight in and out. And then we get a Silhouette carry. Interesting. So the question being is, okay, so Winzy's getting the Calamity again, and Jerez is going to be playing the Silhouettes. So this is very, very interesting. How do you feel about that Silhouette pick? I feel like it's a little greedy, because I feel like Calamity and Silhouette need a lot of gold to get their items to be successful. So do you think they're going to overlap and farm, or do you think they can play this out pretty well?
Let's go back to the Swiftblade first. Swiftblade, I don't really think it's too strong of a pick. Specifically because like Blitz and also Monarch Ultimate deal with Swiftblade quite well. Because you can just run away from Swiftblade usually, right?
Yeah.
And then to go back to the Silhouette, I actually kind of like the Silhouette because besides like the Magmus and then the Pharaoh on top, like they're not super high damage bursty heroes or burst damage heroes, right? And like I'm looking at the Empath as well, that also doesn't really provide lockdown against the Silhouette. Silhouette, if she gets like a good early game, I don't really see the Legion side shutting down this Silhouette. Now, like the Magebane is not going to be as strong against the Swiftblade as it is against the Ravenor like last game. And they are actually going to run a tri-lane here, which is interesting. But yeah, I kind of like the Silhouette though. Although, like, I don't like the item build of the Silhouette here. Iron
That's
Shield
something I was going to bring up.
Blights.
Just a raw Iron Shield.
He is not very tanky right now.
So that's the weird thing too that I've realized about TIE players is they won't go hatchet. They'll just raw dog either stat items or Iron Shield with Blights, and they're just comfortable, and if they feel like they need a hatchet, they'll just buy it later. It's something that I've realized in a few games now that I've seen, and seeing TIE players previously, they have this really big thing of where they just don't care that much about hatchet, which is weird if you think about it, right? Like, Because you think being able to have Hatchet and did my lobby just die? What just happened?
Yeah, me too.
Okay.
Everyone's moonwalking.
Oh, Calamity, I just hear heels clicking. But
Wait,
you know,
where's
having
Calamity?
Hatchet to be able to throw it on the backline creeps
Okay.
is super nice. So
Yeah,
not
so
having that
what you want
spooky-
Hatchet for, like rather than for the 8 damage, is more indeed for the double auto attack. So you can get it like in the deny, or sorry, in the mid lane, you can get like a deny and still get the last hit. And that is the value of the Hatchet, like in a laning situation. I think that the Silhouette assumes that he's playing against the Suicide Pharaoh.
Yeah, but they're going for an aggressive tri-lane with the Magnus and the Empath. So I wonder
Yeah.
if they're going to try and set up First Blood and then Magnus is going to roam. Because Magnus doesn't have his Amos, right? So I'm assuming they're going to try and set up First Blood and he's going to try and move, maybe? But I don't necessarily know.
Yeah, like the Magnus can definitely rotate on the mid lane as well, right? Because Calamity is still really easy kill. Compare that to like the Sephorus, which is not quite as easy to kill, even if the Blitz comes. Because Calamity is more a hero that does a lot of harass damage, rather than like a lot of kill potential. So I don't know what our plan is right now.
Yeah, I'm just listening to Calamity march around, click-clacking at me.
Okay, we're supposed to leave the game.
We were so happy about Hatchet talking about Hatchet that we forgot to leave the game. KW.
From now on, this is a Hatchet appreciation stream.
All my homies love Wind Whistle and Hatchet.
Exactly. Daily reminder to buy a Wind Whistle.
All right, we're gonna remake the lobby, guys. It's gonna be quick drafting. We know the bands, we know what people want to do, so we know what we're gonna get. Lobby just decided that it didn't get paid enough to work, so here we are.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate.
Uh-oh.
I don't know what the plan is for now. Should we go to ad break, or do we just keep the analysis going on right now? Okay. Okay. So let's think about the laning phases, right? They had Swiftblade plus Empath plus Magnus in the top lane against what was Silhouette and
Monarch was
Monarch.
falling behind Silhouette.
Yeah, so I don't like Silhouette shouldn't really die easily, but I don't really think that the Silhouette's gonna get much in that lane. And like as I said, like if the Silhouette can run away with the lane with the game, that is that's great for them. And let's say if the Blitz rotates, so that's then a solo Mage Bane against the Pharaoh. I think Pharaoh is actually quite favored in that situation, because you can just Pharaoh just has a lot of damage and not the biggest mana pool, so he doesn't really care about getting mana drained that much. And the Blitz Monarch Silhouette tri lane. Yeah, I'm not like you're not gonna be excited about that tri lane, right? The Blitz doesn't really do much in the tri lane. Compare that to like an Empath with the wall, a Ziplight with the spin, or even Magma Stun that can potentially hit 2 people. That is like very much a difference.
Okay, I see what you're putting down.
Yeah, like it's I think a very good laning setup from the Legion side, even though the picks didn't really facilitate or automatically scream like tri-laning. It does really work out for them in this situation. So yeah, it's just like good game awareness, if nothing else, by the Legion side here.
Lord Sephorus.
what they could do, of course, is like Blitz plus Calamity in the mid lane, with the Blitz just bullying the Sephoras. Sephoras cannot really go jungle early on until like level 5 or 7, preferably.
Yeah, when he has
So,
W max, right?
uh,
Q max. Will it be
Q
W
max,
max
yeah,
or Q max?
Q. Like the Q on Sephora's like skills in both damage and in cooldown reduction. So you just want like Q level 4, then you can easily take stacks. Before that, it just takes too long. But yeah, I think it really comes down to if the Hellborn side can reliably block the pole camp and keep lane control, the silhouette should never really die. If the silhouette gets pulled out of position by Empat and Nagmus and stuff, then it's going to be a lot more difficult, because the Monarch doesn't really provide that much in this lane. Right, the Cocoon at this early stage doesn't really heal that much, and Silhouette only had like 400 HP or something. So yeah, it's difficult, right?
Yep. And Silva, by the way, is doing the same thing. Raw Dog Iron Shield into Blights like we saw before. Monarch, same thing. Just bought boots early. A lot of people asked about this before. Support players like to buy boots early so they can get to where they want to go faster, and then they sell them for full gold value, and then you just have your courier delivery, whatever. Oh, no. Okay, wait. Servers. Oh, okay, we're good. Oh. I think we're still just trying to find a good server.
Mm-hmm.
You know, don't you think it's...
At least you get to hear the Calamity step on you again, right?
Yeah, true. You know what's funny? Didn't Breaky literally say 2 hours ago, the servers are better, we're doing good? And then this happens. Good job, Breaky.
They were. It's like
It's not
Breaky
Breaky's fault.
Breaky cursed us.
Tisk,
Like,
tisk, tisk.
Breaky left, and the server's like, he's not here. Fuck this crap. I'm out as well. I'm going on a break.
They said, we don't need this.
Yep.
I guess it wanted its lunch break.
You deserve
awesome.
lunch as well. Yeah. Anyway, I think they are going for the same lane setups, which is fair, if nothing else, right?
I think this one's a little bit different, right? Because now we're getting a 5-man rotation top, which we didn't have last time. Everyone kind of just sitting in their lanes. Now we have a 5-man rotation top, so we're looking to see maybe if we could try and pull First Blood. The Monarch has a golden apple, so she has snack time just in case she gets, smoked by somebody. The only difference is, if we take a look at bottom here, Yonko's already in the bot, Sigma's waiting to block his lane. Swifty Boy and Menele are kind of far back, so... It looks like is that Sunk Bob? If that is Sunk Bob, Mr. Sunky Boy is about to get sunk, because he's about to walk into 5 people and just get absolutely murked. So...
Well, yeah, there's not that much catch. Like, there's, of course, the Blitz stun, but Blitz doesn't have, like, his quickening or something if he gets stunned. He's, of course, still really fast, but... He does need to be quite close. It's 500 range stun. So
But
I think
it just depends.
If he runs, it should be fine.
It also depends on what Sunky Boy decides he wants to skill, right? If he skills wall to get away, then their early game laning is a little bit weaker on their level 1, but it will help them.
No, like
so?
you want a wall, because like you're playing tri-lane versus dual lane. Which means that so you're playing tri-lane against dual lane, right? So what you want to do is whenever someone is in a bad spot, like the Monarch or the Calamity, or the Silhouette, sorry, you want to wall them off. You want to wall them off in the creep wave, and then that is like where why like Empire in a laning situation is actually quite good. The Monarch might actually be in a bit of trouble here.
The Monarch actually might be in a little bit of trouble because that ward actually scouted them walking forward. So Miyabi's trying to dodge in the trees, and Menele went down to look, and Captain Hungy trying to chase him down. Miyabi trying to get the best jukes that they can, and Mr. OK Hot Nick Sunk not scaling anything yet. He's scale wall, but it doesn't necessarily matter. A good stun coming through from Menele, a spin, an auto, and that is the first blood for Kevin.
So Blitz did actually rotate to the top lane, so they are tri-laning this, tri-lane versus tri-lane. But
Yep.
that is not a good tri-lane for the Hellborn side, because Silhouette just doesn't offer anything in this tri-lane.
Yeah.
And the same thing goes for the Blitz and the Monarch, really, because they're just single targets.
Oh, wait, Dutch, take a look. They have this ward, so they're going to see Miyabi come back. Miyabi didn't use their golden apple, though, so they still have snack time. The Blitz coming out of the trees this time. Menelay setting up on Miyabi. Miyabi getting walled out, has to walk back to the tower. Blitz harassing Kevin because Kevin's pulling the wave back, and Menelay's just hoofing down the butterfly. Another stun coming through on the Paden, just trying to get some Blitzkrieg damage through. Menelay losing some HP, but Kevin collected the wave and is going to bounce it off the camp, so he got what he wanted. Winsy and Sigma just battling out. Mage Bay pulled the creeps up on the camp, and Yonko just connected the creeps to the creeps, just so that he also can get some experience. So he got some first blood, and this ward behind the tower really kind of almost got him another kill, which is super nice. But Blitz did a good job of zoning Kevin off, because he didn't know the Blitz is in the trees there, so Kevin didn't get to spin to try and dodge it out. He kind of just got stuck and smacked down. So that's a really good Blitzkrieg from the trees. Stop the spin, so it doesn't necessarily matter. So good little setup there, and we're off to the races, buddy.
Like the Blitz just stunned the Subblade, so the Subblade had to tank the wave there, and the wave was actually doing quite a bit of damage to the Subblade. And Subblade isn't not that tanky early on. Oh, but look, this rotation.
Dutchy boy, a nice rotation from Menelay. A spin coming through, a Q popping down from Sigma, trying to gain damage. He can't. Menelay's actually going to die to tower with stun. Winsy with the jukes to the trees, but he can't pull the dragons back. So Sigma has a chance to kill him. Dragons are coming back. There's one more spin, but Sigma might get the smack off to get the heal. But he's not going to need turn shot. He just Secret Agent Creep. Oh my god. Creep said, get down, Mr. President. I'm here for you. Bounces Sigma back, and Sigma takes the death. And there's actually a kill top on Miyabi, and a wall coming off the block off Nobodom with the Menelay stun. Menelay TPing in and getting another double kill. So we got a double kill top, and we got a double kill the mid lane for Winsy.
That was awkward.
Yeah.
That was really awkward.
More Satisma, what is it? Certisma?
More
Certissima? Whatever it is. I can't speak. That didn't do enough damage to get the kill there. And
did you not pay attention during your Latin class, coach?
No!
You uneducated peasants.
I speak Romanian and Italian, not El Spanish. Latin, if you will.
Yeah, almost the same thing. To be fair, I don't speak Latin either, so I'm a peasant pleb with you here, man. Don't worry. But yeah, like the Monarch just needs to be out of position a little bit. More Certissima.
Certissima! There we go.
It's very Italian, the way that you said that. No, but
take a look at mid lane, Dutch. Winsy's actually getting rained out by Sigma right now. Sigma actually landing the Q, but it wasn't enough. His Mortissima was not enough to kill. She lived like 17 HP. She's gonna regen out, but he's just trying to get some good harass there.
Yeah, that is greedy going for that, like that rune there. What's that little HP when they don't see the Magmas? Or did they see the Magmas? Maybe they did see the Magmas actually with the ward here. But yeah, like the problem right now for the Hellborn side is that they did not control the pull. They want to kind of block the pull so they lead inside cannot pull the lane back and force the Hellborn side in a bad spot. Because the way that they kill is they get in a bad spot, Empath walls them off, then the stun on top, and then like.
Oh, is that a Blitzy boy running it? Nope. Okay, it doesn't matter. Sigma saw it coming from a mile away.
Oh, Magma is taken in Visrun. Did they see that? I don't think they saw that. No.
No, so, they did not. I don't think their word covered it. Yep, they don't have vision on that, so they don't know that Menelay's is kind of stealthy boy right now, sneaky boy. But I think Jairus is aware. Nice wall from Sunkball, pushing back off the trees. Jairus getting put down. Oh my god, the spin just collecting all of his HP instantly. Kevin's off to the race, having a pretty good start right now.
Yeah,
he's doing pretty good with the 3-0, 585 GPM.
You said like all of his HP, but let's be fair, that's not that much. Actually, in the mid lane.
Oh, Sigma actually getting done on her tower right now. A nice little Blitzkrieg coming through with the quick and trying to get out of the tower, but Winsy actually can't pull the dragons. He's taking a fat W. Oh no. Winzy just tried to kite out. Nobody ends up picking the kill on Sigma. It doesn't necessarily matter. They don't know that Menelay's here because he's still Invent, so he collects the level, so it doesn't necessarily matter that much. However, a little dangerous there. We almost saw the tower do what we saw last time there, buddy. Oh, Menelay, I 100% would have stunned that TP just to be a griefer. Died or not, it would have been awesome.
It's like, it doesn't matter.
Alright, let's take a look top. Miyabi in the tree's
impactful.
getting bounced off by a wall. He's getting linked up, and Kevin's just trying to get a spin to get some damage. And a kill on top of Miyabi. Miyabi's only still level 2. Unfortunately, Miyabi's having a bad game. And bot lane, Blitz diving under the tower on top of Yonko's head, and No Fight People just getting a nice kill on that, securing that as they dove the top. And Sunk once more. Sunk says, I'm not done with you. Jared's running off the trees, getting broken off on the link. A wall pushing Jared's back out of the trees.
Swap the troll.
Menelay trying to walk up to try and get a stun under the tower, gets a stun under the tower, and he's trying to dodge behind the log. So a log pull, but actually Jared decides to go back and try and kill Sunkbob. Sunkbob kills him down with an auto attack and picks up the kill to
How
get
did
some
it not
more
stun
blood.
him there?
It did.
It didn't stun the
just short.
empath. No, it's a 1 second stun, right? 1 second. It's 1 second stun. That was no. It didn't hit. It didn't actually did not connect there. At least I don't think it did.
Pretty sure it
interesting.
hit, but 1 second's not that long. 'Cause he gained some distance on him. Plus, you
Fair.
have to remember, he stunned him halfway through flight. So it's 1 second as he gets hit, not as the cast ends. So it's halfway
Yeah, but
through
like
his
it
flight.
was at like he was the empath was near like the tree there. Oh, actually, this might be a dead monarch.
Oh no, Monarch getting Kevin right away. Spinning on top of Cocoon. At least he's level 3 now. Smile.
You and I are gonna be real
Yep.
good friends.
Alright,
Yeah, the
600
monarch just
GPM on Captain
doesn't
Huggy.
really do that much in this lane here. Like honestly, maybe you should just have the monarch rotate and the blitz like try to support top or something at this point, because blitz can kind of survive probably. You know, with the quicken and whatnot.
Yeah. Oh,
Monarch
Sunder as well
is-
coming on top of Sigma. Sigma popping down anything he can get right now, putting the Undying on top of Winzy, but Winzy doesn't care. He's going to fight through. But the nice
Yanko
Blitzkrieg
here.
coming through for good. But, oh, Yanko coming from the side, trying to get a nice mummy wall. Oh my goodness gracious, the Wrath of the Pharaoh. Coming through the mummy wall, coming down, trying to get the Soul Flare kills on top of Nopodon. Nopodon's also going to go down, and he eats his apple because he was hungry. He ends up dying, and the Silhouette actually dies up top, and Miyabi picks up a double kill on top of OK Hotnik and Captain Huggy. So he gets some influx of gold, gets some levels. However, the Scylla dies in the process, so she's kind of probably a little sad about that. But
Yeah.
making plays around the map right now. Man, I'm telling you, Undying for Self-Worst, I feel like just does so much damage.
It's not that it does much damage. It's that it's just so bloody annoying. Honestly. Like, if you look at the amount of damage it actually does, it's only like 240.
Oh, a quick coming through with the Blitzkrieg, and Winzy just trying to get some Dragon Spins on top of Sigma. Sigma battering out, Menelay cannot save him. That Blitzkrieg and just rolling up with that quicken just does so much. And again, we saw what I was talking about before, and Jared actually gets stunned up by the Blade, and gets spin, but doesn't matter. No Fight People TP in, Mana flashing on top of OK Hotnik. OK Hotnik getting stunned up by the Monarch with Crippling Pollen, and he blinks back in. Oh, he wants more. He's fighting, but Empath is inside Kevin right now, and Kevin's like, yo, bro, get away from me. You smell.
Yeah, that's a Helmet Black Legion Mage Bane. So he is a Tonky boy right now. But that's all he really is, right? It's not super dangerous because he doesn't really even have Toxic Claws yet and stuff. And
Yeah. Ooh, coming through with a nice lightning shackles into another Blitzkrieg to try and get the kill on Sigma. Sigma goes down, Sundering Vault comes through, and he tries to TP out on the side of Menelay and also gets smacked down. So a good 3-man rotation. The one thing that I'd really like to point out that a lot of people, you know, don't really talk about with the TIE players is their drafting and the way that they like to play certain heroes is a lot different. But the one thing that TIE players do a lot that is different from like E or NA is the way that they play the map. Everyone's always rotating. It doesn't necessarily matter. You have a lot of presence from the mid laner. You have a lot of presence from your off laner. And they're trying to dive top again. And Winzy actually TPing and instantly connecting through. Okay, Hotnik Sunkbob actually catching the death here. So Captain Huggy can run away and TP in the trees. So Winzy, good awareness. TP's top, collects a kill, gets some more GPM. Well, he doesn't get the kill, but he collects an assist. I apologize. He collects an assist.
yeah. And that's
Gets
a kill
the
for Silhouette. That's actually significant.
Yeah, so she, you know, Silhouette getting, oh man, Silhouette only having 200 GPM right now hurts. Oh
Yeah.
man, the Monarch has 190. Sunkbob has about the same GPM almost as a Silhouette. They're about 40 out. That's kind of bad, to be honest. They're not having the best early game, beginning game, but hopefully they come back. Like you said, Silhouette kind of needed to get, injected to have a good early game.
Oh, look at this. Kyanko actually rotating into the mid lane with the smoke.
So nobody actually just burned lightning shackles to get out, but still has blitzkrieg. Yonko's gonna take the chance to go into the tower with the mummy wall. He decides to use Wrath of the Pharaoh to get in, drops down the mummy wall and picks up the kill on top of the bird. But no 5 people TPing, and he has Black Helm, so he's a little bit tanky, doesn't care, but he gets one shot anyways. Winzy actually trying to help at the wall to push it back on the tower, but he doesn't get disjointed. So a good pick up there. A little bit of a greedy TP by the Mage Bane. The Mage Bane is tanky. He thought he was a little tankier than he was. They just turned and used all the spells on him. They're like, all right, dude, whatever. Like, you want to come in, come in.
I just noticed that Swiftblade has 0 points in W.
So he's doing the stat build, right? So he has max spin, and then he has no point W, and he has 2 points in stats.
Yeah, but like W, at least 1 point is always worth it. It's like, it's so good. It's really good. What the hell?
I guess he just decided he didn't want it. The stats are more important.
Yeah, like skipping your E, I could see. But like, the way that the W works, right? With the counterattack. So you activate it, you...
Oh, wait, Dutch.
like,
Nobodon's actually on top of Sunk. Sunk actually going to try and tree off the push him out of it, but it doesn't matter. Thunder's walking through the trees. A link to break, and Sunk doesn't get away because of Dragon Spin, and a slow on Nobody coming through Kevin. Kevin, I'll just kind of Omni slashing to try and spin out. Yonko Wrath of the Pharaoh on top of Winzy with the Mummy Wall Soul Flare, trying to get him out, but a nice cocoon coming through Miyabi to save it. But Menelee's trying to come in to get an angle to try and get a stun. A stun on top of Winzy getting through the stun, but it doesn't matter. Yonko's going to die because Winzy actually got the chance to pull the dragons in before he got stunned, and they didn't have the damage because Crippling Pollen to stun up the last hit, and the cocoon, or sorry, the Crystallis, my bad, actually saving Winzy there while the dragons just got to go for free with a Dreamcatcher. Yep. So Captain Huggy gets to go out, but his team pays the price.
And look at this, right? 8 charges already on the Calamity E. It's just like slowly just charging. And those 8 agility, like it just makes it so that he actually hits quite hard, even like right now still. So yeah,
once you get a good chunk of armor, right?
Yeah, you get a decent bit of armor. But armor is not the biggest importance, like the biggest factor this game.
Oh no, Dutch look top, still hiding in the tree, trying to get away. Meneway actually cutting down the tree and seeing him. A stun coming through with a nice surge. A wall coming down. He burned R to try and make any switch he could, and it just didn't work out in the end. Also, I just saw it on the stream side. He did get hit by the stun, but like I said, he was halfway through the travel, so it didn't matter. By the time he got to the tree, the stun ended up on.
I'm fairly certain you're wrong.
It
sounds like you're wrong.
Yonko actually just Wrath of the Pharaoh creeps, hoping that Winzy was going to run up, but not. Just trying to get in there. He's going to try and go cover bot. Blitz and Mage Bane are bot, but I don't think they have the damage to dive Yonko, because Yonko has a Bracer and Treads. So he's a little bit of a tanky boy. We'll take a peek at this top. The smoke actually got broken by Nopodon's TP, so I don't think they're going to try and make this play
die here.
But it seems like Silhouette is in the wrong neighborhood. She's last to a tree. They understand. They see a TP. They're getting mass TP'd right now. So like, you know what? Maybe this isn't the play. Winzy left alone in the mid against Sigma, but I don't think they're going to do anything. Menelee actually getting caught by a Blitzkrieg. No lightning shackles coming through. A log grapple swinging up on him, getting, the old Scooby-Dooby-Doo with a Death Lotus to pick up the kill. Also, I like how you said that Legion wasn't going to get kills in the tri-lane. Seems like they're doing pretty good.
I said shouldn't.
Kevin's actually trying to hunt something here. He has an empath inside him. He sees Miyabi. So there's a link on top of Miyabi. Miyabi's going to try and deny the neutrals, but doesn't get the chance. They don't do enough damage. The link in the spin. And they kind of just have to sacrifice that one. Take a look bottom. Yonko seems like he's getting ran at right now. Yonko just a nice Mummy Wall to come through. Menelee's going to try and slam a stun on top of them, but he can't get there. Snake missing the Q, but a 2-man Lava Surge from Menelee. Menelee charging out. His horns are going up and down. Nobodon just popping quick and getting out. Meta Flash running through doesn't necessarily matter, but he's so slow. Sigma's just running him down. Sigma trying to wait for the W cooldown to come down to secure the kill. A nice kill on top of him. Winzy currently getting ran out by Captain Hug in the mid lane, trying to get away, and Silo's just trying to ping auto attacks from Narnia, and it's not so much. Sigma actually being smart there. Oh, server. Sigma being smart there and waiting for life tap to secure the kill on AM because he knows that he still had at least a second or two, or maybe like 3 on mana
Bottom lane,
flash of
bottom lane, bottom lane.
Oh, there's a mass TP on bot. Metal coming through, stunning on top of Winsy. Winsy trying to go through Thunder's Vault so Sigma can't get to him, but Sigma gets out of this vault. A Pilfer coming through and a Blitzkrieg. Actually, no Pilfer. I take that back. He was just mad slow. I apologize. No lightning shackles either. He just got a good kill. The vault wall there actually saving him. But it looks like the Captain Huggy's running behind the tower. Empath's not going to get there. No, but on not going to try and throw a Blitzkrieg. He can't because it's spinning. Trying to spin another tower, but Winston's a little too fast. Rather than Vera coming through with the Mendeley starting to go through. Mummy Wall coming down. Jar's TPing and aggressively getting smoked too. No, but not trying to do anything he can right now. He's running. He's sprinting. He's gone, Dutch. He's a fast cat. Or reindeer, technically, in that skin. He's a fast reindeer, Dutch. He said, Santa, please save me. Oh, Kevin actually reacting to the Blitzkrieg with the spin. No, 5 people coming in with a flash of the anti-magic over the wall with the mana rift. And oh, a wall coming through on Yonko. But guess what? He blinks right over. He does not care. Kevin doesn't have any mana, but they don't have any mana rifts. He's just going to get slapped down. He's cutting him down. And Novaden takes the death as well. But no fight people fighting. He's just fighting. His name's a lie.
He's actually fighting people, true. Reported for bullying. No, but it's been like chaotic, and notably the Silhouette did port to the bottom lane and instantly died, but the Mageman wasn't there. Mageman did not have a port ready apparently, so a little bit of miscommunication maybe, or like miscoordination by the Hellborn side here, because if you have your Silhouette that really wants to recover. I think he's going for Outbones right now. He wants that recover bones. If the Silhouette is TPing, but your Magebane isn't, you're doing something wrong, right? Silhouette is the one that's supposed to be like, you know, farming across the map, trying to recover. Magebane is the one that's supposed to fight right now. But I would really like the Magebane to pick up a little bit of armor and magic armor, like we saw him do last game. Because last game he was just really tanky, but now with like 5 armor, 5 magic armor, he's just not that tanky. And they might actually choose to do something here. No. Oh, they're going to look for this Monarch.
Miyabi catching the Undying. Sigma trying to get any damage he can on top of him, just smacks him down. So, you know what, I'm sick of this moth, butterfly, whatever the hell you are. I'm tired of you. And he just cuts her in half. So that is a Hellflower for our Pharaoh player coming in right now, by the way.
No, that's just a recipe.
Shh, they don't need to know that. Shh, they don't need to know that. It's a secret. You gotta scare them. You gotta scare them, Dutch. They're listening.
True.
They're always listening.
So Forest, with that haste here, being very aggressive, Silhouette is actually going to be in trouble.
Well, she actually log dances past, but Mendeley actually catches her off to the log grapple and just dances into death. Almost actually picks up the kill Mendeley. Thundering Ball coming through, but only hitting Sigma. But Sigma's on the corner hiding in the tree, so he's okay. Nobodon trying to run up on top of Sigma as he can. A nice Blitzkrieg coming through, but it doesn't necessarily matter. Crippling Pollen on top of Empath. Empath breaks a link on Winsy, but I don't think they can do anything about it. Mendeley still necessarily hiding in the trees, but he's caught out by Miyabi, stunning away, trying to run away. Run, Oxman! It's not your time!
Didn't catch her applied. Rip.
Oh.
Wait, Magebane died to the Swiftblade.
Oh.
That is not good.
And Sigma's TP gets cancelled by the bouncy ball. Yonko coming with the Wrath of Pharaoh, actually picking up the kill on Miyabi. Might actually also pick up the kill on Winsy. Winsy actually tablets out and breaks the Empath chain. Was a little bit off on the timing there, and they actually pick up some good trade kills for Sigma there. So,
yeah,
trade not too bad there, Dutch. It seems like with the 7k net worth, their fights are still pretty even. Surprisingly.
Yes, like if the Magebane doesn't die there, that's like a good thing, right? Because like you're getting a lot done. The Silhouette's recovering. But suddenly with the Magebane dying, that's really awkward because you're feeding Swiftblade, you're not really getting much done because the Swiftblade is just increasing its lead on the Silhouettes. And you're also losing the team fights. So Calamity did actually manage to pick up his tablets, which is a really good pickup against that Pharaoh, of course. Pharaoh, like with the mummy walls, of course, being their main source of long-range initiation, and the tablet just kind of saving you easily from that. It's they're actually choosing to do Kongor here. They should be easily able to do that, yeah. But yeah, the Mage Bane not really having the impact he had, like, in the, as we saw, like, the previous games.
No,
And-
definitely not.
Has been slain.
Yeah, like, we do actually see the Legion side, so the European team being the aggressors this game. A bit of role reversal there.
True. We did see the mass TPing and the mass warding and everything, you know, everyone showing up to fights, and it was good to see, because that playstyle is good. However, now you're starting to see with the net worth advantage, just, you know, our Swiftblade having a really, really strong game. And even though Sigma didn't have the best laning phase, he's still 500 GPM, still pretty good. So Sigma should have saw that ward go down, so they should be very aware that they just warded there to get in their jungle, so that should get cleared. And Empath and Captain Huggy, actually, the Swifty, are still playing the same angles that they were doing before, and it seems like Sigma is getting harassed right now by the Blitz. The Blitz is just trying to do anything it can while they siege the bot tower. Colon deface. And no fight people missed the last hit on the tower, reported.
He managed to get most of the last hit still, because those were 2 triple stacks that he was farming, so... I would like this silhouette to maybe... sorry, not silhouette. Oh,
So the problem is Captain Huggy actually doesn't have spin right now. He used it earlier when he's sitting in the tower, so a nice pilfering coming through, the Blitzkrieg trying to get the kill, a wall blocking everything off, Sundering Vault coming through, they're just gonna hide off in the corner. Janko getting pulled back into the center trying to make something happen, but he can't. Firebomb bouncing up and down, Ventilate with a 2-man stun, coming through in a good angle, once he gets done, but it doesn't necessarily matter. No fight people just going in the wall, just killing him. Sigma trying to do anything he can on top of no fight people. Huggy stunned down again, with the Omni Slash coming through, fly. But Wincy tabling out, Dragon still spinning. Sigma, he's still smacking. Empath trying to throw any spells he can. Sigma chasing down with the life tap on Wincy. Wincy ends up going down, but no fight people trying to man up on top. Okay, Hot Nick, but he blinks and gets stuck in the tree. Sigma sees him. And Sigma with the Sortissima gets the kill. He's gonna chase down Nova, then he has no mana. It doesn't matter, he's a little bit fast. Run, Sigma, use your legs. Use your legs. A nice Q coming on top of him, and okay, Hot Nick with the wall, but doesn't bounce it back on the low ground, so end up not picking up the kill, but it's a 4-man swing for 3 on the side of Legion for Vinicus. Super, super good there, very good play, and a little bit of a scrappy fight.
yeah, that was real chaotic there. And honestly, like, the Swiftblade survived with like 10 HP or something and got his ultimate off. If he did not do that, that was like a super one-team fight for the Hellborn team.
Yeah, him being able to kill the Monarch there was actually super huge because there's no Crystal Pollen, no Chrysalis, and then he got damage on top of Winzy, which, you know, helped Sigma kill down the Winzy too. So the Calamity going down there, not the best for them, right? But very good fight. And also, the other thing too is Sigma is a tanky boy right now. He has gnomes, he has a barrier idol, he's just, you know, he's in there like swimwear, Dutch. It's just that simple. It's just that shrimple, if you will.
Yep. Yeah, he's just playing super tanky, super frontline, which is exactly what he needs to be, because there's a lot of, like, tanky heroes, like the Mage Bane, like the even the Calamity at this point. Like, they're quite tanky. You can't really super hard commit for them. So you just want to kind of whittle them down over time, and that's exactly what Sephora is doing right now. So I really like the style that he's playing here. They have a lot of like healing with the Monarch and whatnot, but that just doesn't really matter against this. I guess Sephora, which, you know, of course denies all healing. The Mage Bane also needs to play like really careful, because if he blinks in and Swiftblade ultimates, he will still die.
Yeah, that's very true. And Kevin just showed himself off the shroud, and they're hiding in the wings trying to get anything. Firebomb down on Kevin. Kevin's just going to spin to try and get away. Captain Huggy trying to go, breaking mass TP's top. Also, pay attention to our Pharaoh. He does have an Abyssal Flower, so if he gets in, he has a pretty good chance. A tablet coming through, trying to run. Wrath of the Pharaoh going through. A very good angle for Sigma. Sigma actually tablet out of the way, so the Wrath of the Pharaoh hits there. That was a really good heads-up play by his team. Very, very good awareness, very good communication. Just tabling him off the side to get that Pharaoh pick up on top of the Mage Bane is pretty good. This Mage Bane's going more carry items right now than he is than anything else. He has a Firebrand, so he's probably going Geos this game instead of being fully tanky. I think he feels like he needs to do damage. Flare revealing everything mid. Sigma actually coming through with Empath trying to get through. A nice blink stun by Mentally with this PK. Novaden getting actually Cleansing Wind, trying to run out, but the tablet pushing forward doesn't necessarily matter. That's a good kill. Miyabi doesn't have a TP, a wall blocked him off the stairs. He says, you're not allowed to take stairs, go fly somewhere else. Crystallis is trying to get anything done, and Sigma's just going to slam damage. TP coming through the Crystallis, they don't necessarily have the damage. The BM last smack. So nice kill on Sigma. Sigma actually pulling the game back. Sigma did have 6 deaths at some point. He has not died in a while. He's definitely pulling this game back. Even with the bad start, 550 GPM, getting very, very huge items that are a little bit on the cheaper side, but allows him to fight and be with this team. Their team fight presence is really good. Menelay, really good PK studs. You know, sometimes he's stunning air. Hey man, we all miss. It's okay. It happens.
Some people just miss more than often. Or than others, you know?
Yeah, that's fair. Magnus coming in with the PK stun on top of no fight people. No fight people getting put up with Rabbit of Thera with a wall down, but they can't get through it. Vismaler coming down and actually getting the kill Steam Bath. Sigma trying to run forward with the wall, trying to get anything done, can't necessarily get it. Firebomb coming down, but they really don't have any follow-up for it. Again, Menelay PKing and just getting those good lava surges. You know, he might have missed 17 earlier, but he's hitting the ones that matter now. Okay? That's what matters, team. That's what matters, chat. Menelay, he's picking up the slack.
Exactly. Like, you know, like what Menelay is doing, he's improving, right? Can you say the same, chat? Huh?
True. True. See? You tell him, Dutch. That was a brutalizer pickup on the side of our Swiftly. The recipe, he doesn't have it yet. They don't need to know that. You should scare him. Tell him, I have a Basher now.
Like the Abyssal, like the Hellflower. Just pick up the recipe, scare them. Actually, Pharaoh did actually finish his Hellflower now. So he had the Abyssal Flower before, so that's why the Mage Bane also died in the mid lane, because he was silenced. But now with the Hellflower, it's gonna be even easier. Yeah, like the Hellborn is just under a lot of pressure, because they're just down so much right now. Like the Swiftblade is just taking away with this lead. And even the Sapphorus is now 600 GPM because of those fights that they've been taking.
Yeah, and I don't foresee a world where they kill the Sapphorus. Because the thing is, the truth of the matter is, if you burn everything on the Sapphorus, you're just going to have Captain Huggy in the background swinging on everything. You're going to have Yonko throwing flares and, you know, just running in with Hellfire, just absolutely going banana bonkers with his Hellfire. So it's really hard. Their target acquisition has to be really good, but I think the Sapphorus is just so tanky that he's a hard kill. But the problem is, you also can't save him for last. He does so much. But he's also, you know, a hard kill. So they're in a weird spot right now where his itemization for this game was correct. His itemization was really good. You know, he built what he needed to build, and our Scylla player might be in a little bit of trouble. She's actually going to put down Clone and just TP out. Oh, Menelay blinking for her, getting the dust. Just caught her on the cusp as she's TPing out. Good heads up by Menelay to have an idea of what was going on. And they're just going to go kill the Clone. She's not allowed to have nice things. You want farm? You're not allowed.
Yeah, they're just trying to lock down the map, which is definitely good. You know, you just want to stop the silhouettes from farming as much as you can. Try to make the map as small as you can as for them, and you know, zone them off. Now, Kongor did actually spawn. They do not yet have life steal, but they do have a lot of healing, of course, with Empath, and there's a force here as well. So that should be more than fine. It's a difficult fight, or it's a difficult game right now for the Hellborn. Because, as you said before, like, if they want to kill the Force, they kind of need to, like, jump with the Mage Bane. But if the Mage Bane jumps, the Swiftblade ultimates just become such a big threat that the Mage Bane just kind of dies. Or at least is very likely to die if he jumps to the Force there. And then, of course, you also now have the Pharaoh with that Hellflower and an ultimate long range. And a Menelay with that stun PK sing in the background. And actually, Silhouette may be in a little bit of trouble there. No, he's gonna be fine.
He pulls out. The other thing, too, about, you know, Sigma's build is, nice tablet by Winsy to get out. And again, buying that Sinner's Inscription and a Spell Sunder now. You know, Yonko playing a pretty good game, you know, just getting in and out, but Sigma building double magic armor, I see people questioning it in chat. Their whole team damage is magic armor, and that's just solidified by the point of magic damage. Sorry, is magic damage. That's solidified by the point of, you know, as well as having Dreamcatcher and a Spell Sunder right now. So, and all of Blitz's spells, magic. So him having a Gnomes for the team and him having a barrier for the team
Oh,
himself is
5-man
actually
smoke.
super huge. 5-man smoke trying to get through. Metalay's actually going to break his Thunderbolt on top. The path tabling out. Jared's actually grappling in and getting Omni Slash right away, getting cut down. That was really not that good, but no fight people actually picking up the kill on top of Fair. But Yonko buys back, trying to TP back in to see if he can do anything here, but I don't know if he has the angles. Captain Huggy just trying to spin, trying to get out. The Spell Sunder damage was a little bit it was there. It was spooky. It was scary. But Sigma's actually going to run back uphill, and there's 4 people there. But Yonko returned in time to get a double Wrath to the Pharaoh, double tablet up, but Winzy's actually chained up at the wall. A spin coming through, they're going to kill Winzy on the side. Miyabi's still trying to do anything he can, but he can't get a Crystallis to save his carry. Captain Huggy getting tableted up, pushed forward. The big P, the big push. A chain coming through on top of the Mage Bane. The Mage Bane actually gets stunned up. Oh no, but the max distance wall wasn't enough to pull him back. That buyback on Yonko was really, really good there. And I understand now why Sigma just said, you know what, heck it, I'm running at you guys. It makes sense. He had Yonko in the wings just waiting for Wrath of the Pharaoh, because even if he were to hit Sigma, it doesn't necessarily matter. He's going to stun everything anyways. Really good play there, good buyback by Yonko there. And that was a BKB usage by the Silhouette, and it just didn't matter.
I don't know if she got her like her illusion out beforehand.
No, she just got cut down.
Yeah, so like I think you just need to.
Counter coming through, but oh no, Captain Huggy trying to go in to kill the illusion, but switch to the illusion. BKB pop, trying to do any damage they can to Kevin. Sigma just tablets downhill, but they have a token, so it doesn't necessarily matter. Sigma just trying to man fight. Manolay coming in with a PK stun, whiffs everything, but that's okay. He's done better. No fight people trying to get anything again on Manolay with a nice little take all your mana away, shut up idiot, and Jairus gets stuck in a wall. Jairus gets cut down, but Wincy coming back with a buyback. No fight people buyback as well, coming through with the Sunder as well, trying to get anything. Sigma's gonna go down for the first life, but Empath comes out of Sigma while he's dying on the floor. Sigma back up trying to do anything. A quickening coming through with a pilfering and a nice blitzkrieg on top of him. But Sigma's peak, oh my god! Tabling up to the tier 4s to get the kill on Winzy. But Kevin, he's back! He's spinning! He's slashing! And that's a pick up kill, no fight people blinking out. He missed the attack, but he comes through and picks up the kill on Miyabi. But a nice blitzkrieg on top of Huggy to try and get the kill, but the heal just coming through. He's okay.
Yeah, that was a chaotic team fight. Like, at the moment, they're just so far ahead. Like, and Manolay is stunning creatively. Let's just say that. I think that is the nicest way I can put it. Even buyback on Sigma. Yeah, buyback on Sigma. And like, he's just rolling right now. He's just having so much impact in these team fights. And like the Calamity and the Mage Bane, they don't really do a lot of like super high burst. They rely on being tanky and just doing a lot of consistent damage over a period of time. And the 4 is kind of just like ruins that plan, because you're not allowed to do like consistent damage over time, because the Force is just dealing more damage to you, and he's preventing you from healing and going back in, and he's just really annoying to play against. And they managed to actually get a Rex here, so yeah, this is looking really well for the Legion side here right now.
Kevin's gonna pick up the last bit of the Rex, getting the pair. He said you can't have one and not have the other.
Yep. That's I do kind of doubt the Spell Sunder on Calamity. It's a bit awkward, honestly. Like, I don't know if a Shrunken would be that much better. Maybe Tubane would be good.
Oh, no fight people getting actually pushed off, but he blinks away. And Captain Huggy getting a good little spin so he can just hit the towers to get it down. Sorry, Dutch, didn't mean to cut you off, but I thought we were about to get something exciting.
Oh. Nope. It's just the Legion side pressuring. But it's very difficult to play right now for the Hellborn side, because they're just so far behind. That's the Legion side. Honestly, has been playing these last couple of team fights a little bit sloppy, and they're still coming out ahead. It's it's difficult. Like, with the heroes that they have, the Silhouette and the Mage Bane, you kind of want to be ahead. And I think the Mage Bane did way too little with the farm that he had.
Oh my god. Take a peek at Captain Huggy just sprinting in with Empath and Jiro through. They have wards down. Thunder's Wall coming through to tap them up through. Brother Pharaoh going in on top of Jairus, but Jairus actually just melts down the Pharaoh. And Captain Huggy trying to do anything he can. Captain Huggy's actually getting eaten alive right now by the Silhouette. The Silhouette's starting to turn to do damage. He walks back into Winsy because he hits Winsy in the face, hits him in the head with the hammer and says, "Fuck off, nerd!" Actually ends up turning the kill on Winsy, but not trying to flex guard. Oh, Menelay actually dodges the stun. That wasn't Menelay's fault. Winsy buying back again. Oh no, why are we pausing the game in the middle of a fight? Oh.
Legion wins.
Interesting. Okay.
I think Magnus was liking a lot, yeah.
Yeah,
Let's just say
Magnus
that.
was lagging a lot, and I guess they're just deciding that they were going to
Yeah, but
CC
it's,
anyways.
like,
They figured
to
it
be
wasn't
fair,
a chance.
that was a fight without Force, so Force was just pushing in the bottom lane, and that was like clearly over. So I honestly like the choice of just like saying, okay, you know, we gave it a shot, we're too far behind, let's just go new. So yeah, well played by both the Hellborn and the Legion side, but in retrospect, I think the Mage Bane did too little with the lead that he had this game.
Yeah, I agree. And, you know, of course, Captain Huggy going 22-3. That's huge, right? Captain Huggy had a really great game, just getting buffed by the Empath the whole time running it out. And Sigma just being able to be a frontline menace towards the mid game too, even though he had a beginning. His laning phase wasn't the best in the beginning. I mean, he did die to tower with, you know, with his Menelay player at level 2 and 3. So, but being able to bring it back and doing pretty good, I would say I will consider it a win-win. But that's not too bad, buddy. But I know we're going to get our secondary game up for the second game of the lobby. So sit tight, chat. We will be back as soon as the lobby is made. everyone! Welcome all to Game 2 of Vinicus versus Blue Eyes of the Paradise League. Welcome, I am Coach, and I am joined here with Dutch, my buddy, my wind whistle lover, the champion of the movement speed. How'd you feel about Game 1, Dutch?
As like a severe lack of wind whistles. That's the only thing I will say. Basically, every one of them. Like, did I see a single wind whistle actually at last game?
Technically, there was a vitalizer that does count.
True, and an gym catcher.
Oh, hey, that's 2. 1 per team. That's pretty good.
Exactly. So the 4 noobs in each team. So what I'm getting at. No, but
right.
yeah. So it was of course like a very well played game from the Legion side. It's last game. It seems like the Hellborn side, the Thai team, didn't really expect the tri lane. They just weren't really ready for it. And I think like that's early game, like early game lead that the Legion side had. They never really gave it away. They just kind of like kept running with the surf blades very aggressively, and they just snowballed their way to victory, eventually getting Sigma farmed after a not very good early game, actually.
No, the early game was a little less than desirable, that's for sure.
True. Anyway, Pebbles pick.
Oh.
I have not seen the Pebbles in a while.
I have not either. So, I will say the one thing that I do want to talk about the ending of that game is when Silhouette started getting her items, we started seeing Silo damage. We saw it in the last fight. She absolutely shredded, and I mean shredded Yonko and shredded Captain Huggy. So it's a shame, like you said, if you didn't get the early injection of gold and farm, then she's going to have a rough game. And she did. But towards the end, after buying the catch-up Midas, doing pretty good, she came through and started doing a little bit better. So now we get a Pebbles pick, a Vindicator pick, and a Geo pick on the side of Blue Eyes, which these are some new heroes, some new champions, whatever you want to call them. If you call them champions, you're wrong. And on the right side, we have Captain Huggy. With the Team Vinicus, they have a Kinesis and a Nymphora. Interesting indeed. Now, I know this is wishful thinking, but probably what we're going to see is we're probably going to see Pebbles, or as I like to call, Coach Airlines, because nobody in HoN was playing Airlines, tiny until I started playing it. I'm wondering if we're going to see him throw the Geomancer during stun for the instant stuns, or if that's not something we're going to get.
I don't think that works that way. I don't think he can throw the Geomancer during the stun, sadly.
No. You throw the Geomancer land, you double Q. That's all it is.
Oh, like that. Yeah, okay. Yeah. To be fair, I don't think you need that on the Geomancer. Geomancer stun should be fast enough.
Yeah, but it'd still be funny to see.
True. I'm ready for the Behemoth pick. For Behemoth Air.
Oh man. Duncanshire the Third.
Exactly. No, or Deadwood. Deadwood's like chucking a Deadwood at someone and just him punching you right in the face. That has to be glorious, right? That has to be glorious.
I still think my favorite highlight of all time is when I was playing with Wig and I was playing Deadwood and I was playing the corn Deadwood and I screamed, "You about to get your corn cobbed," and then punch somebody out. Highlight of my entire career. I love Deadwood. Deadwood's so much fun.
yeah, like his ultimate feels so satisfying. That's like, it's one of the great things, right? His ultimate always feels so meaty when you slam it in someone's face.
Did you play Deadwood when the Deadwood bug was happening with the graveyard skin, where you would punch somebody, you would scream it to the whole map?
What? No.
Yeah, so you could be on the other side of the map and Deadwood would punch and you hear graveyard punch and it'd be like, oh, but there's like no one around you, just you're like bot and you look top and your teammate's just getting sucker punched, just losing all of his teeth, bro. And the best part was you could sit in the jungle and cancel your ult and he would just scream graveyard like the whole time, dude. It was fucking terrifying.
Oh, that's amazing. That's amazing. Okay. Anyway, so right now, Kinesis Nymphora Madman pickup for the Hellborn side. Pebbles, Geomancer, Vindicator. Vindicator is quite a bit stronger right now than he was like a while ago. So the Q, like notably, got a lot more duration of his disarm. Oh wow, rally. You know, if you're having troubles hitting a magma stun, I don't know if rally's to pick. I'm just gonna put it out there, right?
True. So, speaking of Madman, bubbles and a bit. Oh, so they're gonna try and do the. So basically, what I'm learning here is they're going to try and do. Oh, that is a bubble supports. So they're looking to do Kelp Field into Nightfall is what they're trying to do. Miyabi's playing the Vindicator, Geomancer will be the off lane, Winsy playing Pebbles. Okay, that works. But the thing about Madman, I noticed when Breaky was casting his first game by himself, cough cough, he started talking about the Madman, and he was talking about how the Madman was, what he was wondering what the Madman was going to build. Most of the Madman builds we see either go red boots or no boots at all into Dreamcatcher Radiance or Mach. You can go the Battle Fury build, you can go the Thunderclaw build, you can do whatever. The one thing that you will always see on the TIE players is the TIE players like to secure early game farm, and they like to secure early game stats. So normally, they're really, really, really going to go Iron Shield into Treads, into whatever else they feel like is necessary. Comparative, where if you look at the EU and the NA side, our Madmen's either go boots or no boots, Dreamcatcher, Mach. So I'm interested to see. I'm interested to see which Sigma plays in the Madman. So Sigma's playing the mid Madman, which leads me to believe probably we're going to see a bottle with a chalice into Dreamcatcher. More than likely. That's probably the build pathing we're going to get. And the other thing, too, is I'd like to point out is take a peek at Mr. Captain Huggy playing Kinesis Carry. And Yonko's playing a Moon Raw, which is also something we don't see a lot, by the way.
Yeah, I don't know if Kevin is gonna be playing carry this game. I hope not, because like Kevin, like sorry, I mean Kinesis on a core. Oh, you might actually be in a little bit of trouble here. But Kinesis core is doable, but
I think he's playing Kinesis. Oh no, he's caught out. Jeremiah coming through with a nice Sir Lancelot joust, getting the kill, followed up by a dig from the Geo, getting the Bloodlust on top of Winsy. So Winsy gets the beginning gold. That gets him just a little bit closer to his bottle. 440 gold for
it's
the
definitely
Pebbles.
a really good start, yeah. So I'm not sure how they're actually laning this. Vindicator's bottom. So Vindicator, Bensington, Bubbles, Geo. It's the Worm plus Turtle long lane. And they're playing... exactly. It appears to be a tri-lane Madman. So... where is...
Or are they just trying to set a counter kill?
It looks like Kinesis might go solo bottom, but I don't like his items for solo bottom.
No. If you're going to solo bottom, I feel like running red boots and just sacking your a little early stats would be fine. But it seems like he's just trying to get behind the Pebbles to get a good spell.
Yeah, or maybe do something. Because he knows that like he's a bit scared to go bottom. He thinks it's probably worth it. And he thinks like, okay, I just won't get a lot. So maybe he thinks like, okay, you know, Genko's gonna just harass the Pebbles a little bit. Get him low and then we can do something. Meanwhile, the top lane, the Worm and the Turtle are just getting boxed out a little bit. Menelay hits his stun.
Oh and my god.
Worm was actually getting low quite a bit. And we see also the Pebbles actually getting low quite a bit.
Yep,
oh, never mind. It was because the stun, yeah.
No, he had like 200 HP. It wasn't anything too crazy.
They're going again, actually. Pebbles might die.
They're actually trying to die by a tower, but Winsy actually getting a really good just stalagmites, and they're all the same. One's from the ceiling, one's from the ground, to save himself so he doesn't get dove. I don't know how I feel about Sir Bensington securing a free lane, though. I don't know if they're just disrespecting him because he didn't have a good game last time, but I don't know if leaving him to his own dividends to get farm is the play. Tony has to run back to the base, and Wormy Boy is going to secure some gold. I don't like Pebbles going boots instead of bottle, though. That is something that kind of bothers me. I do not like that at all. And it seems like Captain Huggy actually decides to get Dig there instead of the Stalagmites. He's just trying to get a secured stun, but it's also a secured escape as well. So it's not that bad of a steal, to be honest.
I think it's the escape more than the stun, because I think he just wanted like an escape mechanism, so that's either Bubbles Q or Q stun, but Q stun is definitely preferable.
And only coming through with a stun on top of Novaden, just trying to smack him as much as he can. They actually, they've role swapped a lot, by the way. So instead of Nopa playing support, he's playing Turtle this game.
Yeah, it's probably just like
people instead of playing off. Yeah, instead of Nope playing off lane, he's playing El Soporta. So Sigma is sitting at 330 GPM right now. His lane's not bad, anything's considered. Jera's sitting at about 370, so they're dang near even. So he's getting farm and gold. The only difference is Jairus will have a little bit more of experience because, you know, again, not in a tri-lane, people roaming. He shared a little bit more of experience, so not too shabby. Yonko going behind the tier 1 of the Legion side to go steal that camp just to get a little bit of extra influx of gold. And Winsy actually catches him out of his... Wow, that was a really good heads up by Winsy. I don't know if you caught that or not, but Yonko used Path of Destruction, and Winsy threw him mid-run and walked back into the tower. So he took 2 tower shots to try and set up a kill. That was really good heads up by Winsy. That was really, really smart. Very mechanical play right there.
Yeah, Pebbles was always such a joy to watch, right?
Yeah, especially someone who's good at it.
Yep. Yeah, like, if you see me playing Pebbles, that's usually just leads to a lot of frustration from both sides. I can imagine.
Enemy team and current team.
Exactly. But so on the other side, it's good content. It is good content.
True! We probably aren't going to see Ignite from Yonko, his W spell, until later in the game, because that is just something that you chunk yourself up. Menelay is actually hiding in the trees right now. He was resting in the trees, being sneaky, just keeping the rune away. So it's a Merrick's rune goes to him. Kinesis is harassing Miyabi, picking up trees, just throwing it at him. He has another dig up coming right about now. Bing and bong. A snacky time for Miyabi, eating the apple to try and live, but it doesn't necessarily matter. And a Captain Huggy picking up a kill on his side on top of Miyabi. And he's also going to be able to go secure the bot rune. So Tony, unfortunately, gets no runes, but he's full HP and full mana, so at least he has the ability to play. Yonko running in with a nice little fireball from the sky, the path of destruction, if you will, getting a stun and just harassing out Mr. Winsy. And Captain Huggy's going to return back to tower. All right. It is 4 minutes in the... Well, about to be 5 minutes in the game, and we have Nightfall on the line. Who do you think's catching the first Bensington ult?
So it's going to be probably quite difficult to kill the map with the Bensington ultimate. The Ra is definitely a more safe kill, but... you're going to have to kill him twice, right? It's kind of awkward as well. Actually, the Pebble's running into the rather.
So, the one thing that Yonko keeps doing, which I like a lot personally, he missed range creep reported, is he's pushing out the wave on top of Winsy's tower, and as soon as he pushes the wave to the tower, he just goes to the jungle. Instead of just sitting around and wasting time and GPM and experience, he just decides to go into the jungle and just farm a few camps. 1 camp, 2 camp, whatever he can get to try and get some bonus gold and experience. We're going to TP on the back of the tower here. It's Mr. Captain Huggy trying to set something up. I don't know what their plan is. Raw does have ult, so they can try and dive tower if they necessarily want to, but Winsy kind of heads up to the path of destruction, walks forward into him, and not too bad. Captain Huggy
they're just kind of trying to secure runes, and actually there's a lot of stacks in the Hellborn's Legion sides, and the Legion jungle here.
Oh yeah, so Tony's actually going to go get the rune as... Gonna zone Captain Huggy off it. Menelay is gonna get a regen rune top. Wormy Boy got some experience for being a worm in the mid lane, and he is level 3, close to level. He's actually like pretty close to level 4, so he's just trying to get some experience at Gravelocket. And right now, Captain Huggy's scouting out the stacks. Menelay and Captain Huggy are going to try and set something up. So here's what's going to happen. We're going to see, Winsy again with the toss, but it doesn't necessarily matter. Dig confirming the kill on Yonko. Yonko dies in the tower, but a nice dig coming through. The first Nightfall on top of Menelay's head, and he dies. Yonko died for a second time. Yonko might actually go down for a second. A nice poke from the Lance along in the cheeks of the Raw. So they do kill him a second time. A little bit greedy on that play. A nice double dig by No Fight People there, as well as, a good double dig by Captain Huggy, followed by a good dig from No Fight People. And Bubble's actually getting Dome under tower right now, and Lotus is down, healing Sigma, and a nice chunk healing to get the kill on the top. So good combo potential, a good double dig with the double Earth's Grasp, and they trade the kills out, coming for the Nightfall, and they get a 3 for McDeefer, Dutch. Not a 2 for McDoofer, a 3 for McDeefer.
That was just like the Bensington factor there, because they were 3 people initially with Rally, Ra, and the Kinesis, of course. But that actually
look at the top lane again. So shelling through, shell shocking out. They try to dive the tower with another dig there, but the mass TPs come in, and a good auto take cover to take cover from the stun of the Nymphora.
Yep. Yeah. So actually, no. Auto take cover is only level 4 now.
Shh. They don't even know that. Don't make them think he has
Did
talent.
you even know that, coach?
Yeah, but I just... and a joust under the tower with a book silence from Miyabi, confirming the kill on top of Menelay.
Yeah, Menelay is struggling a little bit, partially because he's not really getting anything done top lane, so he's trying to move around the map a little bit, but he's just running into a lot of people with a lot of stuns, so it's a bit difficult. Honestly, at this point, maybe might be worth it for Menelay to just get like a link item and sit behind Ra or something. As we see the Pebbles and the Worm looking for something juicy.
Okay, so Stalactite actually comes out for the miss. He's going to choose to not throw a creep. He's going to try and walk up to Yonko and throw Yonko up. Nope, he's going to punch him down because he has DD. He's not even going to waste the throw. He's not going to waste the toss or the chuck or the throw or the pitch or the airlines, whatever you want to call it. He's just going to punch him down. And Menelay getting his stuff on top of Winsy, but there's still a DD. Man coming through with a nice little barrel to try and get some damage. But Winsy has a stun, but he can't confirm the toss because he's not the mana. But Nightfall coming through for Jared into a nice lance along into a joust. Just trying. And oh my god, a flying worm! And a good stun to stop the TP with Dig, and they pick up the kills. Not a bad roam, a very good awareness of him taking stacks. Every time Menelay disappeared, or sorry, Yonko disappeared out lane, he was going to take stacks. So just a good heads up play, they're very much aware of it because they scouted earlier, and they picked up the kill. Worm,
Yeah, they
now level
should
6.
have. Honestly, they
Menelay's
should have
level 4.
also kind of known.
Whoa, stun on
that-
top of Menelay. Menelay's actually going to die. Shell shot coming through with the silence, a smackdown, and an auto attack, and that's a kill.
So they should have kind of known, because look, there's a very good ward from Kevin actually in the Legion jungle, right? As the Pebbles is actually trying to take the stacks here. So they knew that the Pebbles was not in the enemy jungle, which means that if he's not in the mid lane, there's a very limited amount of places that a Pebbles prior to the PK is going to be. As Kevin is actually playing quite cocky there.
Oh, Sigma trying to chase down the Worm. The Worm's just going to dig out, stuns miss. Yonko's going to try and path the destruction up to catch him. A nice barrel roll to slow down No Fight People. No Fight People putting down the Crystal Field, but Sigma just running away from it, going a little stealthy boy, stalking him down, sniffing him out, and picking up the kill. Nymphora is actually going to TP. Let's see where they're TP to. TPing in the jungle on top of the ward to try and get Winsy. Winsy gets picked up by a nice tornado, followed by a dig stun, followed by a path of destruction to pick up the kill. So he got most of the stacks. He was injected gold. He had about 800 gold when he started those stacks. He has 1,300 now, so he's only about 1k away from his PK. Well, they just get that tower, so he's about 750 away from his PK now. Not too bad. His timing on PK isn't that bad since he's making some plays around the map. Now they're just going to start playing together. So Sigmund just returns to the top, trying to get any farm he can. So just like I said before, if you take a peek at this, he didn't go bottle and he didn't go chalice. He just went protective amulet right into the sustainer. So he's just going right for Battle Fury right away. That, like I said, that's the big EU thing. They don't build boots or red boots if you're getting rained down too much. If you need mana, you're fighting a lot, you go chalice or bottle. So it's pretty much like we talked about before. The problem with buying treads and all the early items is you're wasting anywhere from 6,000 to 2,000 gold to get all those items. So you just delay your cleaver, which makes you farm a little bit slower. Well, I should say it's your hyper farming and injection is a little bit slower because you're, wasting money on items. He just got the call field, so it's pretty close.
Oh, wait, look at Vindicator.
Oh no, Vindy, you're in the wrong neighborhood. Miyabi level 7, putting down books that can't stun, but Yonko coming through the path of destruction misses. Miyabi raises a hand, tells him to shut up. A Nightfall coming down, landing on top of the Joust, getting the kill, hitting everyone with a Joust, and a mass TP to the bot, and they pick up the kill, and the Vindicator doesn't even die. Yonko actually currently getting smacked down, trying to path of destruction through the trees, but he also breaks down the trees so they can chase him. Jared's throwing a Joust from downtown Julie Brown, picks up the Joust on top of Yonko. Yonko gets stabbed down by the Lancelot in the cheeks. The dig timing was a little bad, but it doesn't matter because Wincy has the throw. Throws him in the sky, gets the kill.
Can't believe that the Vindicator survived there. Vindicator not only survived there, he also allowed the Bensington to basically get like a free initiation there with the ultimate. Because the entire enemy team was still silenced and just got hit by 3-man Bensington ultimate and stun. That was really well played, actually, by the Vindicator.
Very, very good. Very good. Just the simple, basic, throwing his hands in the air. Shut up, nerd! Leave me alone! And everyone's silenced. They can't finish up the kill. And like you said, a 3-man Nightfall, followed by a 3-man Stalactite, by a 3-man Joust. It was just too much.
Yeah, I'm disappointed that he's not playing the rainbow beard skin.
The best... No. The best Jeremiah skin...
It's like Skadoosh every time he has his W on someone.
Listen, the best Jeremiah skin is removing the hero from the game.
Vindicator.
No, I'm just saying. The best Jeremiah skin is removing it from the game, and the best Vindicator avatar is removing it from the game. Alright? You can't change my mind.
I'm not supposed to change your mind. You're allowed to be wrong, man. Don't worry about it.
Also, I'm kind of mad at the Sir Bensington because he's playing the wrong avatar. The best one is the Australian, the koala on a platypus, specifically because he plays the didgeridoo as he falls from the sky and hits him with a stick.
Yeah, no, that is a good avatar. No, but I want to go back to the map man with the cleaver, right? So I don't mind red boots into cleaver.
Oh no, he got scouted out by Knights. Oh, no fight. Just scouting him out for the sense of being burrowed from the Geostalk to pick up the kill. Yeah.
He wants the Q, but he's just not getting it because the worm is just not showing. Well played, I guess, by the worm. But, that's top lane.
Uh-oh. No fight, people get caught up by Sigma, and another silence coming from the Vindicator, and her Kelpfield comes down, and a Nightfall running through the stun, but it doesn't necessarily matter. He's going to joust through it, pick up the Menelay. Menelay's only level 5. Vindicator with another really good shut up, nerds, to just, make that fight securable. And again, we saw it right there, like we talked about before. I called it in the draft. The Kelpfield came down, Nightfall in the middle of the Kelpfield. They can't dodge it. They have to, they either have to run and get stunned up by the Kelpfield breaking and die, or just eat the Nightfall. But a Tornado picking up Wincy. Wincy coming through, a Path of Destruction coming over, but a Book Down, so they can't use spells. So Yonko can't actually use his Ignite to pick up the kill, but it doesn't necessarily matter. Captain Huggy gets the kill with an auto attack. A very good book placement, good disarm placement, just wasn't enough, sadly.
Rejected!
Yeah, it's not that much, actually. It's just Vindicators, Kinesis ultimate is just a really good ability. Quite a lot of damage if you can get it off of someone. But what I was talking about, the Madman, yes. So if you're going for Cleaver first, right, over just red boots, if at any point you get boxed out of the lane or bullied out of the lane because you don't have boots, at that point it's not worth it anymore, because you lose more by not being able to lane for that little bit than you get by having your cleaver 2 minutes earlier, unless of course you have an entire jungle triple stacked with no one to farm it. Then that's a different story. But that was not the case. He had a free lane top lane.
Take a look at mid. Sigma actually just burned barrel rolls gain away. Dig coming through with earth shattering, coming through big crystals on top of. Was even feeling PK and a Nightfall just landing on him to take the kill. And Jera's right now 9-0-4, playing an amazing game. Already has a hyper crown going on the side for BKB, Bakimba, if you will. Crystal Field was good there. PK forward on Winzy. Again, throwing him up and just bringing him to the dig. We saw the dig combo there. Kelpfield down on Kevin. No, Captain Huggy. Captain Huggy trying to juke. Middle lane trying to stun through. Wins the stun, doesn't get anything. Silence coming through on the Vindicator, tell everyone to shut up. Yonko can't use spells for stun. A Joust comes from downtown Julie Brown, picking up the kill on top of Melee. Path of Destruction up the trees to try and get away as they're trying to run, but Jared's just trying to hunt, trying to get anything he can. can. Novedon kicking a shell forward, trying to find Huggy, but Huggy gets out. A silence throwing trees, enemy goes auto cover, doesn't take any damage. They're fighting on the tower, trying to kill Yonko. A dive with the book and a jump on the back end to kill Captain Huggy, and Yonko go down for life 1. But he's about to revive, they're TPing out. What are they going to do? Yonko trying to run forward, trying to get into camp with the night. Sigma running in with stock, trying to barrel on top of Winsy. Can't get Winsy to decide. We're going to kill Miyabi. No. Novedon just trying to play in the back because he gets shell shock into the trees. There it is. They don't know where he went, but Sigma throws on the red ward to try and go through, but Mendeley doesn't see it in time, and they can't pick up the kill.
Oh, that is unfortunate. They really needed those return kills. Because in the end, Benzington actually ported out. The Worm got out, the Pebbles walked out, and the Pebbles ported out at the end there. It was, I think, like a 5-for-1 turn or something like that. That's... I will say, this game is surprisingly even for how much the Legion is dominating right now.
True. And the other thing, too, that we need to take consideration is, Captain Huggy in another spot. A dig with some crystals and a joust from downtown, picking up the kill with a nice lance along poke. Very good awareness there by our Geomancer, who is trying to pick up Dreamcatcher right now. Gets the good dig into a good Earth's Grasp with the Geostock. He's doing great. But about the Batman, like I said, it's all partitioned based off how your game is, right? Like you're saying, some games it's good to buy boots. Some games, if you have the free farm, it doesn't really necessarily matter. That's just what it does, right? So again, like we said, it's all based off the game state, right? It's very much based off game state. However, you know how some people are. Some people like the same build and they'll build it no matter if it's good or bad.
Yeah.
So
no, but like, do you agree with me in this case?
I 100% agree with you. Yes, I 100% agree with you. It's all about, the thing is, the particular matter. It really it pays dividends to build based off what your laning phase is. Oh no! The Vindicated Silence coming through. Turtle. No. He has a chance to get out because of Vindy. Oh, the trees, but they can't kill him.
That's just mean. They finally had the turtle. He used the spells, and they were there ready for him. But like, so in theory, like you have to farm. You have to get more farm than that you lose by not having boots and being bullied out of the laning phase. It's the same thing that I often see, like people go something like Elkbone's first item before red boots, and then they get like stomped in the lane. It's like you lose money because of that. A lot of people don't seem to realize that. They think like the earlier I get my farming item, the more farmed I will
take a look back. So No Fight People actually was hunting with the Geostock in the back, but Winsy just threw him out of Geo ult. But Book is down with Kelpfield. Meneley's actually gonna kill him back. Gonko's gonna die, but he has a second life. He's gonna come up, and they probably have the damage to kill him again. Yep, Nightfall coming through to secure the kill. Winsy accidentally threw him out of the crystal field, but it didn't matter. Their damage is just so high.
No. Like, so he actually threw the Ra on top of the rally, and the rally was inside the crystal field, but the rally like queued out at the end. He compelled himself out. Make sense?
Jarez. Yeah, I saw it incorrectly. I apologize. But it seems like Jarez did not appreciate his silhouette performance. Say, gimme Benzington, one of my main heroes. Oh,
never mind.
Oh, they're teaming on top.
They're ready for him.
Okay, they actually made it. They were ready this time. They're not coming to the barrel roll. A little lightning bug flying out the Lotus Pool, and Captain Huggy said, "You're in the wrong neighborhood, buddy. You're in the wrong neighborhood."
I think if like the Pebbles lived there for some reason, like Vindicator Silence wasn't up, but
no, I don't.
Vindicator Silence into
lives.
like him running away somehow. I think that was an instant CC. I don't think they're taking kind on that one.
No, I will say No Fight People has been playing Geo really, really good. He's been having really good Geo stock angles. He's been playing the map really, really good. He's been having really good flanks.
Yeah, they play it very similar like they would play a Tundra. It's the information that is so important here, right?
Yeah, very much so.
And I think this is also look at where the Geo is right now, actually. This is also like an example why they banned Tundra against these type players, because with this information, they get to play as aggressively as they do. And actually, Vindicator might be in a little bit of trouble if he walks into the rally. And
oh man, the compel to crush him with an M4 Zeal. He doesn't even use ult. He said, "You're not good enough to get turned into paste." Just auto attacks him down. Good heads up there by them sticking together. The Geo was staying bot, so they didn't have info on him anymore. But you're right, information is paramount, right? It really pays dividends to have all the information to know how rotations are going, knowing how they're playing, know who's where, what, when, and how, where wards are, etc., etc. So, you know, having that info, super good. Because as you can tell, Thai players are momentum-based players. We saw in the last game, as soon as they lost their momentum, they start playing a little bit worse, right? Not because they're bad players or anything, it's just they're based off playing momentum. If they're not playing momentum, they struggle a little bit. But that's just game style, right? That's just how some people play.
Pebbles actually walking into the Congo here.
Oh, buddy, this is not a good move. What are you doing, Mr. Pebbles? Oh, no, Beebles, no! Well, Monarch getting slammed down and punchy. PK's downhill. Melee actually slows him down, gets a nice compel on top of him. But guess what? Geo was stalking, they knew what was going on. A Nightfall coming through the BK bomb with a Hyper Crowd, just trying to go through. But Madman hasn't shrunken, drops miss. We have BKB anyway, so it doesn't necessarily matter. Trying to get away. And, okay, Kevin was in a weird spot, but he got out. But again, that was all information on the Geo. And it just set up to a very good play.
Nymphora die?
Nymphora died, I think, because he got hit by a crystal, an earth grasp, maybe? From the...
Nymphora, that's the Bensington. Maybe Bensington ultimate in the end or something. Or maybe the Hyper Crown or something. Like the Nymphora was low because of the Pebbles combo, but Nymphora didn't die. And the Pebbles like peek it out. So I think either the Bensington ultimate or the Bensington like lightning procs. Where the hell is Kevin going?
I have no clue what Captain Huggy's doing. He's in his own little world. I'm just letting him chill.
He's going on an adventure or something.
So Geo is scouting out Sigma right now, just kind of watching him farm, giving information to the team. We see Bubbles walking up. Bubbles is going to try and do anything. And Earthcraft's coming through on Sigma. Sigma gets stalked to dig. Pops BKB. Kel feels down, but doesn't necessarily matter. Sigma just trying to do any damage he can. Lets Kelp expire. And Turtle's just going to shell shock away. Actually, he's not going to surf away. He's just going to stand there and be like, yeah, I can shell. So what? I don't care. What are you going to do about it, idiot? And a regen rune going to the side of Jera's, refreshing his mana. Another stealthy mushroom of sneakiness coming through on Mr. Winsy. Winsy trying to see if he could set up and make anything happen here. Even with the spell shards, I do not foresee a world where he one-shots Yonko in any mind of the sense. He is a tanky boy.
Yeah, like it's interesting to see that like the European teams seem to prioritize Congo like a lot more than the Thai teams. Oh, Menelay.
Oh, he actually would have got, if he actually didn't get booked, he 100% stole that. I 100% believe he steals that. But sadly, he got booked. Sigma barrel into the creeps on mid, and they have Captain Huggy just lurking in the background. But I don't know if they can make anything happen here.
They have him for a port, so this could be big, although like the team support is here.
They have Vindy silence, but they pick him up in time. Sigma Boss beam came from the side. Jares gets to actually pop Geos and get out. And Nofadam in the background throwing down a Kelfield, but he's just getting smacked. But Winsy coming in with the stun and the throw, trying to get anything happen. Sigma getting the Nightfall coming through from Sigma. Sigma's going to get Lance along, poked down. Miyamaji's throwing on attacks on Yonko. Yonko's going to die for the first time. That is a mortal on Jares. And the Geo's just silencing our poor boy in the background. Yonko gets spawned on top of a bookie book. Yonko said, I can't read, and he dies. That is 15-0-8.
That does sound
GPM
like Yanko, to be fair.
From Jares. Jares playing an excellent game right now.
Oh, Worm?
Oh, no. Worm. They thought they caught the Worm, but they caught him! And Metalay gets picked up by Winsy, thrown in the world, said, leave my Worm alone. That's the only guy I like. They pick up the kill on Menelay, and Worm being level 13 as a support from these realms. The Dreamcatcher just now picking up his PK. He is having the game of his life.
And this is the strength of like going for something like a Dreamcatcher before like a PK. Like you're actually pretty damn tanky with that Dreamcatcher. And the Dreamcatcher in this case like allowed him to live there, because otherwise I'm fairly certain that Kevin would just press one spell and the worm would die there. But that fight was very well executed by the Hellborn. By the Legion side. Hellborn was trying to go there. They initiated with the Kinesis ultimates, but the team support was just a little bit too fast. The Vindicator was really ready there. And I also want to point out that the bubbles picked up a Grimoire of Power. That is a farm turtle.
Yeah, he is a big boy turtle.
That is a very farmed turtle, yes. So it's gonna be rough. I also just noticed that Ra picked up a Sword of the High, which I just really don't like. Like, you're not going to be able to outfarm the enemy. You're not going to become a core this game against like their heroes, not against the 700 GPM Bensington. Shouldn't you just go for something like a demonic here and try to support your map ban as much as possible?
Me personally, if I was in that situation, I would just go Plated Greaves for the little bit of extra armor activation to deal with the poking and the jousting and Nightfall. I would have gone a Gnomes and I would have gone a Demonic. That's what I would have did personally.
Gnomes?
That's just
Gnomes
I would have
on
went
Ra?
Gnomes.
On Ra.
Just to spite you.
Yeah,
I would sell that.
That would annoy me.
I'd sell the Wind Whistle because it's a useless item.
I will say Yanko and Menelay are the only people right now with the Wind Whistle.
So memes aside, obviously.
No. It's not about the memes. Look at you, Mancer. Look at this empty slot. Look at this empty slot of shame.
So memes aside, the basic build, Black Helmet of the Legion and the Shaman's Headdress, as it is, I would finish Barrier and I would go Demonic. I wouldn't worry about getting Mock because I don't really think Mock changes anything this game. I don't think that you guys have a damage issue. I think they're just so much ahead it doesn't necessarily matter. I don't look at Mock and be like, oh yeah, as soon as Raw gets Mock, we win the game. I don't think that's the case, and I don't think that Yonko's doing enough. Yonko's job isn't doing enough damage. Yonko's job isn't doing damage. So if he's thinking the problem is he's not doing enough damage, I think that's just poor thought process on this point. Because the reality of the situation is you're going to have Menelay throw himself into the team, right?
Yep.
He's going to try and get a stun. He's going to try and do anything. But the biggest problem is that you're just kind of getting stalked and then getting one shot anyways. So I think it's better to build survivability and build aura items to help your team than worrying about a Mock for some magic damage. You know what I mean?
Like everyone is going to get like Shrunkens eventually by the time you finish that mock. And like right now, like 50% of the damage from your team is going to be that Madman. Just pounding in the auto attacks. And there's not going to be that much armor on the Legion side, right? Because Bensington naturally doesn't really build that many like armor items or like agility items. Like even right now, as a level 19 Bensington, that's only 15 armor. It's not that much.
Yeah.
If you get like a Demonic, that's only 8. That's a different story suddenly.
Yeah, and the big thing too to take in consideration is that with Madman swipes, right, with Gash, it's 8% bonus damage for 3 seconds when dealing non-dot damage, right? And it stacks up to 6 times. That's a lot of damage, but it's still reduced by armor. So if they were to actually buy a Demonic and reduce a little bit armor, he'd be doing a little bit more damage, right? And I think that's very important right now, is the fact of if you want damage, your main carry and damage healer is the Madman, so why not supplement something to help him do his job better?
Yeah,
you know what I
and
mean?
after it's like Shrunken is out, the Madman is just going to die from combos. From like Pebbles combo into the Geo. So he needs to basically kill them during the Madman Shrunken.
Exactly.
There is actually quite a nice buff that the Madman got in the recent patch that helps him in his carry role. Which is that like if he pops his ultimate, as you can see right now, he actually gets 5, 7, and 9 movement speed bonus. Yeah, it just gives him that little bit of edge that he needs over like what he would normally have, you know?
Yeah, and 48% damage is not anything to scoff at, right? And Geo again playing the same angle he's played before, just scouting out everybody, looking at their rotations. He knows where all 5 are. He literally just scouted out all 5. He knows exactly where they are and what's happening. They have a rep board down, but they don't see the Geo. And the Newerth TP, they're going to go down on top of the Vindy to try and get something to happen. They TP on the hill and actually get stuck on the high ground. Captain Huggy's stuck in the trees. He can't get through. A book going down to Silence them, and a Silence coming through the Vindy. And Geo's gonna actually dig PK on top of Sigma. Sigma is trying to get anything happen. No fight people going down now, but Sigma gets hit by the Nightfall, and he has no mana. He gets bashed. He's trying to stalk away, but he can't get away because the bash is too strong. A book goes down. He gets the kill. Winzy actually kills another one on the back line. That TP was a little bit grief there. They got stuck on the hill, hit by a book, and then silenced up. Winzy actually trying to get on top of you. Oh my god, Captain Huggy reacting instantly to Winzy TP with a Bensington Joust, stuns him so he can't get thrown. But Menelay doesn't understand that the throw didn't go off, so he just gets chucked up and punched down. And Captain Huggy stayed a little bit too long and dies too. A mortal Jer is running through the map, cutting him up like hot butter on a sunny day. 18-0-8.
But like well, almost a smoke. So you know.
They're gonna give up this tier 3 tower in the bottom lane, and they're going to lose their racks off this alone.
Yeah, like this is like rough. Honestly, they are at this point so far behind because like a little while ago I said like even though the score looked really bad, I think it was like 19-6. The gold lead was actually not even that bad.
Yeah, it was only 7k, but the fights were still pretty close.
Yeah, and like the gold percentage, like if you look at the gold percentage, it was only like 55% to 54% or something. That is manageable. That is absolutely manageable. But right now it's like 62-38. That's a lot worse, basically.
Yeah, 26k, about to be 27k up on net worth, but that net worth isn't supplementary. It's very, very much real. You can see it in all their fights, and you can see it by how behind Menelay is, or sorry, Meme Delay. You can definitely see it. And even though Sigma's trying to turn out a really good game, and Sigma has items and be able to play, even with BKB, you can see it doesn't necessarily matter. He popped BKB, they threw a book on him, he got first hit bash, they threw a ward on his head, and then he just died anyways. Yep. So, you know,
I mean, that's like an 800 GPM Bensington. Like, that's...
Yeah.
Like, normally, Mapman easily outcarries a Bensington. But not if you're, like, 300 or 400 GPM behind. That's not doable.
And now we're looking at the case where our Tony has a BKB. Our Tony's BKBing it up. Our Vindy almost has Hellflower, it seems like. He's pretty close, I think. Is that what he's building, Hellflower?
Oh, top lane, the worm is doing things.
The Nightfall coming through on top of Huggy. Huggy just splits off, Menelay walks away. And Jared's actually burned BKB there, but I think he doesn't necessarily mind. Even if he burns BKB, I don't see a world where they kill him.
No, like, it doesn't really matter. At this point, it's just better to play safe than to play super risky.
Sigma just got scouted out by a Shell Surf, by the way, but I don't think they're going to do anything about it.
No. I think they may have seen him, like, go into the trees there. But, like, it doesn't really matter if you pop your Shrunken, because you can just wait, right? It's the only way that you're going to lose this game as the Legion side at this point is if you start, like, you know, making really stupid plays and dying on the Bensington a lot. Because Bensington has an immortal streak, remember that. Like, that's 1,000 gold.
Yeah, but Yonko has Radiance.
Ooh, Mock. Oh, he missed the smoke. Oh, and they ran into an illusion for Pebbles here with 5 people.
That is
that's rough.
Very, very, very depressing.
Yeah. At least it feels less bad that he missed the smoke now. Oh, oh, they missed.
Oh, a PK did coming through, but he actually missed, and Winzy can't confirm anything off it. He also just kind of gives that play up. So they kind of just gave away that they had vision there based off how they played that. Geo stock just doesn't matter. They're going to be seen forever. That's a DD on Jairus. They're just going to shred through the Kongor right now.
Yeah,
they're just going to cut him down.
Their Kongor is going to be up in approximately like a minute or so. Actually, it's really good what Vinicius is doing here. They're like setting up for the enemy Kong because they know that the Legion is going to want to do that. So it's unfortunately not really a useful rune. It's going to be a regeneration rune. But there is even still a tier 1 middle tower. That's how aggressively like the elite inside has been playing here.
Very true. The other thing too that's kind of supplementary here is the fact that, like you said, they made that play on the Concord there, and they warded for it. But even with the wards, I do not foresee a world where they could just roll up and fight and be okay. I think they're too behind. I think a calculated 5v5 fight, they lose.
Like if they can play a 3v5 fight somehow, maybe they can like pull something off there. But they have to do that against a Geomancer that's like constantly scouting them, constantly giving information, constantly being annoying. And oh, look at this! There's an Nymph port coming.
I don't know if this is the fight you want, though, boys. Oh, wait, it's only solo Nymph. He just tried to steal it, but didn't get it. Oh, man. He only solo ported in to try and steal it. It makes sense. He wanted to make sure they didn't get the token, but in the end, it didn't necessarily matter.
I liked it. Just go for
Hey,
the
it was a good heads-up play.
Yeah, like you're gonna be respawning in like 40 seconds anyway. You're worth like how much? Like 200 gold. Who cares? Just go for the play. If it works out, it's huge. If it doesn't work out, like it's not going to change the game. This
Definitely not.
Kinesis might
No,
be.
Captain Huggy just got scouted up by the turtle.
Yeah, he just dropped the eye like right there for them.
No.
Like there used to be this thing that you could do where you drop the eye. Yeah, okay. Benston with a wing bow just sniped him, Batman.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't.
Silence.
Shout out to Jared, the 20-0-9 game, playing that game absolutely like a menace. Just playing it really good. And we saw the strength of their draft, right? We saw people getting Chuck Stalagmite Nightfall on top of. We saw the Kelpfield to the 3-man Nightfall earlier. Their team draft was a little bit better, and I saw that people were talking saying, oh, Tide teams always get stuck in the same draft. They always do the same thing. They can't change their ways. Well, guess what? They completely drafted something different and new, and they absolutely smoked it that game. So it just proves that they can change and they can switch it up, which is a good sign, right? We didn't want to see the anti-mage again, right? We didn't want to see the mage main off lane again. We wanted to see something new. They switched up the roles, they picked their comfort picks, they picked new things, and they switched their supports up for their offlaners, and well, look what we got. A brand new game that was just as terrifying.
Yeah, like I also don't really agree with the sentiment that Tide players only play the same heroes. Because I'm fairly certain that people like What You Got literally can only see like 15 heroes. The rest of them is just blacked out. Engineer, Magmas, that's basically like the supporting cast. And maybe Forsaken Archer or something. A Swift played here and there, and that's it.
I still think it's funny that people say Wig can only play 3 heroes: Wild Soul, War Beast, and Ophelia.
True, big true. Anyway, but flaming him is of course our natural thing to come back to. But I think we are going to go to game number 3. Isn't that right?
Yes, we are. We get a game number 3 in this best of 3. It's 1-1, just picked up by Blue Eyes. The first game was the side of Vinicus, and we are going to take a small break, get some water, hydrate, don't listen to Dutch. Water's good for you. He's going to tell you it's not, and we will catch you back at the next lobby. No, Dutch, shut up. Water's good for you.
I have to tell you something.
No, roll the B-roll. Get us out of here, Paradise. Go to break time. Oh, man. to Game 3 in our Paradise League of Blue Eyes, the Thai Warriors versus Kevin in Vinicus. We have Mimale going like 0-13 on Rally. It was not his best performance, and that's okay. It happens. So now we're back in our draft.
You know what he has with the rest of Snap? Room for improvement.
True.
Right? Look at this. Look at this Proud player, right? He went 20-0 last game. You think he's gonna do better this game? Just think of the pressure on his shoulders right now. The insurmountable pressure, like weighing him down, being like let in his shoes. There's no playing after that. There's no topping that. You're done.
Well, here's
Meanwhile,
the thing, right?
Menelay is like an open, wide meadow in front of him of possibilities.
I mean, he did play his first Scylla game kind of bad, and then came back with a 20-0 bomb on Jeraziah. So maybe he's skipping through that meadow. Maybe, sorry, my bad. Maybe he, I don't know why I keep saying Jeraziah. I'm just thinking about how terrible Jeraziah is and he needs to get removed from the game. Maybe he's skipping through the meadow, stealing Menelay's flowers. That's quite the possibility.
Maybe he is. True. Anyway.
So, we're looking through and we get that Soul Reaper ban again and another Grunix ban and the Icor ban. So the bans have always been the same. So they respect those heroes a lot because I see that they perform on it. So we actually get a first pick Vindicator.
Did they do the same thing last game? I know they picked it early. They picked it early in the first 3.
It was either first pick or second pick.
Okay.
Actually, I think they first picked Pebbles. They first picked Pebbles.
Oh,
then
yeah, they
picked
did.
Vindicator.
True. So, the Vindicator has been working out for them a lot, and honestly, like this guy on the Vindicator, I'm quickly gonna very sneakily take a look at who it was. It was the Mayabi guy. He did some really big plays actually with that Vindicator, right?
Oh yeah, we definitely saw the power of Vindicator there specifically. He just had really good tome placements, really good books, right? The Glyph of Silence, just huge books. He showed the power of Vindicator. Now, here's the thing about Vindicator, right? Vindicator is very easy to jump on, very easy to kind of blow up, but they were just so behind, and he was so confident with this team behind him, it just didn't necessarily matter. So the only thing I do not like, if you want me to be 100% honest with you, the one thing that has perturbed me to no end is the fact that they did not respect ban the Geomancer. The Geomancer, as much as Jera's played a great game, and I will not take that away from him, No Fight People played an amazing Geomancer and completely and 100% set up that entire game for his team, and it wasn't even close.
But let me turn that question back on you. It's not necessarily the question of do you want to ban a Vindicator or a Geomancer. What would you ban instead, or what would you not ban instead of the Geomancer? Because Tundra, Iker, and Soul Reaper are also 3 heroes that have been very dominant in the previous games, right?
Iker hasn't necessarily been extremely dominant per se.
You haven't seen the first couple of the games.
Well, I wouldn't say he's dominant in the regards of what people would anticipate. But yes, he is dominant within a reason. So the Iker ban, I understand, right? That's fine. The Grunix ban, they banned Grunix out when, I've never really seen anybody on Vinicus play Grunix.
No.
Yeah.
Vinicus played Tundra, Iker, and Soul Reaper.
Oh, sorry. I was looking at Nofodon. I was thinking about Grunix because only the Ties play. The only Ties I've seen play Grunix. Sorry. So the Grunix ban, I'm still confused about that one. That's why I was stuck on that.
Tundra, Iker, and Soul Reaper. Which one would you not ban?
No, you're fine, because I'm just thinking, because...
Well, you think very slowly.
Shut up, nerd. I'm trying to put stuff together. Because, if they let the Icor get through, the Icor is easily countered if you have the right heroes. But with the Grunix ban, it makes hard because you can't... Because the reason why I was saying Grunix is because you can't snipe Icor out of the fights. Because the thing with Grunix is you can push him out of the fights, but that really doesn't mind. Yeah, you push him out of the fights.
Oh, okay, like that.
That's what I'm saying,
out of the fight. Not snipe.
Yeah, that's why
you can't... do you have half an hour to kill the Iker?
No, so that's what I meant by the Grinex. I was looking at the
Okay.
Grinex. I understand the Grinex ban because if they didn't ban Icor, the Grinex could push him out of the fight. So that's one of the counters gone, right? That doesn't necessarily matter. So the only big thing really is I would be okay, truly, I would be okay with getting the Icor through because I feel like there's counters to it, right? They banned the Magnus and they banned the NG out of respect, so you can't really use that to, just having Lava Surge to lock everything down. NG, again, has the chance to
NG
silence Icor and
honestly,
push Icor out of the fight.
NG
but-
is one of the most, like, still, in my opinion, the strongest heroes in the game. It's honestly ridiculous. And even though, like, this hero was nerfed, it's still so strong.
Yeah, plus I think just based off its kit and what it does, I feel like it can pretty much smoke out the Icor as well. But they've banned NG every single game out of respect, so that's not an option either. So, like, the Soul Reaper was pretty strong because it had a really good lane because it was the carry Soul Reaper and it had free farm and everything, and I understand that.
But it also just really works well with their game plan, right? To go fight and fight. And I think that's also why they don't really want that Soul Reaper, because Soul Reaper is just a big snowball hero in that regard. And this is a bit of a different draft, actually, from the Hellborn side. Sorry.
Yeah. No, you're fine. The only thing, like, my biggest thing other than that is, like, the Tundra. You keep talking about Tundra and how great Tundra is and the bird vision. And honestly, after seeing the way that No Fight plays plays Geo, I feel like if they gave him Tundra and he played the offlane role again, or if they gave it to, Nofa as the offlane role.
It's the same hero, basically, right?
Yeah, I feel like it'd still be turbo strong, right? So I get it, but like I said, talking about just like the bans they had on the side, because again, the Grinex ban and the NG ban, they banned every time. That covers a lot of the things that shits on their draft, right? Because you have to look at it from both sides. Because I can't tell you, like, oh, you just don't ban the Tundra, you don't ban the Icor, and then you pick this when it's already banned, because that just screws it up. You know what I mean? So that's why it's kind of hard based off the banning trend. But I feel like there's still some counters to it. But there's a lot of stuff that we haven't seen that's not really necessarily played that could change it up. But I guess it really depends. So for me, it's hard to say, but I just feel like the Geomancer was inherently such a problem. I feel like letting them draft it through is an issue. Right?
I don't really think that the Geomancer is as much of a problem in this game specifically, though, because if we think about last game, think about the setup that they had. Like Pebbles, Bubbles ultimate, Bensington stun, a lot of abilities that allow you to easily hit the Geomancer ultimate, and even the Geomancer stun to some degree. Right now, what stuns do we have on the Hellborn side to set up for a Geomancer ultimate? I count a Swiftblade ultimate stun. That's a mini stun.
Yeah, that's also the other thing too that I've realized kind of when I was watching their draft is they didn't draft stuns, other than Dig, which scares the crap out of me.
Yeah, and like Dig, like Geomancer ultimate specifically is something that you just want that's like setup stuns for, right?
Yeah, that's kind of what scares me. They don't necessarily have any like harsh lockdown, but at the same time, on the other front of that being said, there's not any hyper mobile characters on the side of the Vinicius draft. Seriously, think about it. How many people have a movement ability other than Wrath of the Pharaoh? Truly.
Well, Corrupted is naturally very fast, especially if he gets like an Energizer with that E. So, it depends like how badly you want to, chase people down. But they have the Prisoner, they have the Pharaoh to set up on that. So I don't think it's going to be that difficult, given that they are playing from advantage. And I think they should be able to. I think they're going to play a tri-lane with a Corrupted, Prisoner, and Nymphora. Probably an aggressive tri-lane, if I had to guess. Or wait, are they actually? No, wait. Then they have a Torturous solo and a Pharaoh solo, which is awkward.
So
don't think you want.
You gotta think about this too. even if the lanes, if we flip-flop the lanes to make them make sense, right? However you want to look at it. The two big things that you need to understand is the kill potential on the side of Vinicius, right? You have Mummy Wall. You have Agonizing Bonds. You can pull them on the wall and drain their mana for freezies, right? You have a way to pull them into all of your spells. If your prisoner gets a big hook or your prisoner gets a PK, PK's in and ults, guess what? You Agonizing Bonds them so they can't run away from the ult. There's a lot of combo potential for no matter what the lane is, that's super, super big, that I think is super important.
And also
Right.
the Swift Blade cannot just TP out and like spin TP out. Because you have both Pharaoh and Prisoner that can cancel it. So the split push potential is really limited. I think, honestly, Vinicius really got a better draft this game.
I agree.
The
I think
Vindicator pick just doesn't really... Like, a Vindicator pick last game, I liked a lot because it just allowed the Benson to, like, save entry into the fight.
Yeah.
Instead of, like, entering a fight where you instantly get stunned or something.
Yeah, that's very true. And the thing that I like a lot is I like playing Torture. I'm an avid Torture enjoyer, I will admit. I'm an avid Torture enjoyer. I think the AoE damage this game specifically is going to be super, super huge because your W, I do not know if your W, your Impalement, or your Torment hits invisible units. I don't know that or not.
It does.
It does. So Madman stock is still going to get blown up by it, right?
Yeah.
The only concern for me truly is this Vindicator pick. I think it was comfortable. I think they jumped on it because it played so great. The thing is, they don't really have big, I say air quote, big spellcasters during the fights. Like, yes, Sigma's a spellcaster. It is what it is, right? Menele, spellcaster. Yes, Yonko is going to be a spellcaster, but all he's going to want to do is Wrath of the Pharaoh, but you turn on your Q while you're Wrath of the Pharaoh anyways, it doesn't necessarily matter. So the Vindicator doesn't necessarily have that much precedence to me, because even if the Vindicator puts a good book on top of Captain Huggy, Drain still goes off, right? Corrupted Conduit still happens, and Static Discharge giving you 12% movement speed to be able to move out of the book is super nice. Even though it's not necessarily targeted per se, it won't charge off, but the 12% movement speed is super, super huge when that is max, like you're saying prior. Plus, if he gets Overload off, it's not going to stop itself if he gets silenced. That doesn't really necessarily matter, right?
The Vindicator in general was more important for like the to prevent counter initiation than anything else.
Yeah.
Because like you used all your spells as like Pebbles combo, Geomancer combo, and Benster combo, and at that point, you just want to reset the fight for like 10 seconds and wait until your spells are up again, and then you can go again, right? And the Vindicator ultimate just worked really well with that because like it didn't allow him didn't allow the enemy team to counter initiate.
Yeah.
But they don't have the same level of like burst initiation that they had last game. Like the Benson the Benson is not the same thing as like a Swiftblade or Mappan.
Yeah.
It's
Plus,
like yeah.
I understand the counter initiation, but like I'm saying is if the fact that the prisoner gets in and uses R, it doesn't matter if Vindy pops R, right?
Yeah,
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if Corrupted goes in and uses all of his spells, right? Or even if he just goes in and gets Drain off, it doesn't matter if he gets booked. It doesn't matter if he gets disarmed because your Overload is still going to do damage, right? So there's a lot of spells that Vindy really, unless Vindy just has the R button of the heavens where he could just instantly react to a PK from someone, more than likely they're still getting their spells off. So this Vindy, I feel like, is in a scary spot because here's the other thing too. If he gets sniped out by a ball and chain dude from the old ball and chain from Narnia and gets kidnapped, it doesn't matter if he puts down a book or not, because think about it. Prisoner gets damage based on how many people he sees for within a unit, right? So he's just gonna club down the Vindicator. He's gonna bonk him in the head and tell him to go home. You're not welcome here. So it's hard to say who's gonna win off drafts, but at the same time, this Vindy pick that was like their comfort pick that they like picked in super fast, I feel like isn't gonna perform as good as they want. But then again, we don't necessarily know that either, right? We don't know that. So it's all paramount to how we feel. So we're actually going to remake the game because Sigma can't reconnect. So we're actually going to remake the lobby, guys. Bear with us. Sorry, just some technical difficulties. There won't be a ban phase again. We know what heroes we're playing, so we're just going to rush through this real quick and just try and figure it out. So now you get to hear Dutch's beautiful voice about he tells you what his favorite food is. Go ahead, Dutch. What's your favorite food?
Well, whatever my roommate is cooking right now, to be perfectly honest with you. It smells really good. And it's been, I feel like he has been like waving a fan outside of my door. That's honestly how it smells like. And it's been smelling like that for the past, I would say like 1.5 hours, more or less. So, like, long story short, my roommate is evil. No, but so I think they are going to. Okay, so initially I thought they were going to go with the tri lane on the side of finishes, but that kind of makes the laning stage quite. Like the other side lanes quite awkward because you don't really want to run a solo torturer. The Pharaoh solo is of course fine, but you have Prisoner, Nephora, and Torturer that kind of those 4 heroes all kind of want to be in that tri lane. So I think alternatively they might go for like a 2-1 or 2-2-1 setup, like with a dual middle solo Pharaoh in the short lane and like the Corrupted Disciple plus maybe the Vindicator in the Nephora in the long lane. But that kind of makes, or that begs the question, what do you think that the other team is going to respond with draft-wise? Because honestly, I'm not really sure.
Well, we know the drafts are going to get. We know what we're going to get. It's just a matter of the laning, right?
Sorry, I mean lane phase, right? Lane, like how the lane setups.
No, the lane phase. So we really need to. And I think the hard part is they're probably not going to know what they're going to want to do with lanes, and they probably don't want to know how they're going to lane until they see until they see what they're looking at, right? I think that's probably what's more paramount than anything else.
I think like the lane setup for the Legion side is fairly set in stone. Although I don't know if they know that because they, of course, don't have the same amount of experience playing against this team as like I would have or we would have, you know? So I know how they want to lane this, but that is maybe they would also know if they checked like history and stuff. But it's unfair to assume that they have the same kind of experience and knowledge as, or like same kind of experience playing against these guys as we would have.
Yeah.
So, the Hellborn side was Madman, Swiftblade, and Sephoris as the cores. And then Vindicator and what? Geomancer, right?
Yep.
I don't know how you would lane that. It's so difficult.
Yeah. Plus, the other thing too is like we saw the power of the Self Force, right? We saw how well the Self Force played out when he finally got gold, and Self Force is kind of a menace, right? So that's like one of those things where we know the Self Force is going to be a menace no matter what. However, like you're saying, the Self Force needs gold, and they have 3 greedy cores. So,
but the Corrupted Drain like deals with the Self Force like really well. The Self Force doesn't actually do that much if he has like no damage, because a lot of his damage also comes from his W.
Torturer.
So like the Corrupted is actually really good hard counter against Self Force specifically.
Swiftblade.
I don't.
Corrupted Disciple.
I think the laning phase is just super awkward.
yeah. I'm excited to see how it turns out though, because this is where skill matchups come into play, right?
True. You can honestly run a Madman plus Geomancer lane. That's honestly could work. You you could also run a solo Swiftblade lane, then Geomancer, Vindicator, Madman, solo Swiftblade, solo Sulfuras. Just sacrifice the Swiftblades, run a Suicide, or maybe even sacrifice the Madman and run a tri-lane with the Vindicator, Worm, and Madman. But you're gonna have to run a tri-lane because the dual lanes are just so awkward. Okay, so we do see the Madman in the top lane. He poured the top lane and actually instantly placed the ward to block that camp there. That is a really good play, actually, by the Madman. Because the Madman wants to just kind of sit in the tower and get XP. And they are going to run a tri-lane as... well, I want to say as I predicted, but I feel also like I predicted like 50 different things.
Well, I think you just...
So eventually I'm going to be right, you know?
Well, you just explained all the possibilities, right?
Exactly.
If you explain all the possibilities, you can't technically be wrong.
Hey, if it works, right? No, but like this makes sense to me. This makes sense to me. The Madman in the solo situation here, the Madman is probably going to have more survivability against their heroes, against like Corrupted, Nymphora, and Prisoner than the Swiftblade would have. So it makes sense that you would run the Swiftblades in the tri lane instead of like the Swiftblade in the solo lane. And then the Sulfuras in the mid lane against the solo Torture. I'm not in love with the solo Torture. That's the only thing I think they could have improved on. I think Torture is a really good hero if you run him in like a tri lane or dual lane or something. And actually bottom lane, look at this.
A dig coming through on Yonko. Yonko again dug right away with the book down, with the spin coming through on Jairus. Jairus trying to do as much damage as he can, trying to slash through. Who gets first blood? The first blood goes to Jairus. Again, we're seeing the power. So you see that ward of sight that Miyabi put? That's the same ward that they got killed at and owned at. So now they're like, yeah, wait a minute, that word's kind of OP. So, man, you're seeing the power of Tome, right? Tome did so much work there. Just the 50% movement slow and just the silence and everything is just super huge. You know what I mean?
Where's Geomancer going? I guess Geomancer doesn't need to be in this tri lane. So, fair enough.
He also doesn't have an Orb of Zamos, I see.
Yeah, no, that makes sense to me. That makes sense. Because... like, he's not really going to be in this lane much anyway. Like, in a tri lane, you don't have two people buy an Orb of Zamos, of course. But the Pharaoh is still going to get quite a bit in this lane. Because...
but Madman's by himself. Wouldn't he still want to sync to Madman?
Well, Madman is not going to get that many creeps, honestly. Like, it's like the sync is only really valuable if you are, like basically free farming. That's when a sync becomes valuable. And honestly, like the sync is actually the most valuable when someone is clearing stacks in the jungle, because there are just naturally more creeps dying, like more number of creeps, a bigger number of creeps dying than if you were just laning. But the Pharaoh is not really easily killable by just a Swiftblade and a Vindicator. If the Geomancer is there, of course, yes, this is different story. Oh, actually, the Sulfuras got hooked.
Oh, Winzy actually getting hooked onto the tower by the old ball and chain by Sunk trying to run him down. And Sigma does a nice stun with chain reaction, but with the golden apple, I don't know if he necessarily kills him. The Aura getting the neutral trying to go through, and Sunk just trying to get a good kill. He actually heals through with life tap, so the heal skull is coming, but it might not be enough. Sunk, he's so much faster than him, and Sunk actually ends up picking up the kill with the auto attack. Picks up a kill on Winzy from a good old ball and chain. Well played, Mr. Windicus.
I think
good job, Sunk.
Like, yeah, well, for one, if Sulfuras had a wind whistle, he would have lived. But the second thing is that if he actually got his W off there and like hit the prisoner, I think he could have killed him. Yeah.
I also like to point out that if he did have wind whistle, he would have lived. That's not even actually a meme. That's the worst part about it.
The worst part is that it's true.
Yeah. So what do you think our Corrupted Disciple is going to go? Do you think our Corrupted Disciple is going to be going the Vitalizer build into Staff? Do you think he's going to do Vitalizer into Geos? Vitalizer into
Probably Dawnbringer.
Elder?
I think Dawnbringer. Dawnbringer still makes the most sense. But honestly, also just the Shrunken like pretty early. Because a lot of the damage that the Legion team, the Hellborn team has is magic. You know, Mapman, Sephoris, Geomancer, all that damage early on is going to be magic damage. So, Vitalizer, Shrunken, if you just have those two items, you are very much going to be able to play aggressively. Oh, actually, Mapman might be in a bit of
Yonko
trouble
looking at
here.
the bot. He's going downstairs. Yonko's actually getting spun on the bot with the book, and now he's stuck in the trees just trying to cut himself out, but he pathed into the trees. They can't get the kill, and Corrupted is actually draining all of the Madman's damage right now. I believe he's lost 30, which isn't too bad. All right, he got his damage back, but he's still going to end up dying. A nice shackled on top of the Madman to get the kill. And this is another thing too, by the way, that we didn't talk about because we were talking about so many different things. The prisoner pick after they see the Madman, because the Madman was picked first, the prisoner pick to counter it with Shackle was actually super smart. It was a good pickup.
I don't like Batman always is going to have the hatchet, so I don't really see the prisoner as like a big counter to the Madman, because it's so easy to just like hatchet hit the Shackle and just get rid of it. Like the Shackle, it's one of the big problems of the Shackle that it's so easily dealt with. Sephoris gets hooked here. Honestly, Sephoris might actually... The Geomancer, the Worm! No, Worm!
Oh, Worm's getting beat up. A nice Shackle on top of Worm, so they can't take away, beating him up, and he's just gonna run under a tower. But see, that's the other thing too, though. The thing is, you're saying that it's easy to deal with the Shackle, right? It's easy to deal with the Shackle because all you have to do is just auto it and hatchet it.
No, but
here's the big
the
thing.
Geomancer doesn't have the hatchet.
Well, I was gonna say, but here's the other thing too. That's 2 auto attacks that the Madman doesn't put in a team fight, or even just fighting. That can make or break a whole engagement. To be honest,
It's only one team. It's only one auto attack.
yeah. Well,
And a hatchet.
you know, you throw hatchet.
It's like
it still
okay, so
counts as
it's
two.
specifically like in the early, you know, laning stage. Here. Is Madman going to be in trouble? No, he's going to be fine. They are playing really aggressively. It does a little bit bother me that they're not buying dust. Because I feel like a lot of times here, if they had... Oh, that is a good hook on the Madman. Oh my god,
no.
sunk on a hooker. That is a different story as usual.
Yeah, sunk on any character that has hookah. Very scary indeed.
Yep. But the first, like, this is the problem with like the Pharaoh is just not really killable.
Oh, look at Sigma. Sigma actually walking forward and dodging the dig, getting aggressive on top of Winsy. He actually didn't see him on the tower. That was 100% a mistake.
Where's
But
coming?
it worked out in the end, and here comes Sunkabab, Hookah Man. He's actually gonna just eat the dig on top of no fight people, and he's gonna end up just dying. Throwing the Shackle, trying to pull Winsy under the tower. The Agonizing Mons doesn't kill Winsy. Winsy still has DD, so this auto attack. A nice apple play by Sigma trying to dodge the trees, but it doesn't necessarily matter. That turret shot's not gonna kill. His DD got 1 smack from the DD, was just enough to kill in the end. If he didn't have that DD, it was a different story. And unfortunately, Yonko getting go under the tower again. That book, the slow, is just doing so much.
Yeah, so like normally I don't think they can really kill him if he's full HP. But I'm guessing that that was like ultimate plus spin, and then yeah, the Pharaoh does die. But Pharaoh like is doing good. Yes, he died 3 times, but he's getting a lot of XP. And Pharaoh Pharaoh kind of only needs level 6. Like, and then he can start doing stuff. Pharaoh will still always have impact just because it's like a 2000 initiation stun.
Yeah, exactly. The thing about Pharaoh is it doesn't matter how behind Pharaoh is, Pharaoh will always have impact, specifically just because of his ult. That's literally why.
Yep. We see actually the Sephoris probably clearing some stacks. They have a ward here though.
Well, trying to come through, dodge by the dig, getting on top of Sigma. Sigma getting put down. Undying coming through on Sigma. A life tap coming through the auto attack, and a nice Stafissima to confirm the kill with the barrel roll coming from the Madman. Novadan showing up, getting some gold from his poor laning phase. Unfortunately, He's
look at this.
185 GPM.
So Force is now going to clear the stacks. They are looking to rotate over, but oh, they're porting. They're porting.
Where are they gonna go? Oh, a very good port to get into the range of the stacks, and Captain Huggy picking up a nice kill with the Q auto attack on top of the boy. So that's a good pickup of the kill, good port. They ported high ground, so they didn't see it on the bottom, and they get punished for it. Just taking those stacks, a good pickup and a good kill indeed.
There's still not another triple stack on the hard camp.
Oh no! You're Miyabi run. Miyabi run. Sunkibo is trying to hookah you. He's trying to hookah you.
So they all still have a triple stack on the hard camp. So the humans honestly has been doing a lot of work getting stacks.
Dutch take a peek top. They're trying to dive the Madman, but they get a mass TP. No 5 people trying to come through, but can't get a dig because he's stunned up by a Zeal. A Dust coming through on the Madman with Overload, but he can't get the last auto attack. But his Q's coming up soon. He has about 3 seconds left on the Q, but the barrel roll coming through doesn't necessarily matter. The silence comes through, so he can't press Q to confirm the kill. And oh my god, Novodon just on the cusp of that Q. Doesn't get hit by the electric tide, and a TP out, and Menelay actually throws down a Lotus, a volatile pod, as he's TPing out, blows it up, he's about to die, and Captain Huggy gets to keep his streak. Still sitting at 565 GPM,
and they
having
got the tower
a good
as well.
game.
That was actually really good for them.
Yep. And also, it's unfortunate that the electric tide missed. He was just waiting for cooldowns enough to just actually pass through the trees correctly to not get eaten alive. So they missed the kill, and the Vindicator silence just, again, popping off so that he doesn't, you know, press the Q sooner. If the Vindicator did not press R there, if he did not final chapter, they both died, by the way. The final chapter was super good, saved the day, and Jarrus gets into the tower, destroying the
Vindicator
TP.
is
Minibe throwing down the book, trying to get away, but Yonko already got the Hellfire off, so they're stunning him up, touching him up. Captain Huggy just trying to throw auto attacks. And a hook coming through the prisoner, but not deep enough yet. No kidnapping on Mr. Jarrus. Mr. Jarrus sitting at 553 GPM, Captain Huggy at 560, so they're both having great games, getting their rotations around. Jarrus has 3 kills, Captain Huggy has 4. Their experience, he has a little bit more of experience per minute, not really a big deal.
I love, by the way, oh, actually mid lane.
Oh no, mid lane getting TP'd on the wall coming down from Wrath. Did he use Wrath Pharaoh? No, he didn't. He just walked up and walled him, and they TP'd in with the teleport to get the kill. And Captain Huggy's running under the tower. Miyabi draining down Miyabi's Soul's Blessing with the overload, picking up the kill on top of Miyabi, hitting the tower. Novodon trying to run in with the dig coming through. Captain Huggy gets hit by a dig with his volatile pod down. Volatile pod explodes, healing it up. And Captain Huggy's getting eaten down, trying to do any damage I can. Electric Tide coming through, and he gets the Zeal actually ends up stunning out and canceling the auto attack that wouldn't kill Captain Huggy, but he picks up the kill on Menelay. But a support for 4, we'll take it all day. Jarrus is hiding in the trees, trying to win, try and come out. He's gonna spin, try and deny the tower, try and get any gold away. A Shackle coming down, he doesn't deny the tower, goes to Sigma. Sigma, Bigma, Fofigma, Momigma picks up the tower kill off a scrappy fight in the mid lane.
Yep. I also, like, the Madman doesn't have boots yet, or barely had boots. And he was like farming top lane for approximately like 30 seconds. And then the Swiftblade just ports into the top lane and says like, you fucked enough. Go somewhere else. This is my lane now. This is my lane.
This is my swamp.
Exactly.
But
Poor
we're
Madman.
Let's see, we got the Vitalizer on top of the Corrupted like we thought, and he actually went Mad Fred's Brass Knuckles.
Yeah,
so
I don't mind that as much. I don't think it's super necessary. Honestly, I think the Abyssal could also be pretty good this game. As like a general like sustain item, because you just kind of want some sustain so you can jungle quite easily, right? And the new Abyssal and the Sinners just make a lot of sense to me. But in general, just like the Abyssal, or at least the Ring of the Teacher, is an item that like everyone should start picking up, because it's like insane how efficient it is, for mana at least. And at least like someone should probably be getting an Abyssal Skull as well, because the item is just really good right now. It's
Geostalking on Sigma, trying to find.
they're setting something up top lane as well.
Alright, let's see who's getting ran out. A book down on top of Yonko. Yonko can't use spells, and a hook on top of Swift Blade pulling the spin on. He's gonna get caught out with an info report coming through. Captain Huggy's here to try and bail his teammate. Electrotide coming through, Zeal missing on Miyabi, but he doesn't necessarily care about Miyabi. Sigma actually teleporting to the tower, getting the kill with a nice chain reaction to punish them for doing much of anything trying to play the game. Again, we're seeing it now where they're playing aggressive, they're trying to keep up. The net worth is 2k split 10 to 11, and I think the reason why they have net worth is just because of the towers and the creeps and the farming, nothing more. However, I will say you're still playing pretty good.
Yeah, honestly, like, I was not convinced by these picks of the Helpern side, but they are doing better than expected, like a lot better than expected. They're making it work somehow. And they are like a little bit ahead, behind right now, but like that doesn't really matter.
Oh, well,
on the
look at the
bottom
bot
lane.
tower. Unfortunately, you're getting beat down here, Mr. Yonko, getting killed. And unfortunately, Stark tries to TP to do anything, all going through, but it might not go off. Hook coming out, putting him out of the tower range, but he can't pick up the kill because the life tap W and the healing is just a little bit too much.
Man, if
However,
that was like one port more, that was 3 kills.
Oh yeah, 100%, but it seems like Sigma's trying to pick up anything on Nova. He has a sneaky mushroom, and Nova just pops his mana battery to get just enough to stock away. Just stocks out, says, no thank you sir, I do not want what you're selling. Please stop bullying me.
And honestly, that is kind of a big mistake by the lead side here not having TPs there. Because instead of like 3 kills, that is like 2 deaths for you.
True. Very true. Now here's the next question. We see the firebrand, you know, we see the firebrand. The next question being is, are we getting Geos or are we getting Dawnbringer? And he's journeying out. He's not even journeying the South Forest. He's just running at him with Overload, trying to get anything. Zeal misses on no fight, digs out. But guess what? We have a NASCAR on Mr. Captain Huggy. This dude be freaking sprinting. So he just runs up and kills him with the, you know, didn't even use Violator. Kills him. Gives him the old razzle dazzle and gets the kill. And let's see here, when's he trying to run away? Is Sunk gonna try and throw a hook? Not deep
yes,
enough.
haste. So it doesn't really matter. Genko also setting up top lane.
Genko trying to do his best. A nice Wrath of the Pharaoh on Jaraz, and he tries to mommy wall him back and out, but he gets the spin, so they can't pick up the kill on him, unfortunately. Can't catch the
bottom lane.
TP.
Oh, don't check us out.
Oh man, bot lane, another thing's happening too. Sigma just getting ganked out by 3. Poor Sigma, he's not allowed to show on the map.
No, they like he tried to port out, but the Geomancer was just in time to stun him there. Swiftblade trying to take some stacks, Prisoner being annoying, Prisoner actually hooking that Swiftblade.
Oh wow, Vindicator silence coming out so he can't throw the shackle onto Jaraz. He throws the shackle down, Jaraz booked down so he can't do anything. So Yonko can't use any spells. Captain Huggy trying to come through using Soul's Wrath, trying to get any Electrotide Camp, the Undying on him. They're just going to disengage here because the Zeal just for enough of a stun. No fight trying to walk up. He does have a dig, but a volatile pod down getting a heal. Stun coming through. He doesn't hit anything, missed the Earth's Grasp, but he doesn't get the extra damage. Electrotide coming through, doing a little bit of a nuking to no fight. The Flare coming through, slowing him down, but I don't think they can get it through. Hook misses, and I don't think this is a continued fight. But Mendeley trying to get anything from his little secret shop, trying to be a sneaky boy, seeing if he can get.
Now the question: do you think Genko is going to be able to snipe the Geomancer?
Do I think
with that soul? It doesn't even try, man. I am beyond disappointed. You always have to try, right?
Oh, you always try and snipe the fountain without fail. Well, if we look at this, Mendeley and Captain Huggy still roaming around because they have a ward, trying to see if they can get anything on top of the Swiftblade, but there's a TP coming out of the tier 2 behind them that they do not seeing, and it's no fight, so he's probably going to geostock anyways, so it doesn't really necessarily matter.
So Forrest trying to clean up some Ancients, but he wasn't able to, so Swiftblade is going to clean it up instead. I'm guessing that Swiftblade is just going to go for like a Geobane this game. It makes a lot of sense against the heroes.
Very true. And Mr. Huggy is having a pretty good game right now. 8-0 with 1 assist, 600 GPM.
Torture might be in a little bit of trouble here.
Oh no, Shigma, you're about to get cut in half, buddy.
No way.
Good. Oh, what a juke, but oh, Miyabi with the book. Unfortunate. Miyabi didn't throw that book down.
No way!
What? Huh? What just happened?
He stunned it right in time.
Wow, well played by Sigma.
Well
to get
timed.
that agonizing, right? Oh no, Sunkbomb actually getting owned right now. Crystal's coming through with the Earth Scratch trying to slow through, and Winzy's gonna try and chase down Menelay, and Winzy's a little bit tanky. Played agrees, he's going for the staff build this game. Interesting, okay. They're gonna end up killing Menelay here. He's just gonna get dug on. Unfortunately.
Yeah, nothing new. Actually, so Forrest going for a staff of the master this game.
Yeah, I just said that.
It didn't register.
It's okay.
I'm still like I'm still in my head at like my neighbor's food. My neighbor's dinner.
My neighbor's dinner.
Yep. My neighbor's fucking dinner.
Sunk is worried about all the wrong things.
No, but like that was the torture actually. Torture just like stunned right at the time that the Swiftblade ultimate ended. So that was just insane, honestly. I can't.
Sunk's worried about all the wrong things. Playing Prison is gonna come hook your neighbor's dinner for you, dude.
Ooh, nice. I like it. Ooh, the Corrupted Disciple going for Geobane.
Okay, so yeah, that's what I asked earlier. Are we gonna see Geobane or are we gonna see Dawn?
I did not expect that. I expected like an Dawnbringer. Like Dawnbringer's not the best item these days, but it's still better than a Geobane on Corrupted, I feel. Because I believe if you have the Drain Act, like the Drain finished, and you then use Geobane, you actually get rid of the Drain, the damage buff. And bottom lane might be in a little bit of trouble here.
Sigma might get caught up by the Madman and the Mushroom. So Force throwing down the Undying. Oh man, Sigma's just trying to pump as much damage as he can, but the Undying going through, but Sigma's actually chunking out Wincy, dodging all the Qs, and 4-4 coming in, but there's no volatile upon saving the Undying because healing doesn't matter. So Sigma actually goes down. Wow, no, he lives. Captain Huggy 9-0, and Sigma with just the dance moves, man. The sick dance moves of the Dreamcatcher, just trying to do the best he can. Geostar coming through with no fun, gonna dig on Tugga. Okay, and that is a dead prisoner, but guess what? They killed the South Forest, so I think that's more worth it than just losing the prisoner, to be honest. They lose top tower, which is whatever, but Sigma coming through, actually killing Jarrus. He can't get an auto attack off. No, he didn't get the auto on the spin, that doesn't get the kill, but they make him burn Vindicator ult, so he actually doesn't have any spells to follow it up. So I think that's very actually worth it, to be honest. They burn Vindy ult, they're a little bit scary.
Might be? No, Vindicator's gonna be fine.
No, he's fine. And I think he is going a Grimoire of Power, even with a South Forest. Oh, Sigma, can you see it in time? A good snipe with the chain reaction on top of the Miyabi's head, if you will, to get that stun up.
And the Madman is being bullied.
Kill. And Madman is getting bullied behind the tower. Captain Hug has no fear. Soul's blessing! Soul's wrath! All the souls coming through with the big kills, and Captain Hug is going to keep going. Volatile block coming through, not dropping the heal. They're getting the max heal anyways. It doesn't matter. That's a good kill. That is 11-0 bloodbath. Captain Huggy said, "Yo, dog, you won 20-0 on me last game. Let me show you how it's done."
Yeah, and it's. I think it comes back to them just kind of lacking stuns still, right? That's.
Oh, Sigma running down on Jarrus right now on the butt, and Jarrus is forced to burn spin, and Jarrus is just getting ran down. Oh, a nice juke on Jarrus, went left but then swing right, but guess what? The agonizing bonds was just enough to pull him back to kill him with the auto attack with the Dreamcatcher proc. BT dubs, Dreamcatcher, broken item. Winzy bopping W trying to get away, but Captain Huggy, he wants more. He wants more. He's thirsty. He wants blood. Soldier coming through, shooting down the Vindicator, killing him in 3 auto attacks, by the way. A dink, a donk, and a bonk to pick up the kill. That is a 12-0 on Mr. Huggy.
Yeah,
right now.
He still had the damage buff from the conduits. Like he has plus 161 damage right now.
He's chunking them right now. He's not
actually,
throwing little electric balls.
He did go for the Abyssal Skull, by the way.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I like it. The Abyssal Skull it's just such a good item. And just make it into the Sinners. It also gives you a little bit of movement. So I like it there. I think it made sense to go for it a little bit earlier because it allows you to just jungle a little bit more efficiently without having to buy potions and stuff. But I don't think there's necessarily something that you really want a Geobane for, you could argue like Swiftblade Ultimate, but Swiftblade Ultimate early on is not necessarily that much of an issue.
Yeah, but he really wasn't jungling. All of his GPM is from him running around the map killing everything, so...
Nah, it's not necessarily true. They have definitely taken a lot of stacks.
Well, yeah, they take it stacks, but he's not necessarily mainly jungling. He's putting pressure on the map, so I understand why he didn't go for the Abyssal Skull earlier. It really wasn't a necessity, per se.
No.
If
No,
he had
like,
a
the
bad
nice
game and
thing
he was
is-
forced to the jungle early, yes.
It allows you to just always be 4 HP. I think
Fair.
that's the luxury of it, right? Like, even if you're just jungling for like 15 seconds, you just don't go low. And like having that 200 extra HP from not taking that much damage in the jungle, that's sometimes is the difference between life and death.
Very fair, very fair. So Congra picked up on the side of Vinicus, and now Sigma is just rolling up on this smoke with no fear. No fight gets revealed, but Nofi gets revealed, and Sigma just doesn't
he
care.
is actually alone. He's alone.
But look, Sigma had tokens, but he just got blown up. Vindicator silenced while he was dying, so he's actually reviving. So Sigma gets to use all the spells. So it's not the best Vindy ult, but it necessarily doesn't matter. Wrath of Pharaoh coming in, Yonko mummy walling everything in. Actually, oh no, buddy. That's the big part about the Vindicator that we talked about earlier. Pharaoh just throws, wall, look goes in there. But, you know what? The trade wasn't too bad. They lost a token. They killed 3. They lost Sigma, and they lost Prisoner, and they lost Pharaoh. So it's not the best, but
It's a
for
4 for
what they
3.
killed. Yeah, well, 2 supports.
Yeah, but like you killed token, right? And you're behind, so you absolutely take that. And the reason they used Vindicator ultimate there is to prevent the Newerth teleport.
Fair.
Because the torture went in really YOLO there, so you're just kind of expecting the Newerth teleport.
Well, Shroud Jairus, but they put down a Rev Ward. They're very aware that he's trying to run. Dust Pop to give some arrow. Novi trying to run out, and Jairus trying to run out. I don't think they have the damage to get on top of them right now.
Not without
So just
Swiftblade
get
ultimate.
disengaged. No. Gotta be a little...
Swiftblade is squishy, by the way. Look at his HP.
Yeah, he only has 948 HP, which is wild to me. Oh no, Jairus got caught out right now. He has Spin, he pops Shroud, they don't have Dust. They pop Dust Storm, but wouldn't mount to anything. And Nofadon finding Huggy in the back, trying to pop R to run him down with stock to get anything. Captain Huggy trying to juke around, trying to figure out tablets downhill over the cliff. That was a really good cliff angle to tablet down. He said, please sir, I don't want another.
Yep. Like, that's just the utility of the Sinner subscription, right? Like, a tablet is just a really... how to say this? Like, useful in many situations. Versatile. A very versatile item.
Yeah, it's versatile and its utility is very good, and its stat lines aren't bad either. And now that it combines with Abyssal Skull, you get a lot of bang for your buck, right?
Yeah.
So it's very much worth it to just buy it.
And that is a team smoke being popped by the Legion side. They're going bottom lane to look for this worm and the map ban. Map ban actually has no mana right now.
Yeah, but Jairus might actually...
9 seconds.
Jairus is shrouding to the Ancient camp, so they try and circle back from him. Winsy crossed over a ward. Okay, Sigma sees Winsy trying to do anything, but he's just trying to go. A solo Omni coming on top of Sigma kills Sigma. Sigma actually got the stun on Omni again. By the way, he was just spinning, so it didn't necessarily matter. Stunned out Winsy, but Captain Huggy's going to try and get a pickup kill on Winsy, trying to wait for Conduit. A nice silence by the Vindicator, tries to pop it with Geos, but the Electric Tide doesn't make it. He's just going to try and hit the tier 3. Tablet coming forward to try and kill Miyabi. Miyabi getting shot down in the streets by Mr. Captain Huggy. Captain Huggy, immortal. 16-0-2, happily playing his game right now. He said, dog, you went 20-0 on me. I took that poisonal.
Yeah,
Tower, Jairus coming in spinning, but he hits him with the team by... Okay, Hot Nick pulls him back with the ult. Doesn't necessarily matter with the shackle. He can't get away. Winsy has to run away and disengage. Another kill for Mr. Huggy. Volatile pod. Boom! There's 400 HP. I heard you had half HP bar. Well, guess what? Here's more.
Yeah, the Geomancer just wasn't there, even though the Corrupted Disciple dove like really deep.
Wrath of the Pharaoh on top of Winsy. Winsy coming through. Dick coming through with the Earth's Grasp and a nice Crystallis, just trying to get any crystals down that he can. Wrath of the Pharaoh wall locking down Nofit and No Fight Poppy. They break down the wall. Yonko stuck inside the book. He can't hit the book. He's disarmed. Nofit trying to run back. No Fight Poppy ends up dying. Miyabi getting killed by the Geos, but they take the life of the Corrupted Disciple. Menelay is still on top, trying to get a kill on top of Nofi. Can't do it, but Menelay's get TP out. They don't have the damage to kill him. And unfortunately, Captain Huggy takes his first death of the game.
Yeah, what a feeder. Unbelievable. No, but like the for living there actually is quite good because that was an eye as well if he died, like for the enemy team, and they definitely can use that eye for a lot of map control. But I have to think like back to the Sophorus build, and like a tablet is just so good here for the Sophorus against that like a prisoner. Sorry, against the Pharaoh. Against like a lot of what they have for the mobility, for just the armor, the damage. It's just really good item for Sophorus. Instead, like I'm looking at this staff and I'm thinking, what is it doing?
I don't think it's paid any dividends, truly.
And I'm just not sure what it's doing.
No, I literally was thinking about that too, and I was just thinking that the staff really hasn't paid dividends. Okay, Sigma with the Invincible popping off, getting a kill on No Fight Poppy, but when's he coming in trying to do anything? Trying to pop anything, and Undying on top of Sigma. So the ult will be paused while he is in range of Sigma, Bigma, Figma, Figma. And he can't heal necessarily because guess what? It doesn't matter if you have a Grimoire. It doesn't matter if you have willpower. Undying makes you not heal. And then he can coming in trying to get anything.
Oh, that's
and
the
Sigma ends
Dreamcatcher.
up. Oh my god, the Dreamcatcher actually picking up the kill
He
on
almost
top.
killed enough, but Menelay popped his Q on top of him.
Yeah.
And that meant that Dreamcatcher was just enough to kill him.
Yeah, okay, so now we have a more power on top of our Sigma. But again, if he gets slapped by Undying, it really doesn't necessarily matter, huh?
Yeah. I mean, yes or no, like you're still doing a lot of damage, right? Because we saw like, yeah, the Undying is great. Because he's not healing, but like just because he's not healing does not mean that he's not outputting damage. It's not an Oogie or something, right?
Yeah, well, I just more so meant that he won't get the heal, so his survivability's not there. His damage and DPS is going to be insane no matter what. He just won't have the survivability, which, again, not the end of the world. You know what I mean?
If you take everyone else with you, you're fine with like dying. Plus, like every time that the Sophorus uses his ultimate on you, means that it's not being used on a Corrupted Disciple.
Exactly. Oh, Corrupted Disciple trying to find out No Fight Poppy. No Fight Poppy digging into the trees, trying his best to find it, but they don't have a way to stun him up because the hook is going to be a little bit late because unfortunately we do not have a PK yet on the prisoner.
He did not save his tablets.
He tableted forward to try and, you know, get in there and kill, so I get it. Sigma showing bot on top of Nofadinfo. Nofadinfo's actually getting nuked right now with the dust coming down. A silence tablet getting through Wrath of the Pharaoh misses because Nofad walks up instead of down. And Jared's going to pop out a Shroud. 3, 2, 1. Yin Yang Wang! A nice Omni Slash coming through doing damage. And it seems like the prisoner's actually going to space away from Sigma, so Sigma doesn't end up with the damage on top of him. Final chapter still on cooldown, but it works out. TPing, mass TPing, top trying to get anything done. Geo stalking from the back, and they don't know about it. Geo coming through with the dust. They see Menelay, and they see it. A nice Crystal Field coming down with an Earth Grasp with the stun on the dig, but it doesn't necessarily matter, because it missed, but he's still going to die. Jared spitting on top. Undying come down on the Corrupted Disciple. The Corrupted Disciple just has to kite away. He cannot fight this. Menelay's still alive, by the way. Doing great. Sigma running through. He's about to run into a madman. He's hiding behind the tree, behind the fog. But dust comes through. That a pretty good idea. Silence Stone coming through. Can't use spells. A nice smack down. And he's dead. 5 here's a hook trying to come through, but nothing. Nofadon says, I want more. I want more. He's stalking forward. A tablet coming from downhill from Winsy. Let me wall pushing him back downhill. A deny coming through. And they walk away. They don't get any more from that. But Corrupted Disciple trying to lurk, trying to get back in. Shroud time. And he's sneaking. He's stepping. He's being sneaky.
Yeah, like they got the eye, I think, which is definitely what they wanted. The eye just gives them so much map control back, and that is like their way back into this game to some degree. I don't know what the Sophorus is going. Sophorus now went for a Void, which is questionable, right? Because like the Torturer, the Torturer is only doing very little actually physical damage, or actual physical damage. Most of it is like magic damage, and Fora plus Corrupt Disciple in the base, ready to TP, and they do actually TP there. They are ready to fight us.
Captain Huggy coming through, trying to get anything on BRB, getting smoked down by Genjir. They're going to try and push up, but Winsy's got a low HP, and Undying coming on top of Captain Huggy. Captain Huggy popping Geo trying to kite out. Tablet downhill, but Jared's just shrouded with eye. Doesn't know he's there. Omni Slash coming through on Captain Huggy, but there's an eye, so he can't disjoin it by going shroud, so he ends up dying in the end. Menelay throwing down volatile pod, but the counter from Jared is almost one-shotting him with a crit. My god, the double damage. Too much damage coming through. They have to run out. That was a little bit of a greedy play, I'll admit. But here comes Sigma, Bigma, Figma trying to go through. They can get agonizing bonds on top of Jares on the illusions. He can't. He's gonna try and hunt the Madman. It doesn't pick up anything for it. So a little bit of a sloppy fight of being aggressive. If they took that, they get the token. They want to try and get the token. They want to try something, but unfortunately, it just wasn't enough in the end. The Undying was put down on top of the Corrupted. The Corrupted couldn't heal, and he just got smacked down.
Actually,
Plus, having the eye there.
Yeah, I just noticed that like the Force bot back. Sorry, no, not the Force. Prisoner bot back.
Yep.
When did he do that?
Another shroud on Jariz, but he's gonna choose the way. The eye basically is allowing him to secure Omni always, which is super nice, right?
Yeah,
Can't
they really
shroud
needed that
cancel
eye.
anymore.
Funny enough.
Yeah,
Actually, bottom
they
lane.
did.
Bottom lane. Ooh. Oh, this Madman smelled something was off.
Okay, Miyabi putting down, take down a ward. Jariz with his eye just clearing out the vision they have. That's a good ward in mid too, giving an idea of what's happening in mid.
So, okay,
just
how
hiding
much-
in the trees.
How much damage does the Force ultimate do at max level?
At max level with staff, it does 50 superior magic damage per second. However, it only lasts. Okay, well, it lasts for 10 seconds. However, if you're standing within, duration, it is paused and the damage increased by 5. So if you're standing next to them, it's okay. No fight actually getting rained down right now. Putting into Crystal Field to try and get away, but draining some damage. And Winzy's hiding in the trees. So if you're standing next to them within the range of what your E is, your your Dark Lord's presence. If you're within the Dark Lord's presence, it's 55 superior magic damage indefinitely until you walk away, and then it's 12 seconds. So it just necessarily depends on if you're sticking or not.
No. Like every time you get a kill, like you see the Force charges.
Well, I wasn't including the charges. I was just doing the basic damage.
No.
wasn't
I was thinking
including
about the charges.
So it's 60. It should be 600 damage over 12 seconds, but
Base,
with 7.
right?
Yeah,
Base.
how much damage is it? How much damage is it per charge?
I think 5 damage per charge. I think so. That's 35.
So it'd be
Oh,
85 unless they're next to 90.
Stop
Okay,
with
Wrath of
math.
Pharaoh going under the tower, but unfortunately it doesn't necessarily matter because of Indicals they have to disengage here. Wrath of Pharaoh coming through to pick up, it doesn't matter, and unfortunately Stunk is just stuck under tower and slapped down. That was a little bit greedy, to be 100% honest. That was a little bit of a greedy play there. I don't think that works out in the end. So it's 85 damage. 85 damage for 12 seconds, so it'd be 85 times 12. Let me do math in my head real quick. That would be 1,020 damage, and if you stand next to them, it's 90. So it just depends on if it's just raw dog, it's 1,000 damage, basically.
I don't think it's more if he's next to someone.
Yeah, if he stands next to them, it's an extra 5 damage. Oh, Sigma
Are you
actually getting
sure?
caught out right now by the eye, and they're getting ran out. Mentally trying to put down a volatile pod, trying to pop Sigma out. Double tablet to save him, but they double tablet to chase him. And unfortunately, he gets stuck in a mummy wall with the book down. They can't get him out. He's stuck in the mummy wall. They can't pull it down, but Wincy's stuck as well. So it doesn't necessarily matter. The wall ends up trolling, but saving at the same time. Vindicator puts something on the back end, and Wincy just buys back. Jeremiah popping Shroud, trying to get an Undying, still on top of the Corrupted, taking the damage. And the big heal. We're getting a TP. Where are they going? They're going bottom to push.
So the Swiftblades got health flowered there at the end of the team fight. So after his spin, he just got health flowered. He couldn't really go back in afterwards.
Oh wait, shit. No, you're right. My bad. I misread. I thought it was 5 extra damage you're standing on top of them. No, it's just 5 extra damage if you kill something. My bad. My fault. I misread. So yeah, it's 1,020 damage with the stacks right now. Wrath of Pharaoh on top of Wincy. Wincy just bought back, so he doesn't have buyback, but guess what? Tapping forward, trying to pop the Geos to try and get away. Mudwall can't go down because it's Violent Book. Again, this Vindicator has been throwing Book on every single mummy wall, which has been causing problems for these team fights. Prisoner up, pulls back Jairus. Jairus shrouds out. They don't have an eye. The dust comes through. Electric Tide killing him.
Oh, that was just on the edge of actually surviving there. Oh, that's so
just
unfortunate.
on the cusp.
Yep.
Yeah, no, so I'm dumb because Dark Lord's presence 45 true damage per second. That's how I was calculating. My bad. So it's
85 times 12, yeah.
Yeah, well it's not 30, yeah, it's 35 times 12, so it's 1,020. It's 1,020 over 12 seconds. Unless he's within his aura, then obviously it pauses and it'll be more. But if we're just looking at the 12 seconds, it's 1,000 damage. That's a lot of a lot of damage, to be honest.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
they're just gonna
it's
start taking
over
the
1,000
Blyracks.
damage, or over 1,000 seconds, right? Sorry, over
it's-
12 seconds. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's 12 seconds unless unless you're within Dark
Yeah.
Aura, then it's pauses. So
Yeah.
it's
No, but
pretty
like-
much going to be longer than that. Sigma actually
What I
getting
mean
caught
is-
at the top trying to make a play, and he's popping BKB trying to do anything he can. They pop BKB, he just sacked himself so he could get bottom racks.
Yeah, but what I mean is like during those 12 seconds, if the corrupted can still just auto attack and like take down 2 people, it's great that he died, but you know, we're not gonna win the team fight that way.
No, it's still not necessarily worth it. And the thing is, me personally, that's just being I feel like it's 4,200 gold that is just wasted. I don't think staff was necessary this game. I don't think staff really has paid any dividends to this game.
Imagine he had a
personally
sheep stick.
think- Yeah,
Because
exactly.
look at the enemy team. Like the corrupted didn't even go for a shrunk in this game.
No, he's just using Geo to split off silences. He didn't go corrupted. He doesn't care about BKB, right? He does. Shrunken Head doesn't matter to him.
Like
So-
Geomancer is having issues actually hitting the stun plus ultimate on the Geomancer, which makes sense because the Geomancer is the only stun in their team.
Yeah.
So if like the sheep's sword is a force one to sheep stick or even like a hellflower, honestly, that's like in a lot of cases I think a dead corrupted disciple because he cannot get his Geobane off then.
Yeah. Plus the other thing
But-
too is the Geo is stunning from fog a lot of times, so he's not pre-casting R before he lands with the stun, right?
Yeah.
So that's another big thing too, is the fact from where he's playing with the Geo stock, he's not pre-casting stuff. He's pretty much casting it after he stuns and hoping that they fight in it. That's the other problem too, is that he can't combo correctly because he just doesn't have the space to do so.
Oh, look at this! Look at this!
Oh, Jera's a nice spin on Sigma. They picked Sigma with the Vigma ult. Menali getting cut in the background, and Sunk trying to get Yonko's trying to get a Wrath of Pharaoh. He's not going to go in, and Captain Huggy going up.
I don't know if Menelay is going to live.
No, a nice, good PK dig to get the kill. Yonko has an eye, so he's just going to try and get
The
away.
base is taking a lot of damage though. Oh, and that's a
Yeah,
Wingbone corrupted. What do you think about the Wingbow pickup here?
I think the Wingbow pickup is okay if Madman and the Swift are on top of you, but other than that, I don't necessarily think it's not needed or needed, to be fair. Undying on top of Captain Huggy. Captain Huggy just actually pops himself lower to get away and Jera's. But Jera's doesn't have Omni, so he just kind of just says, whatever, dude, walk away, I don't care. I think Butterfly or Wingbow's okay if Madman's on top of you or if Jera's on top of you, but 9 times out of 10, Jera's just popping Omni Slash on top with the Corrupted to get away from the Drain to disjoint it, or to get away from Overload, and then comes down and spins. He's not really necessarily auto-attacking that much. All of the Swift damage is front-loaded on Omni if it's ever on top of Corrupted right now. He's not sitting on top of Corrupted just auto-attacking, because that's how you lose damage. However, the Madman with Diffusal, and having Black Helm and stuff with BKB, being able to get on top of Corrupted and swing on him if he's not getting drained, he does the damage, right? So it kind of makes sense for that regard. Plus,
Didn't you
it gives
just
you
go for a Nullstone though?
you could, but at the same time, it has, 33 agility, 30 damage, 30 attack speed, and 150 attack range. It gives him the stats that he wants. So at the same time, like, I understand, Null is a very defensive item, and I think right now he feels like he has to be very aggressive and have aggressive items and fighting items comparative to a defensive item, which again, I don't disagree or agree with, right? It's his feel for the game. He feels like that was the right choice, and, we're not gonna know. Right, we're not going to know unless we specifically asked him. However, he still has a virtualizer. He always could sell that and get a Void anyways if he wanted to, right? Null is not bad. Or not Void, sorry. Null.
Yeah, because like the most aggressive item by far would have been Shards, I think. Like that's the most damage you could possibly do. Or a Sheep Stick himself. Because he's not really able to kill Switchblade or the Madman solo because he can't pop in the auto attacks. If he gets a Sheep Stick, he would be able to. I think Null is also a really good item in this game because look at how many single target spells they have that they can get rid of it. Like Sephora's and Switchblade Ultimate are the two big things.
Yeah.
If you block either one of those, you are a happy bunny.
That's very true. I think the other thing too is the fact that if Madman can get in and pop Diffusal on break his null, then it kind of changes. But the likelihood of that is very small, right? If Madman's already in your fight, he's already swinging. I think that's the last thing he's going to worry about. So there's a Basher on the side of Jaraz now. So I'm wondering if, he could predetermine that there's going to be a Basher on the Madman or a Basher on the Swiftblade, and that's why he bought that, right? There's going to be a multitude of reasons. Also, him having 150 attack range helps him hit racks and towers from a little bit further away, so he's not deep into the base where he doesn't get caught out again.
Honestly,
So
they just need a sheepstick. That's it. They just need a sheepstick on the Hellborn side. Because, like, it's still corrupted with, like, yes, a wingbow, but, like, a corrupted with 1.6k HP, one sheepstick and he dies. Every time. And the fact that, like, they're not getting it. At this point, I would honestly ask my Sephors, just sell your staff, get a sheepstick. I think that might honestly be worth it. Because, like, what is your staff doing right now? You're not going to live for more than 12 seconds. In a team fight, right?
Yonko has eye, he scouts out Winsy, no fight, and they're walking down, so they're going to circle away from each other. Sigma and Nymph are in the bot, but they can TP in at any point.
They want to make something happen here, but their base is just constantly under pressure, which is annoying for them.
Yeah, they have, racks down a mid and in bot, so creeps will always be pushing out. And this is the other thing too, right? They can just bleed. They're bleeding on the map because of the 2 Raxes on the bot in the mid. So basically, they can't get anything from that. If Indicator Silence coming through, so they can't fight. Captain Huggy trying to cut out, waiting for Silence to end, popping Virtualize.
They're baiting to Vindicate Ultimate. I do want to point out that the
Oh my god, a PK hook from Sunk getting a nice 2-man picking up no dig. Wow, no fight actually misses the PK dig. The book coming down, but Wincy's actually stuck right now. Wincy's getting eaten alive by Sig from the TP. BKB coming through, just trying to do any damage he can. He doesn't have his R on, so Wincy actually lives because he has an R on. But Captain Huggy kites out, gets some good auto attacks coming through. The tablet thought to dig, but Jairus is coming from the back line through Shroud, but they see him over the eye in the wards, they just run away. He can't get the Omni on Captain Huggy, but Captain Huggy's still bleeding down from the Undying, and he actually ends up living in the end.
Yeah, but their base is dying slowly. Like, every time they take a team fight, like, their base is just dying further. They need to take a fight, like, well, the bottom and the mid lane are, like, pushed out really far, but that's just so difficult. And the staff almost paid off. I almost was forced to eat my words there, but no.
Captain Huggy tabbling up to get the tower, and Jared's trying to run in Keiko with the Wrath of the Pharaoh, but he has a spin-off, so Keiko might die here, but he saved Captain Huggy, so it's okay. He saved his hard carry, he did what he needed to do, and if we look at the lanes in the bot, they're still bleeding pretty heavy. They're about to get a double wave crashed in on the bot, and they're having a single wave crashing in on the mid, so that needs to go get cleared out. They have to TP back. Miyabi's actually getting his ass beat right now by the creeps. Oh my god, the creeps are telling me 1v1 me, bro. Oh my god, the creeps are fucking business.
Yeah, the creeps are winning this 1v1. Oh, Corrupted Disciple is playing kind of greedy.
A little greedy here, but he's not going to get dug on. They kind of... they might have probably assumed that he had people behind him. Because every time he's made aggressive plays like that, he's always had people behind him. So they probably just assumed... They probably assumed that he had something behind him. Which is a heads-up play.
On the other side... I come back to this, like, one single target lockdown item, and that's corrupted even in that case. Because they like the enemy, sorry, the Legion supporting cast doesn't have items that really save the carry, right? There's no Storm Spirit. There's like one tablet, sure. There's no Sand Scepter. There's just not that much that can really help the corrupted if he gets locked down by a single target lockdown item, like Hellflower Sheepstick. So we have 2.5k, of course, on the Sephorus. I can't really imagine that being anything but something like one of those items.
He's probably saving for buyback. If I had to assume, he's probably going to try and save for buyback, because if they get one wave in tower, one bad fight where they can just crash,
I know. Buyback. But in general, right? But I hope he's not going for anything else. And then we have Vindicator going for Resto Stone. I don't really see the point of that. Again, like PK Sheepstick, PK Hellflower. That just makes a lot more sense to me. And Madman went for... I think he picked up an Elder Parasite recently. Right?
Yes, that is... He did not have that before, so that was his choice, because he had Diffusal, BKB, Black Helm. Yep, so he went Elder. I wonder if he went that to clear Kong faster, or if he feels like he can sit down and auto more.
Just like more damage in your burst phase. I think that's the logic behind it, but I don't really think that he gets that much up. Like he doesn't lack attack speed. He has so much attack speed. What he lacks is like just being able to like straight blast hit. Or sorry, straight like auto attack. I'm not in love with these items, let's just say that.
Yeah.
I feel like they're making it difficult for themselves. Sephora is going for barbed armor. I mean...
The fact that people think Wingbow is a defensive item is crazy.
It kind of is. More for melee heroes. Well, okay, so...
Yeah.
Okay, if you open your shop, press Protective, and there you see Wingbow. Ergo, Wingbow is a protective item.
Nah, I refuse to believe it's a protective item. I feel like you just bonk people over the head with it.
It also is that, yes. Like
No, I mean, but here's the thing, right? Like, all kidding aside, yes, Wingbow's a protective item because it gives you evasion. But the stat line that it gives you allows you to be extremely aggressive. I mean, in that fight prior, Jera's missed an auto attack that straight up would have killed Captain Huggy from Undying. So it paid its dues. But Wingbow to me is an
I absolutely agree with you, right? It's the same argument that like something like a Null Fireblade would be defensive item because it gives 42 agility. And that gives armor. You can make the arguments, but I would say like something like Demonic would be defensive item.
Yeah. The thing is, like, Wingbow is a defensive item, but it's also an aggressive item, right? It pays difference, right? It pays differences depending on game state. Are they trying to catch?
Did they know? If this team fight goes on for long, they literally just lose base.
Yeah, they need to be careful here. They are trying to go. Oh my god! Sunk went in instantly and just got blown up, but now they have to TP away from the base because they have waves bleeding. But Widget's TP gets killed by the Breath of Pharaoh. Not by people hiding off the corner trying to dig through, but he can't. The damage coming to Captain Huggy is a little bit too much. No fight, people. Please, no fight. Trying to run away, but the pod examining him out. He gets hit by a Zeal, and he dies in the process.
Yeah, so that was just good counter initiation, and like the Hellborn side knew they had to retreat, because if they didn't and the team fight went on for a little bit longer, they just would straight up lose their base.
Yeah.
So the Hellborn side, like I think the biggest problem that the Hellborn side has here is that there's still 2 buybacks. Oh, actually. There's
Geo
just going in.
back. So Geo PK4 getting a nice dig stun, but again, they don't have any follow-up for the crystals. Jared's in the back line trying to get anything he can. He tries to get the Wrath of the Pharaoh out and did end up dying a little bit too fast. Madman's actually sitting on top of Metal Lake just autoing, and Captain Huggy, well, you know, he's trying to pick up anything he can. Jairus can't really do anything about the Wingbow, so he's just gonna try through. Shao coming through, getting a smack on Sigma. Sigma buying back, trying his best, but it's not enough damage. Captain Huggy's actually gonna go down because Jairus gets bashed. Sigma gets the TP back to base. Very good team fight there.
One buyback on Shiftblade.
Yep, so they were not. The Geo bought back. The Geo got a really good initiation, and
Is that 2 buybacks?
Good.
No, 3 buybacks.
Yeah.
Wait, so the Geomancer did not buyback, right?
Yeah, he did. Geo bought back.
Oh, wait, there's 4 buybacks.
Yep.
So
right
yeah, Geomancer, Sephora's, Vindicator, and Swiftblade. That is not great for them.
No, but they need it for the fight, and now they're gonna try and secure their Kong, get some more stat lines.
At this point, you just kind of have to go for a Doombringer on the Swiftblade, right?
Maybe.
I think a wing bow is. Oh, sorry, a sheepstick's still better, honestly. Oh, actually, no. Corrupted actually did pick up a shrunken. He remembered that that item existed. Oh no, Kongor. No, Kongor. Ooh. He almost did a dodge.
Spooky.
Did Sephora sell something for this buyback?
Mystic vestments and protective. It was he probably sold mystic vestments. Yeah, and bottle. It's probably what he sold. That's what it looks like.
I guess, yeah. They just. Oh, actually, that's a satanic or like a symbol of a rage on corrupted disciple. Now that's a defensive item, right? But it's under the morph.
I mean, it is a helmet.
Well, actually, no. I do believe satanic is like a defensive item. Don't you agree?
Does it have a hard dispel in this game?
Satanic. I mean, the symbol of rage.
Yeah, no, it doesn't have a dispel. So
No.
satanic in Dota has a dispel. So it's technically
Oh.
a defensive item.
Oh, actually, sheepstick
Oh,
on the
Kentucky tried
torsion
to
here.
shoot. Oh no, Winsy getting sheepstick down, turning into a clacking jaws of teeth, getting shot down. But no, but TPing of BKB, but Captain Huggy has some damage trying to pump through, do anything he can. He still has BKB ticking, and a nice PK dig by No Fight, putting the crystals on the side, zoning the fight out. No Fight trying to get anything he can. Sigma still healing, Captain Huggy has the Undying, so Sigma healing, and on the side, our boy Sunk going in, getting a nice pick up on the Night Howl, right, Madman, smacking him down, and Jared's trying to run him with an Omni Slash, and guess what? Sunk's still alive from all the healings, while Tao going through, Captain Huggy ends up he buys back to come back.
Yeah, that's
Fight
it.
just was a little sloppy.
Yeah, the staff paid off. Actually, he bought staff upgrades for someone for the Swift Blade. Do you know what it does?
Gruesome twosome.
You can target counter strike, right? If I remember correctly.
I'm not sure. I'm not certain like how it works because I don't think I've ever used it.
If I remember correctly, you target on someone and you teleport to them. If I remember correctly, you attack and teleport to
Oh,
them.
like nighttime pounce or something.
Yeah, so if here's attack or block while counterattack is active, when counterattack expires, Swift Blade becomes vulnerable for 1 second. Counterattack changes to counter strike for the next 5 seconds. Target an enemy to use counter strike, attacking and teleporting them, applying 80% movement speed slow for 2 seconds.
That's really useless.
Yeah, it's a little crappy. So,
It's
boys and
one
girls,
auto attack, right?
Yeah, ladies and gents, that is a 2-1 on the side of Vinicus, with the final game of the Corrupted Disciple coming through from Captain Huggy, playing out of his mind, Sigma playing a good Torturer game. That is all we have for today. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for spending your time here. We appreciate you being here. And before you go, stick around. Paradise has some things to tell you, probably about scheduling matches, telling you how much he loves you guys. Thank you for being here, etc.,
Wait.
etc., etc.
Paradise? I thought it was Parasite.
What?
No, I'm kidding.
Shut up, Dutch.
Yeah, so Paradise does have some very last words for you guys. Coach, it was a pleasure casting with you, man.
A pleasure as always, Dutch. It was good seeing you, buddy.
Yeah, it was fun. So that was all for me and Coach for today. We will be back tomorrow, I think, right?
I do believe so.
That is true. Okay, so Paradise, take it away, buddy.
All right, that was our casters, and that was the last game for the day. Really exciting first day, a lot of good matches, and boy, oh boy, that was a great finale to finish the tournament, or the day actually, from. I hope you guys all enjoyed the show, and I hope that everything was of high quality. And thank you all for watching, and tune in tomorrow at 1 p.m. GMT for the winner bracket finals and then the loser bracket semifinals. And then the next week, we're going to have the loser bracket finals and the grand final starting again, as always, from 1 p.m. GMT. Thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed the show, and we will see you tomorrow, 1 p.m. GMT. Good night, ladies and gentlemen.